Chapter 1440. After half a year of recuperation, Jianghu had finally recovered. Although he was missing an arm, it did not affect his strength much. At this moment when he passed by Yang Kai, his eyes blazed with hatred. Without any hesitation, he summoned his demon blood thread and transformed it into a jet-black beam of light that shot towards Yang Kai's head. He thought that Yang Kai would be defenseless and would die without a doubt. However, he had underestimated the emperor pressure in this place. As soon as the black streak of light transformed from demon blood threads shot out, it was wrapped up in Yang Kai's emperor pressure and slowed to a crawl, unable to launch a sneak attack. At this moment, however, Yang Kai glanced towards Jianghu as if he sensed something, and a sarcastic smile appeared on his face. His lips squirmed a few times as if he was cursing, but because they were too far apart, Jianghu could not hear him clearly and simply withdrew his gaze. The other party did not pay any attention to him at all. Pa. With a light bang, the black light that was attacking Yang Kai burst apart, releasing a strong smell of blood that made one nauseous. The demon blood thread that Jianghu had nurtured for countless years, under the crushing pressure of emperor pressure, was reduced to dust. Jianghu's face suddenly turned pale as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his figure teetering on the verge of collapse as a look of horror appeared on his face. It was obvious that he had been seriously injured. The demon blood thread was a very special existence, similar to an artifact, but it was connected to a cultivator's mind and soul. Once it was destroyed, the cultivator would naturally suffer a backlash. Jianghu's attack not only failed to kill Yang Kai but also caused him to lose a demon blood thread that was as important to him as his life, causing him to go pale with anger. Mo Xiaoxing, old woman Feng, and the others who had just arrived saw this scene and all showed looks of shock. The eager expressions on their faces gradually converged and became extremely dignified. Just now they had also wanted to attack Yang Kai, but Jianghu had moved faster. But now, it seemed that fortunately they had not acted rashly, otherwise, their fates would not have been much better than Jianghu's. Thinking so, everyone's faces paled. Each of them revealed a look of lingering fear. After glancing at Yang Kai, they flew up without saying a word. "Little brat, don't let this old master meet you in the Emperor Garden, or else I'll skin you alive." Jianghu roared furiously. Yang Kai turned to look at him. She raised her hand with great difficulty and raised it towards him. Clenching her fist, she raised her pinky. "This old man is furious." Jianghu's eyes were filled with murderous intent, as if he couldn't wait to fight Yang Kai to the death. For better or worse, he was a famous character. In Demon Blood Temple, he held the position of Great Elder, so when had he ever been so despised and provoked? Those who dared to do this to him had long been refined by him using a secret technique and turned into blood to increase the power of his demonic blood threads. Yang Kai's actions undoubtedly made him furious. "Great Elder, it's more important to enter the Emperor Garden first. This little brat will definitely enter as well, it won't be too late to find trouble with him then," Jianghu said from beside him. A beautiful woman wearing a pink dress with revealing clothes gently parted her lips and tried to persuade Jianghu. This woman was dressed in a very bold and unrestrained manner. Her two white jade-like arms and two slender legs were almost completely exposed to the air. That pink dress was completely unable to conceal her impressive figure. Her two full breasts were about to burst out of her dress, and the deep white ravine on her chest seemed to have some sort of magical power. She could attract the eyes of any man, devour their souls, and drive all men crazy. The most eye-catching feature was her red lips. Her red lips were like dazzling rubies, and they emitted a sparkling and translucent luster. They were bright and alluring, and they possessed a different kind of allure. This beautiful woman looked like a ripe peach. Just a casual pinch would cause water to drip out of her. She didn't look very old. She was only 30 years old, but she exuded the powerful aura of a third-order origin returning realm master. Although Jianghu was resentful in his heart, he didn't dare act presumptuously in front of this beautiful woman and nodded. "Temple Master is right." This beautiful woman was the Temple Master of Demon Blood Temple. If one didn't know the details of Demon Blood Temple, they wouldn't be able to believe such a woman. They definitely wouldn't dare to believe that such a woman actually held such a high position. However, if they had heard of her name, they would fear her like a snake or scorpion. Demon Blood Temple wasn't a kind force, and although it didn't commit all kinds of evil, most of its disciples weren't good people either. They often killed others for their possessions and used their strength to bully the weak. Pillaging is a common occurrence. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Since the disciples of the temple were like this, the beautiful woman who was the temple master was naturally no better. It was rumored that this woman was happy without a man every night, and she was particularly fond of beautiful men. In Demon Blood Temple, once a man with even a little bit of good looks was targeted by this beautiful woman, they couldn't escape her palm. Even several of the temple's elders were rumored to have affairs with her. Every year, a large number of strong and handsome male cultivator would be abducted into Demon Blood Temple and disappear without a trace. Rumor had it that all of their essence chi had been sucked dry by this beautiful woman and they would die tragically on her belly. However, although Demon Blood Temple had committed all kinds of evil deeds, they had always remained safe and sound. This was because the targets they targeted were all small forces without any great backing or background, so even if they had a bad reputation, no great force dared to find trouble with them. What's more, Demon Blood Temple was a first-class force on Shadowed Star, so unless Thunder Typhoon Sect and Heaven Battling Union joined forces and gathered some helpers, it would be impossible to uproot it. At this moment, this beautiful woman was looking at Yang Kai, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes, her fragrant tongue licking her ruby-red lips as her breathing quickened slightly. There was no wind without smoke, the rumors outside were mostly true. For example, this beautiful woman liked strong men the most. She wasn't feeling empty or lonely. As the sect master of a powerful sect and a third-order origin returning realm master, how could she feel empty and lonely? The biggest reason why she liked strong men was because the vitality in their bodies was far stronger than that of an average cultivator. While she was having S*X with these men, she could use her secret techniques to absorb their vitality and enhance her demon blood threads. Yang Kai being able to resist the Emperor pressure here without relying on the protection of the Emperor Jade was a testament to the strength of his physique, so it was only natural that this beautiful woman was quite interested in him. On top of that, Yang Kai's cultivation was not low, at least at the level of a first-order origin returning realm. If she could absorb this man's vitality, she would be able to further improve her strength. After reaching her current level of cultivation, it would be extremely difficult for her to increase her strength. If she was on another star in the territory of Shadowed Star, she could still hope to break through to the Origin King realm, but in the special environment of Shadowed Star, reaching the Origin King realm was a luxury, so she could only try her best to enhance the power of her secret techniques. Yang Kai's body was the best nourishment for this. The more she looked at him, the happier and more satisfied she became. This beautiful woman couldn't wait to rush over and capture Yang Kai, find a secluded place and have a good time with him, but the scene of Jianghu taking action just now had alarmed her greatly and made her realize that now wasn't the best time to act. With a chuckle, the beautiful woman looked at Yang Kai and said, "Little brother, hurry up and enter the Emperor Garden. This sect master will be waiting for you inside." After saying so, she and Jianghu flew past Yang Kai. Looking at the backs of these two, Yang Kai coldly snorted, not paying them any mind at all. He had long known that his trip to the Emperor Garden this time would not be peaceful. Without even mentioning others, the great forces who had previously clashed with him on Dragon Cave Mountain would definitely not let him off so easily. But so what? Now that he had broken through to the First Order Origin returning realm and his sure had reached the minor accomplishment stage, even if he faced them, Yang Kai was not afraid. As long as he wasn't besieged by 4 or 5 top masters, he could always escape if he couldn't win. As such, Yang Kai wasn't afraid and was instead somewhat eager to find an opportunity to test the power of his sure. Streaks of light flew past him from both near and far. These were the cultivators who had obtained Emperor Jades on Shadowed Star rushing towards the Emperor Garden. As time passed, gradually, all those who were qualified to enter the Emperor Garden passed through the space array in the sky and entered it. Up in the air, only Yang Kai's lonely figure remained, but he still continued to climb upwards at an extremely slow pace. Instead of becoming impatient, Yang Kai became calmer and calmer. Now that everyone had left, he no longer had anything to worry about. He could refine and strengthen his aura without any restraints. With such a rare opportunity, Yang Kai was not willing to miss it. Time continued to pass, and after 3 days, Yang Kai's face was pale as he stood somewhere in the void, gasping for breath, his legs trembling as if he had collapsed. At this point, no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to take another step forward. The thick emperor pressure around him had increased to a level that made him tremble with fear. It was as if he took another step forward, he would be crushed to pieces. After 3 days of hard work, Yang Kai had obtained a wealth that ordinary cultivators would not be able to obtain even after several dozen or even 100 years. That was his understanding of sure. Not only had his sure reached the minor accomplishment stage, but it had also been greatly enhanced, making him not inferior to those masters who had been famous for a long time. Have I reached my limit? A trace of sadness flashed across Yang Kai's eyes. Although he still wanted to continue climbing, there was a limit to one's strength, so there was nothing he could do about it. But soon he seemed to think of something and showed a thoughtful expression. After a full incense stick worth of time, Yang Kai's eyes lit up and a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Slowly and painstakingly, he lifted his foot and placed it on the invisible stairs above. Calm. A pressure that almost destroyed Yang Kai's body and soul suddenly enveloped him. At the same time, a loud sizzling sound rang out. A strange force burst out from Yang Kai's body, turning into an invisible blade that cut through the emperor pressure surrounding him. His body suddenly became much more relaxed, and Yang Kai's figure flickered as he ascended another step. The sizzling sound became more intense, and as far as the eye could see, the space around Yang Kai began to distort, as if it was constantly collapsing and repairing itself. Space Force. Chapter 1441. The power of space was a divine ability that very few people could cultivate, and it was even more so a secret technique that no one could master. It was by relying on his space force that Yang Kai was able to take this final step, and this was far from the end. Wrapping himself in space force and combining it with his Shi to resist the emperor pressure, Yang Kai felt that he could continue to climb higher. After such a successful attempt, Yang Kai vaguely had an idea that excited him. Whether this idea would work or not would depend on the next test. Considering all this, Yang Kai's previous sadness was swept away and replaced with unparalleled excitement. Constantly urging his space force to merge with his Shi, Yang Kai repeated what he had been doing for the past 3 days. 7 days later, a white light curtain wrapped around Yang Kai and quickly flew up into the sky. This white light curtain was naturally the protective shield of the Emperor Jades. With this protection, Yang Kai did not feel any suppression from the Emperor pressure and was able to quickly approach the Emperor Garden. It had been 10 days since the Emperor Garden opened, and during these 10 days Yang Kai had been condensing his Shi and making great gains. Although he had entered the Emperor Garden 10 days later than everyone else and many of the good things had already been taken by others, Yang Kai did not regret it. Compared to those treasures, his gains this time were more than enough to satisfy him. His Shi had now reached a limit and could no longer be strengthened with the help of the Emperor pressure, so Yang Kai made a prompt decision to rush to the Emperor Garden at full speed. Soon Yang Kai arrived in front of the nearest space array, a disc-like object. When he looked at it from below, Yang Kai thought it was a solid object, but upon closer inspection he discovered that this disc was actually not solid but was instead formed from pure energy. On the surface of this disc, there were many complex lines that flashed brightly. These were the space array diagrams. Yang Kai then looked up at the Emperor Garden. Yang Kai could not help frowning. Observing it from such a close distance, the Emperor Garden gave off a somewhat illusory feeling, as if it existed somewhere between real and illusory. It was as if it was floating there. Or as if it was not. It was just a projection. After a while, Yang Kai slowly shook his head and withdrew his gaze. Returning his attention to the space array, he observed it for a moment, and a look of understanding appeared on his face. Not intending to stay here any longer, Yang Kai waved his hand and sent out a few high-rank Saint crystals, accurately embedding them into the grooves of the space array. Immediately after, the space array lit up and Yang Kai shot up. A moment later, when the light dissipated, Yang Kai had already disappeared. The sky was silent as if no one had ever been there. At the same time, Yang Kai's figure appeared on an unknown green grassland. As soon as he appeared, Yang Kai immediately summoned his purple shield, which transformed into a purple light that protected him. At the same time he released his divine sense and assumed a defensive posture. He didn't dare to let his guard down. After all, the others had entered this place 10 days earlier than him. If he suddenly fell into someone's encirclement, there would definitely be a battle. Fortunately, his worries were unnecessary. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai found no life aura within a 10-kilometer radius, let alone any kind of sneak attack. But in the next moment, Yang Kai's expression became one of shock as he turned his head and looked around dumbfoundedly, his brow furrowed. Is this the Emperor Garden? His current location was actually on top of a grassland that stretched as far as the eye could see. The sky was blue and there were no clouds in sight. It was a good day with the sun hanging high in the sky. But how could this be the Emperor Garden? Others might not know what the interior of the Emperor Garden looked like, but Yang Kai was very clear. When he went with Fei Ji2 and the others to rescue Qian Tong, he had already entered the Emperor Garden once. There were many richly ornamented buildings and palaces, So how could there be a grassland? However, if someone were to say that this was not the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai would not believe it. After all, he had entered this place through the space array, so it was impossible for there to be a mistake. What's going on here? Yang Kai was confused. At the same time, somewhere in this space, there was a beautiful woman wearing a fiery red palace dress. Her brow was slightly furrowed as a look of surprise appeared on her face. This beautiful woman had a beautiful figure and an outstanding appearance, clearly a first-class beauty. If that was all there was to it, the key was that this beautiful woman exuded an enchanting aura from head to toe. This kind of enchanting aura was not something that could be compared to someone who cultivated some kind of bewitching technique, but rather someone who was born with it. Every frown, every smile, and every move she made was filled with a myriad of charm. She stood there like a ball of fire, attracting countless moths to throw themselves at her. The beautiful temple master of Demon Blood Temple was also extremely enchanting and charming, but compared to this woman, her charm was like a little wizard meeting a great wizard. There was simply no comparison. At this moment, there were 4 Origin Returning Realm Masters gathered around this woman, 1 Third Order Origin Returning Realm, 2 Second Order Origin Returning Realm, and 1 First Order Origin Returning Realm Master. The 4 of them formed a triangle, blocking off all avenues of retreat for this woman, all of them staring at her with greed. In all fairness, these 4 men were not lustful people. For experts with such strength, except for a very small number of people who had special preferences, beauty was not very important to them. What they pursued was the pinnacle of martial arts and the improvement of their cultivation base. However, this woman was simply too special. Her enchanting charm was irresistible to any man. The moment they saw her face, whether they were lustful or not, the 4 Origin Returning Realm Masters couldn't help wanting to capture her and pamper her with their own hands. It seemed that as long as they could spend a night with her, even if they died, it didn't matter. The woman stood alone, all by herself. Although her tender body exuded a powerful Third Order Origin Returning Realm aura, the 4 men opposite her did not fear her. After all, they had the advantage in numbers and one of them could contend with her. A trace of perplexity flashed across her pretty face. That look of deep thought had a unique charm to it. Even her slightly furrowed brows exuded a captivating charm. The 4 Origin Returning Realm Masters gathered around her felt their hearts beat wildly as their faces flushed red. They could not help feeling their lips go dry as their blood rushed to their heads. Soon, the woman's beautiful eyes lit up as if she had thought of something, and an inexplicable look of excitement appeared on her face as she whispered, "He's here. He's actually here." Her voice was soft, but it exuded an irresistible charm. A dazzling smile blossomed on this tender face, causing the other 4 Origin Returning Realm Masters to completely lose their minds and attack the beautiful woman in green at the same time without hesitation. Although their attacks were ruthless, there was no murderous intent. They just wanted to capture this beautiful woman alive and ravage her wantonly. How could they be willing to let her suffer any harm? However, they had underestimated the strength of this beautiful woman far too much. Facing the overwhelming attacks coming from all directions, a trace of displeasure flashed across the beautiful woman's eyes, as if she was annoyed that these 4 had interrupted her contemplation. Even if this beautiful woman was angry, she was still exceptionally beautiful. At the very least, the 4 men who attacked her could not help feeling pity for her and involuntarily slowing down their attacks. The beautiful woman did not show the slightest trace of politeness though, her tender body twirling in place as a pink mist suddenly filled the air. Hong hong hong. All of the attacks landed on the pink mist, but they only managed to cause it to wriggle a few times, but were unable to break it apart. The fog quickly dissipated, revealing the angry face of the beautiful woman. With a wave of her hand, a small fan appeared in her grasp. This fan was overflowing with world energy and at first glance it was obvious it was a high-grade artifact. What was even more surprising was that the surface of this fan was embroidered with many exquisite figures. There were men and women, all of them completely naked and in all kinds of poses, as if they were enjoying themselves. The pattern on the surface of the fan was actually an erotic painting. Ordinary women would not use such a shameful artifact, but the beautiful woman did not care at all. Her jade hand clenched the small fan as she bit her lip and shouted, "Courting death." As soon as her voice fell, she gently waved the fan. The erotic painting embroidered on the surface of the fan seemed to come to life as countless naked men and women rushed out from the fan, pouncing straight towards the 4 men and pouring into their bodies in the blink of an eye. The faces of the 4 men changed greatly as they tried to circulate their secret arts to resist, but it was already too late. One wrong move and the whole game was lost. They had underestimated the terrifying strength of this beautiful woman in red and had not been ruthless in their attacks. Now that they had been attacked by this woman, how could they defend themselves? The scene in front of them immediately changed. The four of them seemed to be in a pool of wine and a forest of meat. Decadent music that made one's blood boil echoed in their ears. Countless young women dressed in light muslin appeared beside them, singing and dancing. From time to time they would display their beauty. Their beautiful eyes moved, and it was an instinct to please. The four men instantly fell and stood in place stupidly, all of them wearing happy smiles on their faces as they immersed themselves in this scene, unable to extricate themselves. The beautiful woman glanced at the four men in disgust but did not attack again, instead taking out a veil and covering her face before quickly flying off in a certain direction. Although it was only a vague feeling, she knew that person had come. It was just that too much time had passed, a full 20 to 30 years ago, so it was impossible for her to rely on her original secret technique to find him. She could only rely on her own instincts and pray that she could find him before the Emperor Garden closed. Otherwise, once she missed this opportunity, she may never be able to do so again. The figure of the beautiful woman gradually disappeared, and after an incense stick worth of time, the four men who were standing in place fell to the ground one after another, blood flowing from their 7 orifices as their bodies twitched and their vitality rapidly drained away. With just a single move, she had killed 4 origin-returning realm masters, demonstrating just how terrifying her strength was. Is this still the Emperor Garden? On the green grassland, Yang Kai muttered to himself blankly. It had been a cup of tea's worth of time since he arrived here, but Yang Kai still could not figure out what was going on. However, the world energy aura here was indeed extremely rich, much richer than on Shadowed Star and not inferior even to his own High Heaven sect. It was clear that this place had surpassed the floating continent. From this point of view, it was possible that this was the Emperor Garden. However, Yang Kai remembered that in the Emperor Garden, one's divine sense could not extend too far from one's body, let alone investigate the situation within 10 kilometers. From this point of view, it was clear this was not the Emperor Garden. Chapter 1442. In any case, the best thing to do now was to find someone to inquire about the situation. At the very least, he had to figure out what was going on. After all, others had entered 10 days earlier than him and might know something he didn't. Thinking so, Yang Kai took out 2 communication artifacts from his space ring and poured his divine sense into them. Of these 2 communication artifacts, one was used to contact Yang Inflammation while the other was used to contact Chen Tong. Both had been left behind in the past and had come in handy now. As long as the distance between them wasn't too far, both sides would be able to contact each other. After waiting for a moment, Yang Kai put away the communication artifacts with a look of disappointment. Neither Yang Inflammation nor Chen Tong responded. Obviously, even if they were here, they were too far away to be able to contact him. It seems I'll have to rely on myself. Turning his head and looking around, Yang Kai randomly picked a direction and flew off in that direction. Even without using his star shuttle, Yang Kai's current speed was extremely fast, but along the way he didn't encounter any living people. However, Yang Kai did find a lot of corpses here as well as traces of battle. Some of these corpses belonged to monster beasts while others belonged to humans, but all of them had died gruesome deaths. It seemed that many great battles had broken out in this grassland. Judging from how dried up the blood was, these battles had probably ended not too long ago, the earliest being the day the Emperor Garden opened. There were also many traces of spirit grasses and spirit medicines being harvested here. It seemed that many people had obtained some benefits here. After half a day, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and turned his head to look in a certain direction. Over 100 kilometers away, the faint sounds of battle could be heard, mixed with the shockwaves of energy collisions. It was obvious that a good show was about to unfold. Yang Kai didn't hesitate and immediately changed direction and flew in that direction. Now that he had broken through to the origin-returning realm and had condensed his Sure to the limit, he could even fight against a third-order origin-returning realm master, so naturally he was bold enough to do so. The distance of 100 kilometers was covered in the time it took to brew a cup of tea. When Yang Kai arrived and saw what was going on, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and exclaim, "Seven-colored elk?" Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He didn't expect to see the famous rainbow elk here. He recognized this monster beast because he had once obtained the 10,000-year incense on the 6th floor of the Luyen sandfield. One of the main ingredients of the 10,000-year incense was the 7-colored elk's perfume sachet. Needless to say, the benefits of the 10,000-year incense went without saying. The cultivator could cultivate in the fragrance of the incense, which could purify their mind and reduce their inner demons. However, the materials needed to refine them were extremely difficult to find. Each of them was made from the body of a level 10 monster beast. Among them, the rainbow elk sachet was the most difficult to obtain. This was because this monster beast was a remnant of an ancient strange beast and was rumored to have gone extinct long ago. Therefore, even if some great sects had mastered the refining method of the 10,000-year incense, they couldn't make bricks without straw. But as soon as he stepped into this strange place, he encountered a rainbow elk. No, it didn't seem to be a rainbow elk. Yang Kai frowned again and carefully observed the battlefield in front of him. At first glance, this monster beast looked similar to a rainbow elk, but upon closer inspection, he noticed some differences. It was rumored that the rainbow elk was born as a level 8 monster beast, and when it reached its peak, it could even reach the level 10. Although the one in front of him was also an adult monster beast, it was obviously only at the peak of level 9, not even level 10. Moreover, the 7-colored glow on its body wasn't as frightening as the rumors said. The 7-colored glow of a real rainbow elk was its innate divine technique, which had the magical effect of ignoring all defenses. Even an Origin King Realm cultivator would have to retreat 3 meters in front of it. If one wanted to kill a real rainbow elk, it would take several Origin Kings working together. There were a total of 5 people fighting this rainbow elk, 3 men and 2 women. All of them were at least Origin returning realm masters, including 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 3rd order cultivators. The artifacts they summoned were also unpredictable and varied. Even so, the 5 people didn't dare to be careless. 2 of them were in a sorry state, as if they had already suffered a great loss at the hands of this monster beast. All kinds of martial skills and artifacts blasted towards the monster beast, but it remained motionless, standing in place with a human-like look of contempt in its eyes. The 7-colored glow on its body blossomed and blocked all the attacks. After the collision of energy, the monster beast remained unscathed. On the other hand, the 5 people who had been fighting for a long time were panting heavily due to their Saint Chi exhaustion. Yang Kai didn't conceal himself when he arrived, which surprised the 5 people. In this kind of place, what they feared the most was the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. However, when their divine senses swept over Yang Kai, they found that he was just a first-order returning realm cultivator, so they all breathed a sigh of relief. The weakest of the 5 was at this level, and there were still 2nd-order and 3rd-order cultivators among them. Naturally, they didn't take Yang Kai seriously. After exchanging glances with each other, a middle-aged man divided a part of his attention to monitor Yang Kai's movements while the rest continued to besiege the monster beast. Yang Kai was naturally aware of their actions, but he wasn't annoyed at all. If he were in their shoes, he would have done the same, so there was nothing to be concerned about. However, Yang Kai's brow furrowed even tighter, because he found that he didn't recognize any of these 5 people. Although Yang Kai hadn't had much contact with the cultivator from other great forces on Shadowed Star, when the Emperor Garden opened this time, he had been condensing his shur outside. In other words, he had seen most of the cultivator who had passed by him on the way to the Emperor Garden. However, he didn't recognize any of these 5 people. What surprised Yang Kai the most was that the clothes these 5 wore were somewhat different from those on Shadowed Star, as if they weren't from Shadowed Star at all. Thinking so, Yang Kai felt like he was about to fall into a daze. However, he had only come to inquire about the situation and had no intention of interfering or disturbing them. He was just going to wait for the battle to end before coming forward to speak. The battle continued, and after an hour, the 5 of them showed signs of disappointment and retreating. The reason was none other than the fact that the demonic beast, which was similar to the rainbow elk, was extremely difficult to deal with. The 7-colored light covering its body was mysterious, but it was actually very sturdy. No matter how the 5 of them attacked, they couldn't break it. Moreover, the monster beast's counterattacks from time to time were extremely sharp. At this point, the 5 people had all suffered some injuries. The most seriously injured, the black-haired old man, had his abdomen pierced through and was bleeding profusely. Although this wasn't a serious injury, if this battle continued, it would only worsen his injuries and weaken his combat effectiveness. Brother Min, should we temporarily withdraw and reconsider our options? Another white-haired old man frowned and said. Everyone could see that the situation was hopeless. Without even mentioning the fact that they couldn't do anything to the monster beast in a short time, this place was so open that if they were taken advantage of in the middle of a fierce battle, it was likely they would be the fishermen who took advantage of the situation. After all, Yang Kai had already followed the sounds of the battle and found this place. The injured black-haired old man wasn't an inflexible person, so he nodded and said, "Okay, let's withdraw first." Since the two strongest old men had already said so, the slightly weaker middle-aged man and the two women naturally didn't have any objections. The 5 people all made a feint and immediately withdrew from the battle, running away as fast as lightning. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but the direction in which the 5 people left was where Yang Kai was standing. It seemed that they wanted to use him to slightly resist the monster beast. Yang Kai frowned and immediately understood what they were thinking. Although he was displeased, he didn't show it. "Let's go." Among the group of 5, a petite young woman wearing a black robe, who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old, called out to Yang Kai as she passed by him. Among the 5 people, her cultivation was the lowest. Like Yang Kai, she was only at the first order origin returning realm. It was unknown what kind of cultivation method she practiced, but her strength wasn't low, and her appearance didn't change at all. The other party had good intentions, so Yang Kai grinned at her and asked, "You don't want this monster beast, right?" The woman frowned and didn't have time to answer. In the blink of an eye, she was hundreds of feet away. Her figure flickered a few more times and she was already far away. The 5 people wanted to escape, but the monster beast became fierce. It let out a cry similar to a deer's cry and moved its 4 hooves, suddenly turning into a 7-colored stream of light and chasing in the direction of the 5 people. Its speed was as fast as lightning, almost impossible to see with the naked eye. As it ran, a 7-colored light separated from its body and shot toward Yang Kai. Facing such a monster beast, Yang Kai didn't dare to be careless. He reached out and pointed, and the purple shield stood in front of him. The next moment, the 7-colored light collided with the purple shield. It was silent. What surprised Yang Kai was that his purple shield was unable to completely defend against this attack. The 7-colored light actually passed through the shield like it was nothing, directly piercing through it and striking towards his chest. But the shield was not damaged at all. Was there really a magic that could ignore defense? Yang Kai was shocked. He thought to himself, could it be that I was blind? Was this really a 7-colored elk that was supposed to be extinct? But soon he rejected this idea, because although the 7-colored light did pass through his purple shield, its power was greatly reduced. It didn't have the terrifying power that it had just released. If it was really a 7-colored elk's light, it definitely wouldn't be like this. It seemed that even if this monster beast wasn't a real 7-colored elk, it had some bloodline relationship with this ancient species. I found a treasure. Yang Kai wasn't surprised but was happy. His figure flashed and he dodged the 7-colored light's attack. At the same time he flicked his finger and a space blade attacked the monster beast with lightning speed. The other party didn't seem to take Yang Kai seriously, thinking that it could kill him with one blow. It didn't seem to have any intention of guarding against him at all. When the space blade came close, it realized that something was wrong. It was too late to dodge it this time. The pitch-black space blade cut the monster beast's body, and the 7-colored light shook, and a small hole appeared. The defense that the 5 people couldn't break no matter how hard they tried was done by Yang Kai. Chapter 1443. Half an hour later, Yang Kai exhaled softly and stepped forward, arriving in front of the monster beast's body, bending down and reaching into its abdomen to extract its sachet and monster core. A strange fragrance wafted out, and when one sniffed it, they couldn't help but feel refreshed and comfortable to the extreme. This monster beast was indeed related to the 7-colored elk in terms of bloodline. Even if it wasn't a direct bloodline, it should still be a hybrid. Although its sachet and monster core couldn't be used to refine rare treasures like the 10,000-year incense, they could be used to refine some pills used to resist one's heart demons. This kind of pill was extremely precious. It was something that cultivators wanted to obtain the most when breaking through to the next great realm, but it was also the most difficult to obtain. A single pill could not be bought even with 10,000 gold coins, so the fragrant sachet and monster core in the hands of an alchemist like Yang Kai would definitely play a huge role and bring unimaginable value. Although the battle just now wasn't very thrilling for Yang Kai, it had still cost him quite a bit of effort. Yang Kai couldn't kill this monster beast with just his space blade. The monster beast was simply too fast, and after seeing the situation turn for the worse, it actually tried to escape. But how could Yang Kai allow it to do as it pleased? He immediately summoned his spectral cloud array plate and transformed it into a sea of clouds to envelop it. Using the power of the spectral cloud array, Yang Kai was able to trap it and kill it. The spectral cloud array plate was something Yang Kai had obtained from the Emperor Garden and was extremely powerful. When Feiji II and the others were trapped inside it, they had suffered greatly. With Yang Kai's current strength, coupled with his space blade and golden blood threads, how could the monster beast possibly escape? The monster core and the sachet were the most precious things on this monster beast's body, but the body of a peak 9th order monster beast couldn't be wasted. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before taking out the verdant dragon bone sword and pouring his Saint Chi into it. The dragon bone sword immediately transformed into a 3-meter-long dark green dragon. It swallowed the monster beast's corpse and spat it out a moment later. All that was left was a shriveled corpse. Its flesh and blood seemed to have been completely devoured. Yang Kai smiled. The dragon bone sword was an artifact that could grow. By devouring the essence of its enemy's flesh and blood, it would become more and more powerful. Putting it away with satisfaction, Yang Kai released a few more strands of Saint Chi and withdrew from the spectral cloud array. After retrieving the array plate, Yang Kai turned his head and glanced in the direction the 5 people had left. With the sound of wind and thunder behind him, Yang Kai summoned his wind and thunder wings and his figure flickered, disappearing from the spot. At the same time, in a natural cave 1,000 kilometers away, the 5 origin returning realm masters who had fought the monster beast before were all gathered here. They did not know what kind of monster beast used to live in this catacomb. It seemed to be some kind of python, but it had been abandoned for a long time. The environment was dry, so the 5 of them used it as a temporary resting place. A simple concealment spirit array had been set up outside. That 7-colored elk variant still hasn't caught up. It seems that little brat was the one who lured it away. Good, although that little brat's cultivation isn't very high, he should have cultivated some kind of escaping secret technique. His speed isn't slow. Among the 5 people, the black-haired old man who had been using his divine sense to investigate the situation outside for a long time said happily. But with his cultivation, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to escape. The petite woman with the lowest cultivation showed a trace of sadness, seemingly feeling a little guilty. What does his life or death have to do with us? This trip to the Emperor Garden was supposed to be full of surprises, but who would have thought it would be full of accidents and thorns at every step? The 5 of us being able to survive until now is already a stroke of luck, so how could we care about others? The white-haired old man coldly snorted. Another middle-aged woman chimed in, and I didn't expect the Emperor Garden's interior to be so dangerous. Of our group of 10, only 5 remain. If we hadn't retreated early, I'm afraid even we would have lost our lives. Ah. The black-haired old man sighed lightly and said self-deprecatingly, it's true that the older one gets, the more timid they become. Although the Emperor Garden is filled with dangers, there are also many benefits. If this old master was still young, he would definitely not have retreated, but now that he is old, he is no longer as cautious as he was back then. These words resonated with the white-haired old man and he nodded, and in the past, where did you and I not dare to go? Even if it was a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, we could still venture into it, but now. Another long sigh rang out. For a time, the cave fell silent, only the faint breathing of the 5 people could be heard. After about half a cup of tea's worth of time, a loud voice suddenly rang out from outside. This Yang greets all these friends. This Yang has something he would like to consult with you about. Would it be possible for him to enter? This voice clearly reached their ears, causing the faces of the 5 people sitting cross-legged to change greatly. The white-haired old man immediately shouted, "Who is it?" Not being able to discover any trace of this intruder despite being in front of them caused the white-haired old man to feel a sense of foreboding. He secretly rejoiced that this newcomer had not launched a sneak attack, otherwise if he had any malicious intent, the 5 of them would have become turtles in a jar. A hearty laugh came from outside. It hasn't been long since we parted ways, have you already forgotten this one? And allow me to introduce myself first, this one is Yang Kai. Yang Kai? The 5 people frowned, but when they swept their divine senses outwards, all of them showed looks of shock. It's that little brat from just now. Not only did he not die, but he also managed to escape from that monster beast? How is that possible? The 5 people looked at each other, all of them wondering how Yang Kai had managed to escape from that monster beast, but they also had some concerns. After all, when the 5 of them were fleeing just now, they had all intended to use Yang Kai as a shield. Now that the other party had chased after them, they had no idea what his intentions were. Brother Min? The black-haired old man looked towards the white-haired old man with some hesitation on his face. It's fine listening to his tone, he isn't here to seek revenge. On top of that, his cultivation isn't high, so even if he wants to seek revenge, does he have the ability? Let him come in, the white-haired old man said casually. He couldn't be blamed for not having good eyesight. After all, Yang Kai's cultivation was quite low and he was alone. The white-haired old man knew that this boy wouldn't be able to cause any trouble in front of the 5 of them. Hearing this, the black-haired old man waved his hand and sent out a wisp of St. Chi to temporarily close the aura-concealing spirit array before politely saying, "Little friend, please come in." "Many thanks." Yang Kai smiled lightly and stepped forward, walking towards the cave without the slightest vigilance, causing the 5 people inside the cave to be a little surprised. The other party had come alone, yet still dared to act so boldly. Either there was something wrong with his head and he didn't know the dangers of the world, or he had some kind of backing and didn't put the 5 of them in his eyes. Since the latter was unlikely, then it must be the former. This made sense though. The other party didn't look very old, but he had an origin returning realm cultivation, so he was probably a disciple of some great force who spent most of his time in retreat in his sect, not interacting with outsiders and not understanding the ways of the world. Considering all this, the expressions of the 5 people inside the cave eased greatly. Such a person was easy to deal with. The cave wasn't very large, only about a dozen meters in diameter, and it was completely dark inside. After Yang Kai entered, he looked around and nodded to himself. Although the way these 5 people ran away just now made him feel uncomfortable, it now seemed that they weren't evil people. Otherwise, as soon as he landed, they would definitely have launched a sneak attack. At least for now, they didn't show any malicious intent. What's more, the petite woman even nodded slightly to him while the other woman seemed to be a little reserved and embarrassed, seemingly a little guilty of what she had done just now. Not bad. Yang Kai had been thinking that if these people didn't know what was good for them, he definitely wouldn't show mercy. Now it seemed that he had saved himself some trouble. "This one is Yang Kai, greetings." Yang Kai cupped his fist slightly and smiled meaningfully. "Little friend Yang is too polite." The white-haired old man seemed to be the leader of this group and tactfully didn't ask how Yang Kai had escaped from the monster beast, instead introducing himself in a pleasant manner. "This old man is Pine Moon Island's island master, Min Sha. These are all this old master's close friends." His demeanor was easygoing, as if nothing had happened just now. Pine Moon Island? Yang Kai frowned, a blank look on his face. However, since the other party was an island master, he should be from the Endless Sea Islands. It was normal for Yang Kai to not have heard of this place. After all, he had never been to the Endless Sea Islands and the only force he had dealt with there was Sea Heart Sect. Yang Kai wanted to take it for granted, but Min Sha's next words made him dumbstruck on the spot. Pine Moon Island is an island on Azure Tree Star, so little friend naturally has never heard of it. "May I ask which star little friend Yang is from?" Min Sha asked. "Azure Tree Star?" Yang Kai's eyes widened as he stared at Min Sha and the others in shock, his mood fluctuating for a moment. However, his mind was also quite sharp. Although Min Sha didn't say much, only a few words, Yang Kai was able to infer some unexpected information and asked in surprise, "Island Master Min, could it be that this Emperor Garden is not only accessible to cultivators from a single star?" As soon as this remark came out, all 5 people laughed. Yang Kai scratched his head and stood in place awkwardly, knowing that he must have asked the wrong question. Could the star little friend Yang is from be a remote place? Min Sha speculated boldly. Island Master Min is right, the star this Yang came from is indeed quite remote, so... Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Oh, no wonder," Min Sha nodded. "Our Azure Tree Star is the same. Its location is remote and inconvenient to communicate with the outside world." Originally, this old master and the others had the same idea as little friend Yang, thinking that only a cultivator from Azure Tree Star could enter the Emperor Garden, but after entering we discovered that any cultivator from across the entire star's territory could enter this place. This old master also inquired about this and found that the Emperor Garden has a phantom image projected on every star. As long as one possesses an Emperor Jade, they can use the space array to teleport here. So that's how it is. Yang Kai murmured before casually saying, "This Yang's shadowed star is similar to your Azure Tree Star." Shadowed star? The 5 people all frowned, obviously having never heard of it before. However, even though Azure Tree Star's location was remote and inconvenient to communicate with the outside world, it was still much better than Shadowed Star. Shadowed Star could almost be said to be isolated from the outside world, unable to establish contact with the rest of its territory. Azure Tree Star was certainly not like this. Chapter 1444. Such a situation really surprised Yang Kai. He had never thought that the Emperor Garden would open to the entire star territory. He had always thought that only Shadowed Star's cultivator could enter. This accident was a disaster rather than a blessing for Shadowed Star's cultivator. After all, with the number of competitors increasing, the danger would also increase significantly. Considering all this, Yang Kai was shocked and asked, "Island Master Min, is there an Origin King Realm Master here?" Hearing this question, Min Sha smiled slightly and waved his hand. "Little friend Yang, don't worry. There are no Origin King Realm Masters here, you can rest assured." He had the same concerns as Yang Kai before. After all, Azure Tree Star's world energy was not very rich and cultivation resources were not abundant. Although there was no world principle suppression, the number of cultivators who could break through to the Origin King realm could be counted on one hand. In the past 1,000 years, there had not been an Origin King realm cultivator on Azure Tree Star. With his third-order origin returning realm cultivation, Min Sha Kai was already one of the top masters on Azure Tree Star. This was exactly the same as Shadowed Star. Entering this place with such a cultivation, Min Sha Kai thought he would be able to sit back and relax, but after learning that cultivators from other stars could also enter this place, Min Sha Kai was naturally alarmed and worried about encountering a strong opponent here. However, after some investigation, Min Sha Kai was overjoyed. He did not know what kind of mysteries existed in this place that prevented any Origin King from entering. In other words, the strongest cultivator here was only on the same level as him. After listening to Min Sha's explanation, Yang Kai could not help breathing a sigh of relief, his expression easing greatly. Although he had now broken through to the Origin Returning Realm and was confident he could compete with Third-Order Origin Returning Realm Masters, in front of an Origin King, he definitely had no power to fight back. If he really encountered an Origin King here, the consequences would be unimaginable. The situation was not too bad though. Yang Kai pondered for a while before suddenly asking solemnly, "Dare I ask, is this place the Emperor Garden?" Before Min Sha could answer though, the petite woman in black answered from the side, "Of course this is the Emperor Garden. We all used Emperor Jades to enter this place through that space array, so if this isn't the Emperor Garden, where else could it be?" She had a funny look on her face as she looked at Kai Yang with great interest. "Since this is the Emperor Garden, why?" Yang Kai frowned. "Little friend Yang wants to ask, why is it so different from what you imagined?" Min Sha looked at him with a smile. Yang Kai gently nodded. "In your imagination, since the Emperor Garden is the courtyard of the great emperors, shouldn't it have a continuous stretch of grand palaces? Not bad. Naturally, there is a palace 100,000 kilometers west of here. That palace is the real Emperor Garden," Min Sha said as he pointed in a certain direction. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Min Sha chuckled. "However, since the Emperor Garden is the courtyard of the great emperors, it is naturally impossible for there to be only one huge palace. There is also a large area of land around the palace. The grassland we are currently in is just a part of this. In addition to this grassland, the Emperor Garden is surrounded by swamps, deserts, and oceans. Each of these places contains different dangers, and the locations where the cultivator who used an Emperor Jade to enter this place are also different. And our luck is pretty good. The danger here in this grassland is the lowest, but it still shouldn't be underestimated. So that's how it is." Yang Kai put on an enlightened expression. If he hadn't asked someone about this, he wouldn't have known. Before talking to Min Sha, he had been wondering if this place was really the Emperor Garden. "Since the real Emperor Garden is over there, why are you here, Island Master Min?" Yang Kai looked at the 5 people in surprise, not understanding why they had let go of this heaven-sent opportunity and instead chose to stay in this grassland instead of venturing deeper into the Emperor Garden. Min Sha smiled bitterly and said, "It's a long story. Let me put it this way, although there are many treasures in the Emperor Garden, its interior is also extremely dangerous. Not to mention the hidden barriers and spirit arrays and the long-lost ancient puppets. Just the number of masters gathered in the Emperor Garden at this moment is innumerable. This old master and the others originally entered this place with 10 people, but little friend, how many of us are left now?" After hearing this explanation, Yang Kai immediately understood that these 5 people had probably encountered some kind of great danger in the Emperor Garden and were forced to retreat in fear. This wasn't difficult to understand. After all, everyone only had one life. Although treasures and opportunities were full of temptation, if one lost their life, how could they have a chance to enjoy them? It seemed that the Emperor Garden was somewhat different from the last time he entered it. The degree of danger should have greatly increased, otherwise, these 5 people would not have been so frightened. Thinking about it, this wasn't surprising. The last time Yang Kai entered with Fei Ji Tu and the others, the Emperor Garden had not yet officially opened, so some of the barriers and spirit arrays were still closed. Seeing Yang Kai contemplating, Min Sha didn't disturb him, only letting out a hearty laugh a moment later as he said excitedly, "However, little friend Yang shouldn't underestimate the outer perimeter of the Emperor Garden. Whether it's the grasslands, swamps, deserts, or oceans, there are all kinds of opportunities that can make one's eyes go red." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai couldn't help becoming interested. "That palace is indeed one of the residences of the great emperors, but little friend Yang, the great emperors couldn't have lived alone when they were alive. There were always some servants and disciples who served them. This old master does not dare to speculate about the great emperor's cultivation, but even the people who serve him are definitely not weak. As for those disciples, not all of them live inside the Emperor Garden but rather outside, so there are many hidden secluded mansions in the periphery of the Emperor Garden. As long as we can find one of them, haha, this old master's trip will have been worth it," Min Sha said as he stroked his long beard, his face glowing with a faint red glow. And in addition to these hidden cave residences, there are also many spirit grasses and medicines that have long been extinct in the outside world, as well as rare ores. There are even some rare monster beasts such as that 7-colored elk just now. If we can kill it. The petite woman suddenly paused mid-sentence and looked at Yang Kai awkwardly, as if she had just remembered something and didn't know how to continue. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and didn't mind, not only because he hadn't suffered any losses, but also because these 5 people had told him so much information at this moment. With this alone he could write off all his previous grievances. "Has anyone found those hidden cave residences?" Yang Kai asked casually. "Yes." Min Sha nodded solemnly, a look of envy appearing on his face. "Just 3 days ago, someone found a hidden cave residence somewhere in this grassland and brought back an Origin King Great artifact as well as a lot of pills." Speaking of this, Min Sha's breathing became a little rapid. The situation on Azure Tree Star was similar to that on Shadowed Star, so an Origin King Great artifact was quite tempting to him. Since this news has spread, it seems that person's fate wasn't very good. Yang Kai's brow rose slightly. Min Sha looked at Yang Kai with admiration. Little friend Yang's words hit the nail on the head. That person is indeed being chased by many people, and as for what his fate is, this old master doesn't know, but I'm sure he won't have a good time in the future. Yang Kai nodded lightly and didn't say anything more. Yang Kai had inquired about everything he could, and as long as he knew that this was indeed the Emperor Garden, it was enough. Yang Kai wasn't planning on staying outside for long. Although he didn't know when the Emperor Garden would completely close, there was definitely a time limit. Before that, he still had at least 2 things to do and 2 things to find. Both of these things were things he had encountered when he entered the Emperor Garden last time, but he didn't have the time or ability to deal with them. Now that his strength had greatly increased, Yang Kai naturally wanted to try. "Little friend Yang, from the looks of it, you must have entered this place alone. If you trust this old master, why don't you act together with us? If we find something good, the 6 of us can share it equally, we won't let you suffer a loss." For some unknown reason, Min Sha actually invited Yang Kai to join them. This Yang appreciates Island Master Min's kindness. Yang Kai didn't even think about it and directly shook his head and refused. "Although I am alone right now, I didn't come here alone. I still have companions waiting for me, so I need to find them." "Is that so?" A look of regret flashed across Min Sha's face, but he didn't insist, simply saying, "If that's the case, let's just pretend this old master didn't say anything." "Good, take care of yourselves, this Yang will take his leave." Yang Kai got up and cupped his fists slightly before his figure flickered and he rushed out of the secret cave, determined a direction and flew off in that direction. After Yang Kai left, inside the cave the black-haired old man turned to Min Sha and asked suspiciously, "Brother Min, why did you invite that little brat? He isn't that strong." The others also wore blank looks, not knowing what Min Sha's intentions were. Min Sha chuckled and explained, "Although his strength isn't anything special, since he was able to escape from that 7-colored elk variant, his speed must be top-notch. This old master invited him to join because he wanted him to scout the way for us, but since the other party didn't have such an intention, there's no need to." The others suddenly understood. "Let's not talk about this for now. We need to carefully study how to kill that 7-colored elk variant. If we can kill it, the value of its fragrant sachet and monster core will be no small matter," Min Sha said solemnly. The others nodded repeatedly and immediately began planning carefully. What they didn't know was that the 7-colored elk variant had already been captured by Yang Kai and its fragrant sachet and monster core had already been stored in Yang Kai's space ring. At this moment, Yang Kai was flying in the direction of the Emperor Garden. According to Min Sha, the Emperor Garden was 100,000 kilometers away from here. Even with Yang Kai's speed, it would take him 2 or 3 days to reach it, so he wasn't in a hurry. On the surface, Yang Kai was calm and indifferent, but deep down he was filled with excitement and anticipation. His heart was filled with longing. He longed to meet Su Yan here. Chapter 1445. Since the Emperor Garden was open to the entire Stars territory, as long as Su Yan was still within Stars territory, she would have a chance to enter it. However, Yang Kai did not know what her current cultivation was, whether she was qualified to enter, and even if she was, would she be able to obtain an Emperor Jade? With all kinds of uncertainties, the chances of the two of them meeting here were slim, but even so, Yang Kai still held some expectations in his heart. The two of them had an inextricable connection because of the yin-yang joyous unification art, so if Su Yan was really here, Yang Kai would be able to sense her presence within a certain range. With such thoughts in his mind, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and wiped his space ring, summoning a crystal-clear bead that exuded a cold aura into his palm. Su Yan's Ice-Soul Bead. As long as the bead existed, the bead would shatter and she would die. This Ice-Soul Bead had been given to him by Jianghu, and even though so many years had passed since it had been condensed, there was still a lingering aura on it that Yang Kai was reluctant to part with. Feeling the chill emanating from the bead in his hand, Yang Kai's gaze gradually softened and his mood quickly calmed down. Storing the bead back into his space ring, Yang Kai let out a long roar like a rolling dragon's roar, venting the last bit of anger in his heart before shooting off like a bolt of lightning towards the Emperor Garden. One day later, Yang Kai was still flying across the grassland. The scenery around him didn't seem to have changed much, which showed how big this strange place was. Along the way, Yang Kai did not encounter any dangers. Although there were many cultivators entering the Emperor Garden now, they were all scattered across such a large area that the crowds were not too dense. On the other hand, there were many strange monster beasts roaming the grassland, each one of which looked like they were not to be trifled with. Some of them had incredible demonic chi, some were extremely strong, and some were good at escaping, not giving anyone a chance to approach them. Yang Kai did not waste any time dealing with these monster beasts, he just wanted to find someone to inquire about whether he was heading in the right direction. As he flew, his divine sense leisurely spread out in all directions. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Yang Kai's figure suddenly came to a stop, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Not far from his left, there was clearly the aura of living people, and there seemed to be a lot of them. Yang Kai made up his mind and changed direction, heading in that direction. After a short period of time, Yang Kai had already arrived at the location of those people. Looking around, his expression couldn't help but be stunned. He stared at a certain location in high spirits, and a look of interest appeared on his face. The reason was none other than the fact that he actually found traces of restrictions and formations here. At the position where he was looking at, there was a layer of energy light screen that was faintly discernible. It seemed that there were some flaws after the attack, and when the energy light screen was faintly discernible, the scene within the light screen also changed slightly. Illusion array. Yang Kai raised his brow and looked around more carefully. The terrain here was quite special. Although it was still a grassland, there was a ring-shaped mountain here. Looking at it with the naked eye, there was nothing strange about the valley inside the ring-shaped mountain. Although the vegetation was lush, there were no spirit grasses or medicines. But all of this was definitely an illusion because when the energy light screen flickered, the scenery inside the valley also changed. Impossible, right? Is my luck really that good? Yang Kai was amazed. He had heard from Min Sha just a day ago that there were many hidden secluded homes in this grassland, but he hadn't expected to run into one so quickly. This valley was clearly a hidden secluded home. There was no doubt about this, otherwise, there would be no need to arrange an illusion array on the periphery to confuse others. However, it had been discovered and attacked, so it had been exposed. At this moment there were two groups of people gathered here. There weren't many people in either group, 4 on one side and 3 on the other, each led by a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. The rest were first-order and second-order origin returning realm cultivators. Close to the valley's restriction was a side with fewer people, all of whom were women. When Yang Kai's eyes swept over these 3 women, he couldn't help raising his brow, revealing a thoughtful look. These 3 women were all dressed in pristine white robes. It seemed that they were all from the same sect. Their beauty was outstanding. Even the oldest one was full of charm. The other 2 were also thin and round. Each of them had their own merits. However, what caught Yang Kai's attention was not their beauty, but their temperament. She was cold, aloof. She seemed to be a little unreasonable and unapproachable. The aura emitted from her delicate body was also extremely cold. This kind of temperament made Yang Kai feel a sense of familiarity and intimacy. Su Yan's temperament was exactly the same as theirs. On the other side, there was also a cultivator from the same sect, dressed in a fiery red robe that made him look like a burning fireball. 3 men and 1 woman, all of them staring at the 3 women opposite them with ill intentions. Although Yang Kai had just arrived and had only taken a few glances, he quickly figured out what was going on in front of him. These 3 women must have discovered this hidden secluded home first, and when they were attacking the barrier here, they were noticed by the other group and chased here. However, because the difference in numbers and strength between the 2 sides wasn't too obvious, they were in a stalemate, with no one showing any intention of making the first move. Generally, when a cultivator encountered this kind of situation, there were only 2 ways to resolve it. One was for both sides to fight to the death, and the remaining side would monopolize all the benefits. The other was for both sides to reach a temporary agreement to explore together, and the benefits obtained would be distributed according to their prior agreement. There were no other possibilities besides this. Yang Kai observed their expressions and felt that the first possibility was Judah, because when these 2 groups looked at each other, their eyes flashed with hatred and anger, as if they had known each other for a long time, and the gap between them was quite deep. Yang Kai wondered which stars they came from. This is interesting. Yang Kai was overjoyed. If these 2 sides really joined forces, he would definitely be able to win this battle. 1 versus 7, 2 of which were third-order origin returning realm masters. Yang Kai wasn't arrogant to such an extent. Fighting with these 2 sides over a secluded cave mansion with unknown benefits was obviously not a rational decision. However, if the benefits were clear enough, Yang Kai didn't mind stretching his muscles and trying to pull chestnuts out of the fire. Although the 3 women gave Yang Kai a feeling of familiarity, they had only met by chance and didn't have the slightest friendship, so Yang Kai naturally didn't intend to act righteously and only hoped that they would fight as soon as possible. However, to Yang Kai's disappointment, neither side showed any intention of taking action. Instead, because of his arrival, the already delicate situation reached a turning point. When Yang Kai arrived, the 7 people naturally noticed him as well, but after realizing that Yang Kai was only a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, all of them breathed a sigh of relief. Even the cultivator in the fiery red robes showed a look of disdain. The leader of this group was a bald man who looked extremely valiant. Coldly glancing at Kai Yang, he saw that Kai Yang didn't take the initiative to retreat and instead stayed behind. His expression couldn't help but become cold as he shouted, "Little brat, this is none of your business. If you don't want to die, then scram far away." Yang Kai heard this and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, but he didn't show the slightest trace of fear. Instead, his expression became even more indifferent. On the other hand, a young woman leading the group raised her brow as a hint of joy flashed across the depths of her beautiful eyes. There were only 3 people on her side, and although their individual strength wasn't much worse than the other parties, they were still outnumbered. Now that she saw the big bald man mercilessly threaten Yang Kai, she couldn't help rolling her eyes and thinking of winning over Yang Kai. As long as Yang Kai could join their side, the gap in numbers would immediately be closed and she would have nothing to worry about. Although the first-order origin returning realm cultivator wasn't very strong, she was still an origin returning realm cultivator. At such a critical moment she would definitely come in handy. Thinking so, the young woman no longer hesitated and looked at the big bald man coldly. "Kongwendong, you talk big. With this queen here, do you think you have the ability to harm the innocent?" After saying so, she gently nodded to Yang Kai and said warmly, "Little brother, don't be afraid. As long as I'm still alive, he can't do anything to you." Haha. Yang Kai let out a hollow laugh, a speechless look appearing on his face. This young woman's intentions to win him over could not be more obvious, and with Yang Kai's shrewdness, how could he not understand what she was trying to do? She clearly wanted to borrow his strength, otherwise how could she protect an unrelated outsider like this? However, judging from the conversation between the 2 sides, it was clear that these 2 groups knew each other and had a grudge against each other. "Cheap slave." The big bald man smiled contemptuously. "You think you have the ability to do so? You say this Kong's tone is big, but it seems your tone isn't." Saying so, he turned his head to Yang Kai and said fiercely, "Boy, I'm warning you one last time, if you don't want to die, leave quickly. Don't think this cheap slave can really protect you. If you get involved in the battle between my Brilliant Flame sect and her Ice Heart Valley, what awaits you is only death." Brilliant Flame sect, Ice Heart Valley? Yang Kai raised his brow. Although he had never heard of these two forces before, just from their names alone, it was obvious they were like fire and water. No wonder the two sides were at daggers drawn when they met. However, Yang Kai did not put Kong Wendong's threat in his eyes. With his current strength, only an Origin King Realm Master could kill him in an instant. An Origin returning Realm Master had no such ability. The young woman smiled, combed her hair and said casually, "Kong Wendong, you're really getting worse and worse. Are you only capable of threatening others now? Little brother, you don't have to be afraid of him. Although Brilliant Flame Sect is not ordinary, my Ice Heart Valley is not easy to bully. If you can help this mistress this once, this mistress can give you some benefits, what do you think?" Hearing what she said, Kong Wendong frowned, but Yang Kai's interest was piqued and he asked with a grin, "What kind of benefits are there?" The young woman smiled like a blooming flower and said lightly, "Pills, St. Crystals, what do you think?" Yang Kai sneered and slowly shook his head. Pills and St. Crystals might be attractive to other First Order Origin returning Realm Masters, but they were not attractive to him at all. Chapter 1446. Then what benefits do you want? The young woman seemed to be a little displeased that Yang Kai was actually negotiating with her at this time. Before Yang Kai had time to answer, Kong Wendong didn't give him a chance. How could he just sit back and watch Yang Kai be won over by this young woman? His expression becoming fierce, Kong Wendong shouted, "Boy, this Kong has already given you a chance, but you chose to seek your own death, so you can't blame anyone else. A trivial First Order Origin returning realm, if this Kong wants to kill you, who can stop me?" Saying so, Kong Wendong pushed his Saint Chi and a scorching aura spread from his body, causing the surrounding temperature to suddenly rise by a level. Kong Wendong looked like he was about to go on a killing spree, but in fact he was just putting on an act in order to force Yang Kai back. Since he had already offended the other party verbally, Kong Wendong naturally didn't want Yang Kai to remain, but without understanding Yang Kai's background, Kong Wendong didn't really want to make a big fuss. Kong Wendong's plan was very good and his thoughts were clear, but the young woman in the palace robes wasn't a fool. How could she just stand by and watch Yang Kai leave? Without waiting for Kong Wendong's voice to fall, she shouted, "If you have the ability, try it." The chill radiating from her tender body became even more intense as she glared at Kong Wendong without flinching. Yang Kai frowned as he stared at this beautiful woman with a gloomy expression. The other party's words just now didn't sound like there was anything wrong with them at first glance. Instead, it sounded like she was trying to protect him, but if Yang Kai's guess was correct, this woman obviously wasn't so kind. She seemed to be eager for Kong Wendong to attack him. This was understandable. If this bald man really did attack him, he would definitely push him towards the three women's side, forcing him to become their helper. At that time, whether he was willing or not, if he wanted to live, he would have to join forces with them. This woman wasn't as pure as she appeared on the surface and was actually quite scheming. This greatly reduced Yang Kai's impression of her. The key now was whether Kong Wendong would fall for her provocation or not. Thinking so, Yang Kai glanced over at the burly bald-headed man again, but after a single glance, he couldn't help but sigh. The other party was a cultivator from Brilliant Flame Sect, so the secret art he cultivated was definitely a fire attribute cultivator. Most cultivators who cultivated this kind of secret art had a common problem. That was because he was hot-tempered. Being aggressive had nothing to do with a person's personality. It was completely due to the cultivation technique. The young woman's words made Kong Wendong feel like he was riding a tiger. Moreover, he wasn't a mild-tempered person. Why would he hesitate? Furthermore, a mere First Order Origin returning realm. He really didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chased him away so rudely when he first arrived here. He laughed sinisterly. Kong Wendong said, "Brat, don't blame this old man when you reach the netherworld. If you want to blame someone, then blame that bitch. She forced me." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and grabbed towards Yang Kai's head. The fire attribute aura between heaven and earth suddenly gathered above Yang Kai's head and soon, a huge flaming palm took shape, burning fiercely as it mercilessly slammed down towards Yang Kai. Seeing this scene, the young woman's eyes shrank as horror filled her face. Although they had fought with Brilliant Flame Sect cultivators all year round, this was the first time they had seen such a powerful attack. Kong Wendong had clearly displayed the full extent of his fire attribute attacks. Although she was shocked, the young woman leading the group did not let go of this rare opportunity. Just as Kong Wendong attacked Yang Kai, attracting almost everyone's attention, the young woman suddenly waved her hands like a butterfly fluttering through flowers, her body exuding a chilling aura as a white ice spear formed in front of her. With a shout, this spear trembled slightly and shot out like an arrow towards the weakest cultivator on the opposite side. This cultivator's cultivation was the same as Yang Kai's, a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, one of the weakest among the 7. Injuring all 10 of his fingers was not as good as cutting off one. The young woman's appearance was quite good, but her attacks were extremely ruthless and merciless. A pitiful scream immediately rang out as the cultivator targeted by the young woman spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he had instinctively moved his body at the critical moment, the ice spear still pierced through his lower abdomen, instantly causing him to bleed profusely. He had been severely injured. After all, this was a sneak attack launched by a cultivator 2 minor realms higher than him, so it was already a miracle that he was still alive. Even so, he had lost most of his combat strength and would not be able to play much of a role in the upcoming battle. Seeing her attack succeed, a satisfied smile appeared on the young woman's tender face. Kong Wendong was stunned for a moment before his expression suddenly became ferocious as he ground his teeth and shouted, "Cheap slut, so this was your plan all along." He had underestimated the cunning of this young woman. He had thought that after he attacked, this young woman would try to rescue Yang Kai and then win his support, creating a 4 versus 4 situation. But how could he have known that this young woman did not put Yang Kai's life or death in her eyes at all and instead took advantage of this opportunity to severely injure one of his own people? Exchanging the life of an unknown boy for the strength of one of their own people, Ice Heart Valley had profited greatly from this deal. Kong Wendong's face was uglier than a dead man's, as if he had just swallowed a fly and was extremely disgusted. The young woman, on the other hand, smiled like a flower and leisurely said, "Kong Wendong, if you know what's good for you, scram quickly, otherwise don't blame this queen for being impolite." "Bastard." Kong Wendong cursed loudly, "Do you think you can eat this, father? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Take a look at what this is." The young woman didn't care about the other party's insults. Instead, she calmly pointed her hand and a small flower drum appeared in her palm. It looked exquisite, but the flower drum was emitting strong spirit chi fluctuations. Profound heart-shattering drum. The burly bald man's eyes shrank as he exclaimed in shock, as if this artifact had a great origin. Staring at the young woman in disbelief, he asked, "How could you have such a thing?" The young woman giggled lightly, "Since we want to enter the Emperor Garden, of course we have to bring some good artifacts." "What's wrong? Don't you have an Origin King grade artifact?" These words caused Kong Wendong to choke on his breath. He and this young woman had the same cultivation and status in their respective sects, but now this young woman had an Origin King grade artifact while he did not. In comparison, Kong Wendong's status seemed a bit shabby and unvalued. This was not a big deal though. The key was the power of this artifact. Since it was an Origin King grade artifact, it must possess great lethality. The burly bald man knew how strange this profound heart-shattering drum was, so a look of dread appeared on his face. But soon he laughed as if he had figured out something. "Cheap slut, you don't need to pretend. If you could fully activate the power of this profound heart-shattering drum, why didn't you take it out just now? If I'm not mistaken, you haven't fully refined this thing, right?" This time, it was the young woman's face that turned ugly. Indeed, as Kong Wendong said, this Origin King grade artifact was something she had obtained from her elders specifically for this trip to the Emperor Garden. After using it, she would have to return it. The time she had been given was simply too short, so Yang Kai had not fully refined it and could only display 50% of its power at best. Otherwise, how could she have wasted so much time with Kong Wendong? She would have long used the power of this artifact to repel him instead of continuing this stalemate. Seeing the young woman's face change slightly, Kong Wendong immediately knew that his guess was correct and laughed loudly. "You want to scare this Kong with a trivial artifact that hasn't been fully refined? Smelly woman, do you think this Kong is easily frightened? So what? An Origin King grade artifact is an Origin King grade artifact. If you want to try it, you can try, but if you don't have the courage, scram." The young woman shouted coldly. Kong Wendong frowned, not knowing what to do for a while. On one hand, he was reluctant and greedy for this secluded home, but on the other hand he was wary of the profound heart-shattering drum. He really did not want to test its power, so his expression was hesitant. Are you going to fight or not? I still have to go to another place." A long sigh came from not far away, and in an instant, everyone turned towards the source of this voice in amazement, dumbfounded. The place where Kong Wendong had gathered his fire attribute world energy to launch his attack was covered by a ball of fire. However, at this moment, the rich fire attribute world energy seemed to have been dispersed by something, leisurely dissipating in all directions, revealing a figure hidden in the middle of it. How is this possible? Kong Wendong almost bit his tongue, unable to believe his eyes. Over there, the little brat from the First Order Origin returning realm, who had been attacked by him before, was actually standing in place unscathed. Not only was he not dead, but there were no signs of injury either. How is this possible? Kong Wendong was well aware of the power of his attack. Forget about a brat from the First Order Origin returning realm, even a Third Order Origin returning realm master would not be able to withstand such a blow. A trivial First Order Origin returning realm cultivator should have been killed immediately. The other party had not summoned any defensive artifacts at all just now, nor had he used his Saint Chi to protect himself, so how could he not be injured at all? Kong Wendong almost thought he was dreaming. Not only him, but the three women on the young woman's side were also shocked, their beautiful eyes filled with surprise. Yang Kai's expression was extremely helpless. Originally, after being attacked by Kong Wendong, he had restrained his aura and was preparing to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, but now it seemed that this idea was somewhat unrealistic. The strength of these two sides had now reached a stalemate and would likely remain in this stalemate for a long time. Unless something unexpected happened, no one would take the initiative to attack. In desperation, Yang Kai could only show himself. At this moment, not only did Kong Wendong's face become ugly, but the young woman's expression was also quite ugly. The former had attacked him, while the latter had used the moment he was attacked to launch a sneak attack on her enemy. Although her words sounded good, the result was that she had chosen to watch him die without saving him, so she naturally felt somewhat embarrassed. Chapter 1447. However, compared to Kong Wendong, the young woman had more or less taken the initiative. After all, she was only using Yang Kai and had not directly become his enemy, so after rolling her eyes, she immediately shouted, "Little brother is really amazing, this mistress knew you would be fine." She spoke as if she could predict the future. Yang Kai sneered, stepped forward and said, "Enough nonsense. Madam, what you said just now still counts, yes?" The young woman was stunned for a moment before she was overjoyed and quickly nodded, "Naturally." "Good." Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. "Since that's the case, after this matter is settled, I want half of the profits from that cave mansion. If Madam agrees, I will immediately help you. If not, just pretend I didn't say anything." The young woman looked at Yang Kai in surprise, her expression suddenly becoming unhappy as she shouted, "Little brother, don't you think this proposal is unfair?" "How is it unfair?" Yang Kai looked at her with a grin. "You're just one person and you're only a First Order Origin returning realm cultivator at that, but my Ice Heart Valley has 3 people. Even if we split the spoils, you'll only get a quarter or less." Haha, don't you think that's too much?" "I don't think so." Yang Kai shook his head seriously. "If I didn't intervene, it would have been impossible for you to obtain anything from that cave mansion. If you could have obtained anything, it would have been because of my participation, so half of the profits is a reasonable proposal for me and for you." "No." The young woman shook her head like a rattled drum and said firmly, "I can't agree to this proposal. At most, I can give you 1/5 of the profits. If you don't agree, then forget it." "Is that so?" The smile on Yang Kai's face grew wider as he looked at her with interest. "Even if they have helpers, you won't agree." "What did you say?" The young woman's face changed. "What did I say? Can't you see for yourself?" Yang Kai replied casually. The young woman was not a fool and immediately turned her head to look at the 4 people in front of her. A moment later, her beautiful eyes narrowed and her expression became cold. There was no other reason. She actually saw the cultivator of the First Order Origin returning realms that she had severely injured. He was secretly pouring his divine sense into the communication artifact, as if he was trying to contact someone. It was unknown whether he had managed to contact the other party. Seeing this, the young woman immediately knew that this matter could not be delayed any longer. She gritted her teeth. She shouted, "Good. Half is half. As long as we can obtain the things in the valley, I will definitely not go back on my word." "I hope you keep your word." Yang Kai looked at her meaningfully. The young woman's heart trembled. For some reason she felt a little uneasy. But soon she dispelled this thought. Now the most important thing was to drag this brat into the water. As for how to distribute the things in the valley after obtaining them, it was still up to her to decide. Giving him 10% or 20% would be enough. What a joke. He should count himself lucky that he didn't intend to burn the bridge after crossing the river. If he really didn't know what was good for him, it wouldn't be too late to make a move then. You can rest assured. Thinking so, the young woman smiled. Throughout the negotiation process between Yang Kai and him, Kong Wendong did not try to stop them. He knew that he and Yang Kai had already formed a grudge, so it was useless to say anything now. After they finished talking, Kong Wendong grinned wickedly. Boy, do you really think you're some big shot? Whether I am or not, we'll see. Yang Kai grinned but did not try to find trouble with Kong Wendong. After all, the other party was the strongest of the four from Brilliant Flame sect, so it would definitely be troublesome to deal with him. Instead, Yang Kai set his sights on an old man at the Second Order Origin Returning Realm. This old man was wearing a black robe and had a long beard, giving him a sage-like appearance. However, his face was rosy and his skin was tender, comparable to a newborn baby's. With a flick of his finger, Yang Kai sent out a golden blood thread towards the old man in black robes, directly enveloping him. Seeing Yang Kai act so decisively without the slightest hesitation, and unexpectedly finding an opponent a minor realm higher than him, the three women from Ice Heart Valley were overjoyed. The young woman in the lead let out a shout and took the initiative to meet Kong Wendong, while the other two women also found their own targets and began fighting. On Ice Heart Valley's side, besides the young woman in the lead who was a Third Order Origin Returning Realm cultivator, the other two women were Second Order and First Order. On Brilliant Flame sect's side, there was also a cultivator of this realm left. However, the other side's First Order Origin Realm cultivator had already been seriously injured by the young woman, so it wouldn't take much effort for the women from Ice Heart Valley to deal with him. It was only a matter of time. Once the outcome of this battle was decided, they would be able to reinforce the others. A slight advantage could snowball, and when the time came, Brilliant Flame sect's forces would inevitably be routed. The young woman instantly predicted the next change in the battle in her heart. While secretly rejoicing, she also glanced over at Yang Kai with some worry. After all, this prediction was based on Yang Kai being able to entangle the black-robed old man. If Yang Kai was killed by the black-robed old man from Brilliant Flame sect in a short time, this beautiful prediction would not be valid. The young woman had no choice but to pay more attention to Yang Kai. She thought that the battle would be one-sided and that Yang Kai would be struggling to hold on. After all, the opponent he had chosen was a minor realm higher than him. But after a quick glance, the young woman couldn't help being shocked. The battle was indeed one-sided, but not in the way she had imagined. Instead, it was the Second Order Origin Returning Realm old man in black robes who was struggling to hold on. The old man's body was shrouded in a golden light that cut through the void with a sizzling sound, as if it was capable of cutting through space itself. Wrapped in this golden light, the old man was in a state of complete defense, with no opportunity to attack at all. The eyes of the young woman leading Ice Heart Valley's group almost popped out of their sockets. Her momentary lapse in concentration had allowed Kong Wendong to take advantage of her and almost injure her. Panicking, she hurriedly focused on fighting Kong Wendong, no longer paying any attention to Yang Kai. At the same time, on Yang Kai's side, the black-robed old man's face went pale. He had never expected that this young man with only a First Order Origin Returning Realm would be so difficult to deal with. The golden threads were incredibly sharp, and the black-robed old man didn't know what kind of secret technique they were using, but the golden light they produced was so overwhelming that even the black-robed old man's protective Saint Chi would be cut open. The black-robed old man had no choice but to summon his own defensive artifact armor, but even so, he found it difficult to resist. However, this wasn't the worst thing for the black-robed old man though. What he found most unbearable was that his shirt couldn't envelop his opponent at all. In a battle between Origin Returning Realm cultivators, the power of Shur could sometimes play a decisive role. If one Shur was stronger than the enemy's, then once it was destroyed, the black-robed old man's strength would be greatly reduced, making it easier to deal with. The black-robed old man didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes at all and had only intended to use his Shur to seize the advantage, but how could he have known that as soon as he released his Shur, it would be cut into pieces by the golden threads, unable to take shape at all, let alone envelop his opponent? These golden threads actually had the miraculous effect of breaking Shur. The old man was shocked and no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai. With a shout, he opened his hands wide and condensed a wash-basin-sized fireball in front of him. The old man pushed it forward fiercely and sent it flying straight towards Yang Kai. Halfway through, the fireball suddenly exploded, and countless smaller fireballs separated from the fireball. They covered the sky and the earth, and their momentum was shocking. Yang Kai raised his brow and flicked his fingers, sending out balls of demonic flame to meet the incoming fireballs. Playing with fire? The black-robed old man saw this and a sarcastic smile appeared on his face. When it came to playing with fire, he was an expert. After all, he was a cultivator of brilliant flame sect and had spent his entire life studying fire attribute secret arts and secret techniques. Even if the young man opposite him had a secret technique that could break sure, in a competition of fire attribute secret techniques, he was definitely inferior. The black-robed old man assumed a posture of watching a good show. But in the next moment, the smile on his face stiffened and he looked like he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. The pitch-black flames exuded a frigid aura that was far stronger than the ice attribute secret technique of Ice Heart Valley's cultivator. When they first shot out, they didn't seem to be anything special, but as they flew through the air, they twisted and transformed into small birds that flew towards the black-robed old man's flames with extreme precision. Yuan control technique. The black-robed old man's eyes shrank as a look of horror filled his face. Although Yuan control technique was something that any origin-returning realm cultivator could come into contact with, not everyone was proficient in it. The black-robed old man had also studied it, but even he had only gained a slight understanding of it. He couldn't precisely control each strand of Saint Qi like Yang Kai could. To be able to do this, not only did it require practice, but it also required a powerful spiritual energy. The other party was clearly just a first-order cultivator, so how could he have such an ability? The old man exclaimed in his heart and immediately knew that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Although they were both flames, through Yuan control technique, the other party's attack was obviously much more powerful. Sure enough, after the pitch-black birds collided with the black-robed old man's flames, the burning flames were immediately frozen and annihilated. However, the small birds didn't suffer much damage and instead gathered together again, forming a larger firebird that swooped down towards the black-robed old man. Taste my flames. Yang Kai grinned, and with a single thought, the frigid demonic flames transformed into a scorching hot existence. The demonic flames could be cold or hot at will, but Yang Kai's sudden change in temperature was unpredictable. The black-robed old man was caught off guard and immediately suffered a big loss. The change in temperature was too fast for the black-robed old man to guard against, so in a hurry he summoned a shield-like artifact and transformed it into a stream of light to protect himself. In the next moment his entire body was wrapped in demonic flames. Yang Kai, who thought he had succeeded in one strike and was about to step forward to end this battle, had just taken a step forward when his expression suddenly became solemn and he immediately flew backwards. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with a loud bang, the black-robed old man's shield suddenly burst open. Taking advantage of the explosion of this artifact, the black-robed old man's figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood, reappearing several dozen meters away. Chapter 1448. Looking around, the yellow-robed old man didn't seem to have suffered any serious injuries, but his appearance was somewhat distressed. Paying the price of a defensive artifact, he had finally managed to escape from the demonic flames, his actions extremely decisive. Yang Kai was surprised, secretly thinking that he had underestimated this old man. Being able to cultivate to the second-order origin returning realm, this old man's combat experience was truly rich. Little brat. This old master will skin you alive, otherwise, the hatred in my heart will never be appeased. The yellow-robed old man managed to escape, but not only did he not show any intention of retreating, his expression instead becoming violent as he glared at Yang Kai, gnashing his teeth as he threatened fiercely. As soon as his voice fell, he opened his mouth, puffed up his cheeks and blew out a breath of air, as if he was trying to use some powerful secret technique. But how could Yang Kai let this old man do as he pleased? Although he didn't know what kind of trump card this old man had, the situation of a battle often changed in the blink of an eye. Perhaps this old man really did have some kind of ultimate trump card up his sleeve. Thinking so, Yang Kai shook his golden blood thread and sent it flying towards the old man's head like a spear. The golden blood thread was extremely sharp, and after being nourished by Yang Kai for so long, it was incredibly powerful and could be changed at will. After the old man's defensive artifact self-destructed, his artifact armor alone was unable to protect him from the piercing attack of the golden blood thread. Yang Kai was fully confident he could kill or severely injure this old man. But what surprised him was that in the face of such an attack, his opponent actually had no intention of dodging at all. He still stood in place with a solemn expression, and the breath he exhaled from his mouth was like a rolling heat wave, extremely fiery red and visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, a fiery red mass of qi appeared in front of this old man, one that contained a terrifying power that even Yang Kai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It was still a fire attribute attack, but this fiery red mass of chi was completely different from the flames released by the old man before, so Yang Kai couldn't help wondering what kind of mysteries were hidden inside it. As soon as this fiery red mass of chi took shape, the golden blood thread pierced through it. However, in the next moment, Yang Kai's complexion changed slightly and he immediately took back his golden blood thread. Frowning, he saw that the front part of his golden blood thread was showing signs of melting. If Yang Kai had not withdrawn it in time, a part of his golden blood thread would have been dissolved, causing him to suffer a certain backlash. Yang Kai's face turned solemn. He didn't expect the secret technique his opponent used to be so powerful. On the other hand, the old man's originally ruddy face was slightly pale at this moment. It was obvious that using this secret technique was a great burden on him, but he still laughed wildly. "Boy, come and try the power of this old master's heaven-scorching thunder fire." Saying so, he pointed his finger forward and poured his Saint Chi madly into the fiery red mass of Chi in front of him. Nourished by his Saint Chi, the fiery red mass of Chi suddenly swelled and released a scorching aura that caused the world to change color. Immediately after, the fiery red mass of Chi squirmed and transformed into a ferocious flaming monster. As soon as it took shape, this monster rushed towards Yang Kai fiercely. Wherever it passed, even space seemed to melt and the sand and stones on the ground immediately turned into molten iron, a shocking sight to behold. Furthermore, not only was this monster covered in extremely hot flames, but there were also tiny pitch-black lightning bolts swimming around its body. The crackling sounds of explosions were incessant, and it looked extremely terrifying. Yang Kai, however, didn't show any fear, a strange look appearing on his face as his brow furrowed slightly, seemingly contemplating something. But soon he calmed his thoughts and with a single thought, a sharp bird cry suddenly rang out. Accompanied by this cry, a strange-looking firebird rushed out from his body and spread its wings, covering a radius of several dozen meters. The firebird artifact spirit. After being released by Yang Kai, the artifact spirit's eyes flashed with excitement as it stared at the monster rushing towards it, as if it was looking at a delicious meal. The moment the artifact spirit appeared, the monstrous momentum coming from the monster's body obviously stagnated for a moment and its eyes flashed a human-like look of dread, as if it was extremely afraid of the artifact spirit. Even the speed at which it was rushing towards Yang Kai had involuntarily slowed down significantly. The smug expression of the yellow-robed old man immediately changed, as if he had been punched in the face, his jaw dropping as he stared at the firebird artifact spirit in amazement. He never expected that Yang Kai would be able to display a similar method to his own. However, there was no point in worrying and being surprised now. He didn't believe that his opponent's technique could be compared to the heaven-scorching lightning fire that he had cultivated for most of his life. He was full of confidence in his own technique. Just as Yang Kai was lost in thought, the firebird artifact spirit collided with the monster wrapped in thunder and fire. The two strange existences in the form of flames instantly entangled with each other, and the roars of beasts and cries of birds filled the air, creating a lively scene. The yellow-robed old man secretly broke out in cold sweat. Although he felt that his method was superior, it was impossible to say that he wasn't worried. In contrast, Yang Kai seemed extremely calm. The artifact spirit firebird had even swallowed several wisps of sun's true fire, so although he didn't know what this heaven-scorching thunder fire was, he was certain that it was inferior to sun's true fire. It shouldn't be difficult for the artifact spirit firebird to deal with it. Taking advantage of this leisure time, Yang Kai also took the time to investigate the situation of the other battlefields. Needless to say, Kong Wendong and the young woman had similar cultivations, so without summoning the Origin King Grade artifact, the profound heart-shattering drum, the two of them were evenly matched. On the other side, the battle between the two second-order Origin returning realm masters was similar, and it was difficult to tell who had the upper hand. On the other hand, on the battlefield of the first-order Origin returning realm, the woman from Ice Heart Valley had the upper hand. After all, her opponent had been severely injured by the lead young woman of Ice Heart Valley and was unable to exert much of his strength at this moment, only able to grit his teeth and struggle bitterly. It wouldn't take long for him to be defeated and killed. As long as a winner was decided here, the advantage would slowly shift towards Ice Heart Valley's side, and victory would be assured. It didn't take much time to investigate this situation. Yang Kai only needed to release his divine sense to understand the overall situation, but at that moment, a roar suddenly rang out from the other side. Yang Kai raised his brow and looked over, only to see the Firebird artifact spirit completely suppressing the monster's aura. The Firebird artifact spirit treated the thunder fire released by the monster's body as if it was nothing and simply wrapped it up in a ball of fire. Although both of them were flame bodies, there was a clear distinction between them. Yang Kai's artifact spirit had long since gained sentience and was nourished by the earth-lung fire pond for tens of thousands of years. It was not an ordinary flame that could be compared to it, and after swallowing several streams of sun's true fire, its power had greatly increased. The monster transformed from the heaven-scorching thunder fire was simply not on the same level as it. As such, the artifact spirit Firebird was immediately at a disadvantage, and from the looks of it, it seemed it wanted to swallow it whole. Seeing this scene, the yellow-robed old man became both anxious and angry. He had spent a huge amount of energy to display this trump card, but unexpectedly it had no effect, so how could he not vomit blood? Continuously releasing his divine sense, he tried to control the monster transformed from the heaven-scorching thunder fire to escape from the artifact spirit Firebird, but to no avail. "Old thing, look over here." Yang Kai suddenly grinned at him and shouted loudly. The yellow-robed old man involuntarily turned his head, secretly guarding against Yang Kai's actions, lest he take this opportunity to launch a sneak attack. But as soon as he looked over, he could no longer move his eyes away. Inside Yang Kai's left eye, a budding flower bud suddenly appeared, and with a slight sway, it strangely took root in the yellow-robed old man's knowledge sea. Immediately, the flower began to spread in all directions, as if it wanted to bloom into its own beauty. But what shocked the yellow-robed old man was that as this flower bloomed, his spiritual energy began to gather and be absorbed by it, completely out of his control. It was as if this flower was blooming with his own spiritual energy as its source. In just a short time, nearly 1/10 of his spiritual energy had been consumed, and it was still being consumed at a terrifying rate. It was likely that within a dozen breaths of time, his spiritual energy would be completely drained. Once his knowledge sea dried up, he would inevitably suffer mental trauma, and this kind of injury was not easy to recover from. The yellow-robed old man was so shocked that he no longer had time to stimulate his heaven-scorching thunder fire and hurriedly circulated his spiritual energy to wrap around the flower, submerging it. Home. A silent explosion occurred in the old man's knowledge sea, causing it to shake violently, rolling up monstrous waves. Poo. With a loud sound, the old man spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly having been seriously injured. Although he had used his spiritual energy to forcibly dispel Yang Kai's blossoming lotus secret technique, he had still inevitably suffered heavy injuries. As the saying goes, blessings do not come in pairs and misfortune does not come singly. The old man had just resolved his crisis when the heaven-scorching thunder fire, which he had not been able to control, was swallowed by the Firebird artifact spirit. The Firebird once again returned to its original form, but the monster transformed from the heaven-scorching thunder fire was nowhere to be seen. However, if one looked carefully, they would find that inside the Firebird artifact spirit's belly, there was a dark bolt of lightning that was constantly swimming about. Naturally, it was the heaven-scorching thunder fire. Poo. Another mouthful of blood sprayed from the yellow-robed old man's mouth. The heaven-scorching thunder fire was connected to his soul, so now that it had been swallowed into the Firebird's belly, the connection was severed and there was naturally a backlash. One encounter after another caused the yellow-robed old man's aura to become extremely sluggish and his face to become as pale as paper. Where was his previous high-spirited second-order origin returning realm master? At this moment, he looked like an old man who could be blown away by a gust of wind. One wrong move and the whole game was lost. The old man had never expected that a trivial first-order origin returning realm could force him to this extent. Before he could stabilize the tumbling Saint Chi in his body, a golden light appeared in front of him. Yang Kai's golden blood thread. Take advantage of your opponent's weakness to take their life. Yang Kai had wandered the outside world for so many years and had experienced countless battles, so he naturally understood this simple truth. Chapter 1449. The yellow-robed old man was already an arrow at the end of its flight, so even though he knew that this golden blood thread was a fatal attack, he was unable to dodge or resist. In a hurry, he could only push his Saint Chi to protect himself in an attempt to escape. With a soft sound, the Saint Chi barrier he had arranged was like paper in front of the sharp golden blood thread, unable to provide any resistance at all. Not only that, the old man's head was pierced by the golden blood thread. The yellow-robed old man's lips twitched as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement, seemingly wanting to say something, but without the slightest strength, the vitality in his eyes quickly dissipating. By the time Yang Kai took back his golden blood thread, the old man's body had fallen to the ground. From the time Yang Kai attacked to the end of the battle, only half a cup of tea's worth of time had passed, and the final outcome was that the stronger old man had fallen. The short amount of time and the unexpected ending caused everyone present to turn pale with fright. Yang Kai was also quite surprised. Although with his current means he didn't need to fear a second-order origin returning realm master at all and was confident he could kill him, he hadn't used his full strength in this battle from beginning to end. He had only used his golden blood threads and firebird artifact spirit, and had only used his blossoming lotus secret technique in the end. It wasn't that Yang Kai wanted to hide his strength, but rather that he felt there was no need to use too many methods. The firebird artifact spirit had undoubtedly made a great contribution to the old man's death. If it hadn't swallowed the old man's heaven-scorching thunder fire, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to win so easily. Although the other battlefields were all fighting their own battles, everyone was paying attention to the situation nearby, so the old man's death naturally didn't escape everyone's attention. Seeing the yellow-robed old man die and Yang Kai easily win, the burly bald man, Kong Wendong, couldn't help feeling both shocked and angry, his expression becoming extremely ugly. Even the beautiful young woman leading Ice Heart Valley revealed a look of dread. She had thought that Yang Kai's strength wasn't high, and although she had deliberately tried to win him over, she hadn't taken him seriously, nor had she taken the conditions they had agreed to before seriously. How could she have known that this young man was actually a ruthless and powerful character? However, overall, the young woman was more happy than shocked. After all, with one of Brilliant Flame Sect's masters dead, her side would gain the upper hand. Realizing this, she immediately shouted to Yang Kai, "Little brother, hurry up and help this mistress's sister." "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. Yang Kai's eyes on Yang Kai's world's cultivation base, who had suffered a heavy blow to him before. Seeing the yellow-robed old man die, Yang Kai, who was staring at him with malicious intent, to him was of the situation Tuzaz's. Greatly shaken, his strength was greatly reduced. Facing the fierce attacks of Ice Heart Valley's young woman, he didn't know how to resolve them and instead exposed his own weaknesses in an attempt to escape. How could the young woman from Ice Heart Valley allow her opponent to do as she pleased? Taking advantage of this opportunity, she used her artifact to strike the young man's back, causing him to cough up 3 liters of blood and collapse to the ground, his breathing becoming heavier and heavier. The young woman's facial features were picturesque and she looked extremely beautiful, but she also understood the principle of beating a snake to death and immediately stepped forward to finish off her opponent. After winning, she exchanged a glance with Yang Kai before joining the battle on the other side. The battle here was between 2 second-order origin returning realm cultivator. Originally they were evenly matched, but with the addition of Yang Kai and the first-order origin realm cultivator, the situation immediately changed. Fighting 3 against 1, the female cultivator from Brilliant Flame Sect didn't even have a chance to escape. After less than 30 breaths of time, she was killed by the 2 women from Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai only played a small role in pinning down the enemy, but his contribution was not negligible. The situation quickly changed beyond everyone's expectations. With Yang Kai as the breakthrough, Ice Heart Valley gained the upper hand while only Kong Wendong of the 4 Brilliant Flame Sect cultivators remained to contend with the young woman. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Kong Wendong's eyes flashed a trace of resentment as he viciously spat, "Cheap slut, one day you'll pay the price." Saying so, he used a feint to escape from the young woman's attack range and summoned a mass of flames from his body, wrapping him up as he flew away at an incredible speed. It was impossible to tell what kind of secret technique he was using. The young woman was caught off guard and allowed him to escape a few kilometers away, causing her beautiful face to go pale with anxiety. She didn't want to let Kong Wendong escape. If he called for some kind of helper, the situation here would become even more complicated, so she quickly shouted, "Stop him!" Hearing her shout, the other 2 women from Ice Heart Valley naturally hurriedly chased after him, but Yang Kai just frowned and stood in place, motionless. Whether Kong Wendong lived or died had nothing to do with him, and Yang Kai didn't know which great force Brilliant Flame Sect belonged to, so even if he let him escape he wouldn't be able to threaten him. What Yang Kai cared about was the benefits inside this secluded home. As long as he could break the barrier around this secluded home and plunder the treasures inside, he could leave with ease. He wasn't in the mood to intervene in the grievances between Brilliant Flame Sect and Ice Heart Valley. Seeing Yang Kai not moving, showing no intention of helping, The young woman became anxious and quickly said, Kong Wendong also has the heaven-scorching thunder fire, killing him will be of great benefit to your spirit fire. Her thoughts were really quick, and with just a few words she had aroused Yang Kai's interest. Really? Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. After all, the heaven-scorching thunder fire seemed to be quite powerful. He had thought that the yellow-robed old man had obtained some kind of opportunity and was able to cultivate it, but now even Kong Wendong had it. How could this mistress deceive you? I can explain the specific reasons to you later, but Kong Wendong definitely has the heaven-scorching thunder fire. Seeing Yang Kai's interested expression, the young woman immediately knew that she had made the right bet and quickly assured him. In that case we can't let him escape. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as his figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already a few kilometers away. The young woman's eyes shrank as the dread in them deepened. Even with her cultivation, she was unable to see through what kind of profound movement skill Yang Kai was using. This was not surprising though. The Tao of space that Yang Kai mastered was something that very few people cultivated. Not only was it extremely rare, but it was also extremely difficult to grasp. Unless one encountered a character like Great Elder Mo Xiaosheng of Heaven Battling Union, it would be impossible to see through Yang Kai's traces and identity. Only someone like Mo Xiaosheng, who cultivated the Tao of space like Yang Kai, could vaguely grasp some clues. By using his Tao of space slightly, Yang Kai could cross a considerable distance at an extremely fast speed. Although this method was not as good as tearing space, it was still no trivial matter. The most important thing was that it was hidden and would not expose his proficiency in the Tao of space. After all, tearing space was simply too obvious. Kong Wendong's speed was not slow, but no matter how fast he was, he could not compare to Yang Kai who could cross space. In just a dozen breaths, Yang Kai had appeared in front of him and with a flick of his finger, sent out a small bird of demonic flame towards him. Boy scram! Kong Wendong was furious and did not attempt to dodge, instead pouring his Saint Chi into a large saber-like artifact in his hand and slashing it towards Yang Kai. A huge saber wave several dozen meters long shot out from this artifact, taking the shape of a crescent moon with astonishing momentum. The demonic flames were instantly scattered, but in the face of such a blow, Yang Kai didn't dare to lower his guard. After all, his opponent wasn't weak. Without even thinking about it, Yang Kai summoned his purple shield and transformed it into a sandstorm to protect himself. A loud bang rang out as sand and wind splashed about. The saber wave disappeared and a large gap was torn in the sandstorm formed by the purple shield, almost exposing Yang Kai's figure. An origin-grade high-rank defensive artifact? Kong Wendong's eyes shrank as he exclaimed. His eyesight was quite good though, so he was able to identify the grade of this purple shield at once. The evils of the heavens can be forgiven, but the evils of one's own making cannot be avoided. Kong Wendong, today this will be your burial place. From a distance, a tender voice called out. It was the young woman from Ice Heart Valley who had chased after Kong Wendong. Although her speed was slower than Yang Kai's, Kong Wendong did not run far before being stopped by Yang Kai. Seeing this situation, the young woman was overjoyed and summoned her Origin King Great Artifact, the profound heart-shattering drum. Before she even arrived, her jade white hand had already gently tapped the drum. A slight drumming sound rang out from all directions, making for an extremely strange sight. Although the sound was soft, it was enough to cause one's blood to boil and feel extremely uncomfortable when it entered one's ears. But this was not the end. The young woman's jade white hand continued to beat the drum, her movements slow and laborious as if she was paying a great price. With every beat, the young woman's face paled slightly while the sound from the profound heart-shattering drum grew louder and louder until it was deafening, as if it was ringing right next to one's ear, making it impossible to guard against. The sound of the drum not only enveloped Kong Wendong, but even Yang Kai was not spared. As the drumming sound entered his ears, Yang Kai's eyes gradually became bloodshot and his face flushed red as all the blood in his body rushed to his head. Perceiving this, Yang Kai stared at the young woman coldly. Even though they were separated by a few thousand meters, this cold gaze caused the young woman's tender body to tremble and she involuntarily paused for a moment. In the next moment, when she beat the drum again, the drumming in Yang Kai's ears immediately weakened significantly, barely affecting him at all. However, the pressure on Kong Wendong, who was standing in front of Yang Kai, increased greatly. The power of an Origin King Great Artifact was unpredictable, and although the young woman had not fully refined it and could only display half of its power, it was still extremely difficult for Kong Wendong to resist. Unknowingly, blood began to flow from his 7 orifices and his expression became extremely fierce, as if he was suffering great pain, even his burly body trembling violently. With the young woman and the profound heart-shattering drum restraining Kong Wendong, Yang Kai took action without any hesitation. Golden threads shot towards Kong Wendong and in the next instant space blades hidden in his demonic flame shot out. At the same time, the chasing Firebird artifact spirit also received Yang Kai's order and rushed towards Kong Wendong. Chapter 1450. Kong Wendong's fall was not much suspense. Although his cultivation wasn't any worse than the young woman's, in a 1 versus 4 situation, with the young woman calmly using the power of her profound heart-shattering drum and Yang Kai attacking from the side, even if Kong Wendong's strength was extraordinary, it would have been difficult for him to escape. After barely holding on for an incense stick worth of time, Kong Wendong's soul was destroyed. The young woman from Ice Heart Valley was right. Kong Wendong had a heaven-scorching thunder fire in his body. His heaven-scorching thunder fire was exactly the same as the one possessed by the yellow-robed old man, a kind of pitch-black flame with arcs of lightning dancing around it. After Kong Wendong died, the heaven-scorching thunder fire was naturally swallowed by the Firebird artifact spirit. After the battle was over, it was naturally time to divide the spoils. The space rings of the 4 enemies could not be left out, so Yang Kai unceremoniously took Kong Wendong's space ring and left the remaining 3 to the 3 women from Ice Heart Valley. In this regard, although the young woman seemed a little displeased, she didn't say anything. After all, if it weren't for Yang Kai taking action, not only would they have gained nothing, they might even have lost their lives. At the very least, the woman with the lowest cultivation would have been in a very dangerous situation. The Firebird artifact spirit circled above Yang Kai's head, chirping happily, seemingly in a good mood after swallowing the 2 heaven-scorching thunder fires. When she looked at the Firebird artifact spirit, the young woman's beautiful eyes flashed a hint of dread. She couldn't observe Yang Kai's strength, but the tyrannical aura fluctuations coming from this Firebird artifact spirit were obvious. This Firebird artifact spirit is comparable to a 3rd-order origin returning realm master. The young woman secretly judged in her heart. Little brother, this mistress offers her thanks. If it weren't for your righteousness, this mistress and her sister would not have been able to kill these brilliant flame sect bastards. The young woman showed a bright smile on her face as she thanked Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled and said lightly, "Madam is too serious, we both took what we needed. What's more, they were the ones who attacked me first." Although this young woman had used her profound heart-shattering drum just now, intentionally or unintentionally, Yang Kai wasn't prepared to shed all pretense of cordiality with them here. However, the necessary deterrence and warning were still necessary. Otherwise they would burn the bridge after crossing the river. This was also a troublesome matter. The profound heart-shattering drum was quite powerful and would be very troublesome to deal with. If it wasn't necessary, Yang Kai didn't want to have any conflict with these 3 from Ice Heart Valley. Right now, Yang Kai just wanted to enter the Emperor Garden as quickly as possible. That was why he hadn't taken back the artifact spirit. He wanted the artifact spirit to put pressure on the other party. Otherwise, this young woman would go back on her word. Right, Madam hasn't explained to me why these 2 from Brilliant Flame sect cultivate the heaven-scorching thunder fire secret technique? Yang Kai asked curiously. So little brother is wondering about this. The young woman smiled, not intending to conceal anything. In fact, this secret technique is cultivated by many people in Brilliant Flame sect. It's not just these 2, as any cultivator with slightly higher strength can cultivate this secret technique. However, it's hard to judge how powerful it is. How did they do it? Yang Kai was very interested. The heaven-scorching thunder fire was of great benefit to the artifact spirit, but unfortunately of the 4 people from Brilliant Flame sect here, only Kong Wendong and the yellow-robed old man had the heaven-scorching thunder fire. The other 2 didn't, so hearing the young woman's explanation, he was naturally interested. It's very simple. Brilliant Flame sect has the heaven-scorching thunder fire, which can be regarded as the foundation of their sect. By relying on this heaven-scorching thunder fire, coupled with some secret techniques, the high-level cultivator of Brilliant Flame sect can cultivate the heaven-scorching thunder fire, which has many wonderful uses when fighting enemies. The young woman explained softly before immediately asking casually, "Since little brother is asking this, it seems you aren't from Scarlet Wave Star, right?" "And I'm not from Scarlet Wave Star." Yang Kai did not deny it, but he also had no intention of introducing his origins, gently nodding as he said, So that's how it is, the heaven-scorching thunder fire? Although there was only a single word difference between the heaven-scorching thunder fire and the heaven-scorching thunder fire, it was still the foundation of Brilliant Flame sect as well as the foundation for Kong Wendong and the others to cultivate the heaven-scorching thunder fire. If the artifact spirit could swallow this heaven-scorching thunder fire, what kind of benefits would it obtain? Of course, this idea only flashed through Yang Kai's mind for a moment. Without even mentioning the fact that Scarlet Wave Star was located in the star territory, it was impossible for Yang Kai to travel there for no reason. Even Brilliant Flame sect was not a place he could break into alone. Inferring from Kong Wendong's cultivation, this sect was very likely to have an Origin King grade master presiding over it. Forget it, let's not talk about this for now, Yang Kai grinned again. Madam, shouldn't we go take a look at that secret secluded home now? There may be a lot of good things inside. Ah, of course. The young woman's lips twitched slightly. The young woman's mouth twitched slightly. Although she was full of reluctance, she could not renege on the agreement she had reached with Yang Kai. She had not put Yang Kai's strength in her eyes before, thinking that after this matter was settled, she would have the final say in the distribution of benefits, but after experiencing this battle, she realized that her thinking was somewhat wishful thinking. The other party was not someone she could casually bully and was obviously somewhat vigilant towards her. Otherwise, that firebird would not have been hovering above his head. Realizing this, the young woman sighed slightly and did not want to cause any more trouble, flying towards the mountain valley first. The other two women also followed closely behind. A short time later, the group of four arrived in front of the mountain valley's barrier again. The barrier was still the same as before and the light curtain flickered from time to time, obviously left behind by an attack, but it was still far from being broken. Is little brother proficient in the Tao of Spirit Arrays? The young woman from Ice Heart Valley turned to Yang Kai and asked. I don't. Yang Kai shook his head decisively. If it had been Yang Yun here, it would have taken him less than a dozen breaths to break this barrier, but he did not have Yang Yun's ability. The young woman laughed dumbly. Then there's nothing we can do. This mistress and her sister have never studied spirit arrays, so if we want to break this barrier, we can only do it by force. Saying so, she took out a crystal-clear long sword that seemed to be made of ice jade and poured her Saint Chi into it, condensing a sword wave that slashed towards the barrier. The other two women from Ice Heart Valley also followed suit. Of course, Yang Kai did not remain idle, but he did not use any of his artifacts. It was not that he did not want to, but rather that his only offensive artifact was the Verdant Dragon Bone Sword, so he could not use it casually. Yang Kai could only use his demonic flame to condense a series of attacks towards the barrier. These attacks did not seem weak, especially when his demonic flame alternated between hot and cold, causing unimaginable damage to the barrier. As such, his offensive power was not weaker than the other three women's. For a time, there were only 4 people attacking the barrier together in front of the mountain valley, causing a constant rumbling sound. No matter how sturdy the restrictions were, they couldn't withstand such indiscriminate bombardment. Not to mention, these restrictions were left behind from tens of thousands of years ago. Even if they were impregnable during their heyday after so many years, their might had long since decreased greatly. Even so, the 4 of them had to attack fiercely for half a day before they were able to completely break through the restriction in front of them. During this period, the 3 women from Ice Heart Valley were obviously on edge, fearing that more powerful enemies would appear, but after the barrier was broken, they could not help but smile happily. After exchanging a glance, the 3 of them quickly rushed inside, led by the young woman. Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate, and after determining that there was not much danger inside, he also followed. This was a gourd-shaped mountain valley with a narrow entrance but extremely spacious inside. After passing through the mountain path that was over a dozen miles long, the scene that entered everyone's eyes caused everyone to be stunned, and they were all stunned on the spot. In front of them there were several herbal fields. Within the herbal fields, there were many exotic flowers and herbs. Even after countless years there was no one to take care of them. However, these spiritual herbs were still alive and well. At a glance there were at least 1,000 of them. The entire mountain valley was filled with a variety of medicinal fragrances. This was actually a hidden medicine garden. Yang Kai could not help showing a look of joy and excitement, but the 3 women from Ice Heart Valley were not any better, all of them breathing rapidly as a strange light flashed across their beautiful eyes. After all, no one had set foot in this place for at least 10,000 years. In other words, even if the grade of the herbs here was low, they were still at least 10,000 years old. With such a high age, even the most ordinary of herbs would be priceless treasures, so it was no wonder they were so excited. The harvest in front of them alone was enough to make this trip worthwhile. However, the young woman leading the group did not let the temptation in front of her go to her head and instead turned to Yang Kai and asked, "Little brother, what do you think? And, let's harvest them first. Once we're done we'll distribute them." Yang Kai grinned, looking very carefree. "Very good." The young woman nodded lightly before exchanging a glance with the other two women before immediately spreading out and beginning to collect the herbs. Although there were many aspects to collecting herbs that required careful attention, and some precious herbs could have their medicinal efficacies greatly reduced if they were careless when collecting them, everyone here was an origin-returning realm cultivator after all. Naturally, they were very experienced in this regard and didn't need Yang Kai to remind them of anything. As for stuffing their own pockets, they probably would not do so. Yang Kai released his divine sense without any scruples, so even if the three women had such thoughts, they would probably be too embarrassed to do so. While they were collecting herbs, Yang Kai was naturally not idle. He walked through the medicine fields and carefully collected the herbs one by one. Whether it was his technique or speed, he was much faster than the three women. As an alchemist, he was already familiar with this task. The more Yang Kai collected, the more excited he became, because in this hidden medicine garden, he not only saw many extinct spirit grasses and herbs, but also many things that even he could not recognize. These herbs were undoubtedly of great value. There were high and low grades, ranging from Saint King grade to Origin King grade, but no matter how low a grade an herb was, its medicinal age was extremely high. Even the lowest grade of Saint King grade herbs could be used to refine excellent pills. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Now, his alchemy level had been promoted to the Origin grade high-rank alchemist level during his last retreat. If he wanted to go further, he could only practice alchemy more often, preferably with Origin King grade herbs. Chapter 1451. One day, if Yang Kai could successfully refine an Origin King grade pill, it would mean that his alchemy skills had reached the peak of star territory. Yang Kai had some Origin King grade herbs on hand, all of which he had collected when he first set foot in star territory and landed on the floating continent. Over the years, because his alchemy skills were still lacking, he had not been able to refine them. However, no one would dislike this kind of thing, so naturally, the more the better. In particular, if an Origin King grade high-rank alchemist wanted to break through to the Origin King grade, it would be extremely difficult and a lot of herbs would be consumed. Considering all this, Yang Kai worked even harder to collect the herbs. Time flew by, and although there were several medicine fields in this mountain valley with at least 1,000 spirit grasses and herbs planted, with the four of them working together, they were able to collect quite quickly. Half a day later, Yang Kai straightened up and looked around. He found that almost all of the herbs in this medicine field had been picked, with only a few remaining. The three women from Ice Heart Valley were busy collecting them. Smiling lightly, Yang Kai had no intention of intervening and simply stood in place and waited. With nothing to do, Yang Kai began looking around the mountain valley. This should be a secluded cave mansion left behind from tens of thousands of years ago. Since it was a secluded cave mansion, there should be traces of people living here, but when everyone had swarmed in just now, their attention had been drawn to the spirit grasses and herbs in front of them, so they hadn't had time to investigate carefully. But now Yang Kai couldn't find a single habitable place here, not even a single house. Could it be? Yang Kai wore a thoughtful look as he turned to look at a nearby mountain wall. After a careful observation, Yang Kai really did find something. A moment later, his figure flickered and he arrived in front of a smooth mountain wall. Stretching out his hand and patting the mountain wall, Yang Kai found nothing unusual. However, Yang Kai was not a brat who had just made his debut, so how could he be deceived by such tricks? Constantly tapping the mountain wall with his finger, Yang Kai listened to the sounds coming from inside while releasing his divine sense to probe. After a while, Yang Kai's face lit up with joy and he did not hesitate to slap a certain spot on the mountain wall. Yang Kai did not use his Saint Chi in that palm strike, but when his palm hit that spot, a rumbling sound rang out from inside the mountain wall. Immediately, a crack appeared in the smooth mountain wall, revealing a dark passage. Yang Kai's brow furrowed and without hesitation he stepped inside. The tunnel inside the mountain wall was not very spacious, only about a meter wide, barely enough for two people to walk side by side, but after a series of twists and turns, it seemed quite deep. After walking for 1 or 2 kilometers, Kai Yang finally saw some faint light in front of him. Seeing this, Yang Kai's expression turned serious and his pace quickened. A moment later he arrived at a stone room. The stone room wasn't very big, with a radius of 20 to 30 feet. The interior decoration was also very simple. There was a table, a chair, and a bed, all made of stone. Other than that, there was nothing else. However, when Yang Kai arrived here, his eyes were instantly attracted to a certain spot. Over there was a pill furnace about half the height of a person standing quietly on the ground. This pill furnace looked extremely simple and gave off a desolate aura from its interior. Obviously, it had been here for many years, and judging from its quality, it was obviously not low-grade. It should be an Origin King-grade alchemy furnace. Next to this alchemy furnace, there was a skeleton sitting cross-legged. Looking at the posture this skeleton had taken before dying, it seemed he had been pouring his Saint Chi into the pill furnace. This person was actually performing alchemy before he died. Yang Kai instantly speculated the truth of this matter, and when he thought of the many spirit grasses and herbs planted in the mountain valley outside, the identity of this person was obvious. An alchemist. Only an alchemist would plant so many herbs in his secluded home, and from the posture this skeleton had taken before he died, it was clear this person was obsessed with alchemy, otherwise he would not have continued to perform alchemy before he died. The only question was whether this person had succeeded or not. Thinking so, Yang Kai released his divine sense curiously and swept the alchemy furnace with it. After a quick scan, he discovered that there was actually a pill inside this alchemy furnace. This person actually succeeded. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a sense of admiration. Although he didn't know whether the owner of this secluded home had died because he exhausted himself in alchemy or because he wanted to fulfill a wish and refine a pill before he died, Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Alchemy had always been for the sake of Yang Kai, and whether this person was good or evil, male or female, there was no doubt they regarded alchemy as more important than their life, which was why such a scene had occurred. Just as he was sighing with emotion, the sound of light footsteps suddenly came from outside. Yang Kai raised his brow and without even thinking about it, immediately reached into the pill furnace, took out the pill, and threw it into a jade bottle which he then stored in his space ring. The whole process was so smooth that Yang Kai didn't even have time to take a look at what grade this pill was. By the time he finished all this, a beautiful figure had already appeared behind him. "Little brother, is this the secluded home of the owner of this place?" The young woman from Ice Heart Valley arrived, glanced around casually and immediately asked in surprise. "It should be," Yang Kai gently nodded, remaining calm on the surface. "Oh, there's an alchemy furnace here, so this person was actually an alchemist when he was alive?" The young woman looked overjoyed and quickly rushed over to Yang Kai's side. Looking around carefully, she found that there were no traces of the surroundings being disturbed, so her pair of beautiful eyes were immediately attracted to the space ring on the skeleton's hand, a look of interest appearing on her face. "Madam, please?" Yang Kai observed her expression and knew what she was thinking. Smiling freely, he gestured with his hand. An embarrassed look appeared on the young woman's face, but she didn't refuse and simply nodded. "Since that's the case, this mistress won't be polite." Saying so, she secretly pushed her Saint Chi to protect her body before reaching out to grab the space ring. Unexpectedly, without triggering any danger, she smoothly grabbed the space ring in her hand and swept it with her divine sense, a look of joy quickly filling her face. After a while, she reluctantly tossed the space ring to Yang Kai and said, "Little brother, take a look." Yang Kai caught the space ring and also released his divine sense to scan it. After withdrawing his divine sense, he looked at the young woman and asked, "Does Madam have any objections if we divide the things inside equally?" "Haha, since this was agreed upon in advance, this mistress naturally has no objections." The young woman forced a smile. "Good, since that's the case, let's divide the things inside first," Yang Kai said as he unceremoniously took out the space ring's contents. There were a lot of Saint crystals, tens of millions of them, all of which were high rank. This kind of wealth was naturally shocking for an ordinary cultivator, but considering the identity of the owner of this ring, it wasn't a big deal. After all, alchemists had always been wealthy. The allocation of Saint crystals was very easy. Yang Kai and the young woman split it evenly and quickly distributed them. However, what came next was the main event, because in addition to the Saint crystals inside the ring, there were also a variety of jade bottles, hundreds of them large and small. Yang Kai took out one jade bottle after another and placed it in front of them. Throughout this process, the young woman's beautiful eyes stared unblinkingly, as if she was afraid that Yang Kai would do something to them. What was inside these jade bottles, the two of them didn't even need to think about it to know. Since the owner of this place was an alchemist when he was alive, these jade bottles must be filled with pills. So when hundreds of jade bottles were placed in front of her, the young woman's breathing obviously became a lot faster. Yang Kai smiled lightly and said, "Madam, although these bottles are definitely filled with pills after such a long time, it's unknown how many of these pills are still useful. It's likely they have all been scrapped, so it's best not to have too many expectations." Hearing Yang Kai say this, the excitement on the young woman's face immediately subsided and she nodded lightly. "What little brother says is right, let's examine them first." "Madam, please go first." Yang Kai gestured. After the young woman nodded, she reached out and picked up a jade bottle in front of her, opened the lid and poured out 7 or 8 pills. However, when these pills appeared in front of her eyes, the young woman couldn't help showing a look of disappointment. Because these 7 or 8 pills had all become mud-like objects, and not only did they not have the slightest fragrance, but their internal medicinal efficacies were also completely gone. These pills had really all been scrapped. Bad luck. The young woman laughed self-deprecatingly as she looked up at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai grabbed another jade bottle, opened the lid and poured out 7 or 8 pills, but as soon as these pills appeared, the two women's eyes lit up. This was because one of the pills was actually emitting a fragrance that assailed his nostrils. It was fiery red in color, and veins that resembled the meridians of the human body appeared on the pill. Pill veins. Only pills with pill veins could be stored for a long time and preserve their medicinal efficacies. As for pills without pill veins, no matter how well they were stored, their medicinal efficacies would fade with the passage of time. Although only one of the 7 or 8 pills could be used, this was still a very good start, and the grade of this pill was obviously not low, so the young woman couldn't recognize what kind of pill it was for a while. "It's actually a Grand Yuan pill." Yang Kai also raised his brow and showed a look of surprise. Chapter 1452. The young woman from Ice Heart Valley did not intend to pursue this matter any further. After all, even if Yang Kai was an alchemist, he was not from Scarlet Wave Star, so it had nothing to do with her. Instead, she turned her attention to the Grand Yuan pill and asked, "If what little brother said is true, then this pill is an Origin King mid-rank pill? If one takes this pill, 1 day's worth of cultivation is equivalent to 2 days of hard work for others? 3 days. After all, this pill has pill veins, so its efficacy is much better than an ordinary Grand Yuan pill." The young woman's eyes lit up in surprise. This kind of pill that could increase one's speed was extremely rare. The reputation of the Great Unity Yuan pill was widely spread throughout the star field, but the number of people who could obtain it was few and far between. A single pill like this could last for at least half a year. Going into seclusion for half a year was equivalent to the results of 1 or 2 years of bitter cultivation for others. This was extremely beneficial to her. Unfortunately, in this bottle of pills, only one was useful. The rest were all useless, just like the previous bottle. While she was thinking about this, Yang Kai had already put the Grand Yuan fusion pill aside. Let's take a look at the rest. With a good start, the young woman's mood immediately lifted and she picked up another jade bottle and poured out the pills inside. There were nearly 100 bottles of pills, so it didn't take much effort to examine them. In less than half an hour, Yang Kai and the young woman had already removed all the useful pills and thrown the rest aside. Grand Yuan pill, Rising Dragon pill, Bamboo Life pill, Soul Nourishing pill, Condensing Blue pill. The pills here were of different grades and they had all kinds of uses. Healing, breaking through bottlenecks, increasing one's strength. There was a dazzling array of pills. Furthermore, all of the pills that had not been destroyed were existences that had formed pill markings. Judging from the grades of these pills, the owner of this place was definitely an Origin King grade alchemist when he was alive, and an Origin King grade high rank one at that. An alchemist of this level, even in the current star territory, was likely a rare existence. Yang Kai did not know if there was any alchemist in this era who had such high achievements. Moreover, this person's alchemy skills were definitely second to none, because almost every bottle of pills had pill veins. Some bottles even had more than 1 pill veins, with the most even having 3 pill veins. Unfortunately, he did not see any pills that had formed pill clouds, causing Yang Kai to sigh somewhat. After all, pill veins were extremely rare, and pill clouds above pill veins were even heaven-defying existences. Even with the skills and attainments of this place's owner, it was unlikely he could guarantee the pills he refined would form pill clouds. "Madam, there are a total of 135 spirit pills here, each with different values, but if you trust me, I can distribute them." Yang Kai looked at the young woman from Ice Heart Valley and said, "Little brother is too serious. Since you are an alchemist, you should naturally be the one to distribute the pills. This mistress has no objections." The young woman appeared very generous, but this was not surprising. Every time a useful pill was taken out, Yang Kai would tell her what kind of pill it was and what it was used for. Although there were many pills in front of her, the young woman had already estimated the value of each pill, so naturally she was not afraid of Yang Kai secretly manipulating them. Hearing her say so, Yang Kai gently nodded and began to distribute the pills. 135 pills, although not equal in number, if they were divided according to value, they could be divided evenly. However, when Yang Kai divided the pills in front of her into 2 portions, the young woman looked at him in surprise and suspiciously asked, "Little brother, did you make a mistake? I obviously have more pills here and their value is slightly higher." "You," Yang Kai grinned, "that's right. Madam, have you forgotten that there are other things here besides pills?" "Other things?" The young woman turned her head and glanced at Yang Kai. In the next moment she understood what he was referring to. The Origin King Great Alchemy Furnace. When Yang Kai divided the pills, he had obviously taken the value of the Origin King Great Alchemy Furnace into consideration, so the 2 portions of spirit pills seemed a bit unequal. "And Madam has chosen first." Yang Kai smiled lightly, "If Madam chooses more pills, then this alchemy furnace will be mine. Otherwise, this alchemy furnace will be yours." The young woman could not help showing a hesitant look. Her eyesight wasn't bad, so she was naturally able to recognize the grade of this alchemy furnace. However, Yang Kai's actions were extremely fair. If she wanted more spirit pills, she would have to give up the alchemy furnace, but if she wanted the alchemy furnace, she would have to give up some spirit pills. With 2 choices in front of her, the young woman was naturally a bit embarrassed. But soon, as if she had made up her mind, she pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Then this mistress wants a few more spirit pills. Since little brother is an alchemist, this alchemy furnace must be very useful to you, so this mistress will not take it from you." Saying so, she put away the larger portion of pills in front of her. Yang Kai did not say much and also put away his own things. In fact, for him, it did not matter what this young woman chose. Although the Origin King Great Alchemy Furnace was useful to him, it was not a necessity. However, for this young woman, having more pills was undoubtedly a good thing. If she took this alchemy furnace back, she would definitely have to hand it over to the sect or give it to another alchemist, which was far less practical than the benefits she obtained. There was a reason why she made such a choice. Just as the 2 finished dividing the pills, the other 2 women from Ice Heart Valley walked in one after another. When the young woman told them about her harvest, the 2 women's beautiful eyes lit up with excitement. The spirit grasses and medicines outside had been picked, so the next thing to do was naturally to distribute the herbs. Nearly 1,000 herbs that were tens of thousands of years old were counted by the 4 of them together, and it took them half a day to complete the distribution. However, no matter who it was, all of them were filled with joy, even Yang Kai was. With so many herbs as a foundation, he would not need to worry about not having enough materials to practice alchemy in the future. It was only a matter of time before he became an Origin King Great Alchemist. After tossing and turning, the matter was settled. "Little brother, there shouldn't be anything left here. Do you want to go out with this mistress and her sisters?" The young woman looked at Yang Kai and asked. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before slowly shaking his head and saying, "You should go first, I still have something to do." The young woman was surprised and puzzled, not knowing why Yang Kai wanted to stay. Feeling puzzled, she swept the surroundings with her divine sense, not even letting go of the skeleton sitting cross-legged on the ground. She thought that Yang Kai had found some kind of benefit here and wanted to occupy it for himself after they left, but under the investigation of her divine sense, it was clear that there was nothing else here. How could Yang Kai not understand what she was thinking? Glancing at her, he explained lightly, "I just want to bury this skeleton." The young woman looked embarrassed. "I am an alchemist and he is also an alchemist, so he can be considered my senior. I obtained his alchemy furnace, so it is only right for me to do something for him." "So that's how it is. In that case, this mistress and her sisters will take their leave first." The young woman's face was somewhat embarrassed as she felt that she had misjudged Yang Kai's intentions, so she quickly chuckled and bid farewell to the other 2 women. Of course, Yang Kai did not try to persuade them to stay. Although he had cooperated with the 3 of them here, in the end, they were just strangers who had met by chance. On top of that, this young woman was quite scheming and seemed to have tried to scheme against him before. It did not matter if they cooperated, but Yang Kai had no interest in befriending such a person. A moment later, outside the mountain valley, the 3 women from Ice Heart Valley quickly flew away. The other 2 women were in a good mood, but the young woman leading them had a gloomy look on her face, as if she was vexed about something. After a long time she sighed deeply. "What's wrong, senior sister?" The woman from the First Order Origin returning realm asked curiously. "Nothing, I just felt that young man was a bit strange." The young woman slowly shook her head. Just now, in that stone room, the space was small, and there were 3 people on her side, so it was undoubtedly a very suitable place for a sneak attack. The young woman also had such an idea and wanted to join forces with her 2 junior sisters to subdue Yang Kai there. After all, there were so many pills with pill veins and so many herbs that were tens of thousands of years old, so no one was willing to share half of them with someone else. However, when such a thought flashed across her mind, she also felt a sense of horror in the depths of her heart. It was a kind of warning sign, as if she really joined forces with her junior sisters, the one who would suffer a loss would definitely be her. It was this sense of horror that prevented the young woman from taking action in the end. Now that she thought about it, she didn't know if her decision at that time was right or wrong. But in any case, having half of the benefits taken away by someone who only had a First-Order Origin returning realm was definitely a little uncomfortable in the young woman's heart. Regretting it now was useless, so the young woman could only suppress this faint unwillingness in the depths of her heart and try not to think about it. At the same time, inside the stone room in the mountain valley, Yang Kai sighed. He hadn't lied to the people from Ice Heart Valley. He really wanted to find a burial place for this alchemy grandmaster. After all, this person had been a top Origin King grade high-rank alchemist when he was alive, and even at the moment of his death, he was still performing alchemy. As an alchemist himself, Yang Kai couldn't help but respect him. After putting away the Origin King grade alchemy furnace, Yang Kai waved his hand and sent out a burst of pure Saint Qi, wrapping it around the skeleton and then flying it out. Let this skeleton rest in the medicine field. Yang Kai secretly made up his mind. This burial place should be what this senior wanted. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived at the medicine field, flicked his finger, and sent out a stream of Saint Qi, creating a pit several meters in diameter in the ground before carefully moving the skeleton into it. There were no mistakes during the entire process, and the skeleton's owner looked exactly the same before he died. However, when Yang Kai withdrew the Saint Qi that wrapped the skeleton, without the protection of his Saint Qi, the skeleton's clothes suddenly turned to dust and scattered with the wind. Chapter 1453. After all, this was a person who had died tens of thousands of years ago, so the clothes he wore should not have been exposed to the wind. Not only that, but even the skeleton was no exception. With a loud crash, the entire skeleton collapsed and turned to dust. Yang Kai frowned and pushed his Saint Qi to wrap up the hole in the ground, preventing the wind from blowing in. Yang Kai's clothes being blown away was one thing, but he couldn't allow the skeleton to suffer the same fate. If that really happened, this senior would have died without a burial, a miserable fate. Releasing his Saint Qi, Yang Kai collected some nearby soil and began filling the hole. Suddenly, Yang Kai raised his brow and stared blankly at a certain spot in the pit, a trace of suspicion flashing across his face. A moment later he released his golden blood thread and shot it forward. After the golden blood thread was retracted, Yang Kai was holding a piece of bone in his hand. This should be a thumb bone, but unlike the rest of the skeleton, it did not shatter upon contact with the wind. Instead, it was perfectly preserved. Although there were no energy fluctuations seeping out of it, when Yang Kai carefully examined this finger bone, he could not help showing a look of surprise. This finger bone was covered in a number of mysterious lines and runes, as if it contained some kind of secret. Pouring his Saint Qi slightly into this finger bone did not produce much of a reaction, causing Yang Kai to look puzzled, not knowing what mysteries this finger bone contained. Without exploring it carefully, Yang Kai carefully put it away and continued to fill the hole with soil. A moment later, a grave rose from the ground. Yang Kai had no intention of worshipping it, so after a quick glance he quickly left the mountain valley. This was the only thing he could do for the senior. However, he could study the finger bone carefully. He believed that the senior must have sealed something in the finger bone, which was why it had been preserved for tens of thousands of years. Flying as fast as lightning, Yang Kai determined a direction and rushed straight towards the Emperor Garden. Along the way, everything was calm and he did not encounter any unexpected situations. For Yang Kai, although the previous trip to the mountain valley had cost him some time, it was still acceptable compared to the huge harvest he had obtained. However, Yang Kai had also made up his mind that even if something happened, he was not prepared to get involved and only wanted to enter the Emperor Garden as soon as possible. However, the closer he got to the Emperor Garden, the more Yang Kai could smell a storm brewing. Many cultivators were lying in ambush outside the Emperor Garden, attempting to attack those who entered or left the Emperor Garden. As time passed, Yang Kai even saw many cultivator groups fighting fiercely. There were also people who wanted to stop him, but Kai Yang easily shook them off. Thinking about it carefully, Kai Yang immediately understood what was going on. According to Min Sha of Azure Tree Star, the Emperor Garden's interior was fraught with danger, and because they had suffered heavy losses, they had no choice but to flee and seek opportunities outside. The cultivator groups lying in ambush outside the Emperor Garden obviously knew about the situation inside the Emperor Garden, so they wanted to wait and rob any nearby cultivator. In this way, not only could they easily obtain some gains, but there was also no need to risk their lives. Killing several birds with one stone, why not? This was why the Emperor Garden's surroundings were filled with murderous intent. It took Yang Kai some effort to break through these people's ambush. 3 days later, Yang Kai stood on a slope, looking at the magnificent palace in front of him. The Emperor Garden. Yang Kai finally witnessed the wonders of the Emperor Garden with his own eyes. This starry sky great Emperor's courtyard was actually suspended mid-air, and as far as the eye could see, it seemed to occupy an area of tens of thousands of kilometers. The last time he had been inside the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai had not felt as deeply as this time. At this moment, even though he was thousands of kilometers away from the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai could still feel the ancient desolate aura coming from it. This aura made him feel as if he was in an ancient wilderness, without the slightest sense of safety. Where is the entrance? Yang Kai frowned, but soon he locked onto a certain location. Over there, a multicolored light bloomed and violent energy fluctuations pulsed one after another. Midair, there were many small black dots flying up and down. Obviously, many people were fighting. The closer one got to the Emperor Garden, the more chaotic it became. The Emperor Garden had opened to the entire star territory, so now that the cultivator from each of the great stars had met, there was naturally a lot of friction and struggle. If Yang Kai's guess was correct, the most intense battle should be in the direction of the entrance to the Emperor Garden. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate and flew over in that direction. After half an incense stick worth of time, Yang Kai gradually approached the battlefield and observed the melee at close range. There were at least several hundred cultivator participating in this battle, most of them origin-returning realm masters. Even if there were the occasional Saint King, they were only third-order Saint Kings who had been led here by their elders. These people wore different robes and had different cultivations, but all of them were engaged in a bloody battle. Some wanted to slaughter their way into the Emperor Garden while others wanted to leave this place. There were also some who simply wished to see the world plunge into chaos, killing and robbing others of their possessions without regard for their own safety. From time to time, screams and blood would ring out as corpses fell from mid-air. It was obviously impossible to safely pass through such a chaotic place. Yang Kai's face was gloomy to the extreme. Although his strength was quite good and he was capable of fighting third-order origin-returning realm masters, he was not confident he could safely pass through such a chaotic place. If he was not careful, he would be drawn into the whirlpool of battle and lose his freedom. Looking around, Yang Kai's face filled with joy. Sure enough, as he had expected, the entrance to the Emperor Garden was not far from here. Inside the huge and magnificent palace, there was a large gate several dozen meters high. Inside this gate was a dazzling light that made it impossible for anyone to see what was inside, but it also gave off a sense of mystery that enticed the cultivator to enter. Just as Yang Kai was hesitating about whether to use his speed to rush through, he suddenly sensed something and turned his head in a certain direction. In that direction, a bright blue streak of light was rapidly approaching, and although it had not yet arrived, Yang Kai could feel the pressure it was exuding. Every cultivator who was fighting was shocked and quickly stopped what they were doing and turned to look in that direction. A moment later, the blue streak of light reached the edge of the chaotic battlefield, and when the light dissipated, 6 or 7 figures hidden inside were revealed. After perceiving the cultivation of these 6 or 7 people, everyone present paled. There were men and women, old and young, but only one of them was a second-order origin-returning realm cultivator, while the others were all third-order origin-returning realm cultivators. Although such a powerful lineup could not be said to be able to sweep through everyone in front of them, it was not something these scattered cultivators could resist. These people were clearly the elites of some great force. After seeing the robes these people were wearing, someone even exclaimed, "Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce." Hearing this, everyone showed a look of dread. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was a famous existence in the entire star territory. It was one of the few super forces that controlled several star domains and had more than a dozen origin kings. It was even rumored that President Aio, the leader of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, had reached the peak of the Second Order Origin King Realm and was only one step away from breaking through to the Third Order Origin King Realm. This was an existence that the entire Star Territory looked up to. So, when they saw that these people were from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, all the cultivators became extremely obedient and did not dare to act rashly. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was greatly shocked as he stared at one of the people in this group, his heart beating wildly. This man had a face as clear as jade, lips as red as ink, a slender figure and skin that was a bit too fair. It would not be an exaggeration to describe him as being as white as snow. He had a faint modest smile on his face that made people involuntarily feel a sense of intimacy. His cultivation was only at the Second Order Origin Returning Realm, the weakest in this group, but he was like the most dazzling stars, surrounded by the other masters, attracting everyone's attention. The Third Order Origin Returning Realm masters were suddenly overshadowed by him. Any woman would fall in love with him, not just because of his outstanding appearance, but also because of his temperament. It was like a bright light that attracted moths to him. Shuiyu. In the Star Territory, the famous Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, Third Young Master Shuiyu. Yang Kai never expected that he would not be able to meet Su Yan here, but instead meet this young man on a narrow road. It was too much of a coincidence. Yang Kai had been waiting outside for 10 days after the Emperor Garden opened before arriving here, so why did Shuiyu only arrive now? Yang Kai did not know what this young man had done after coming in, but he absolutely did not want the other party to notice him. The reason was simple: Yang Kai and Shuiyu had some grievances, and he knew a great secret about Shuiyu. This third young master of Shuiyu, who looked handsome and elegant and had charmed tens of thousands of young women in the Star Territory, was actually a woman. If this news were to spread, it was unknown how many young women would feel sad and how many young women would weep. The grievances between the two of them were not limited to Yang Kai knowing her secret. The two of them had many other encounters that were unknown to the outside world. For example, on the Dead Star, the two of them had hugged each other naked with their clothes in tatters, but at the same time, both of them had been filled with murderous intent, wishing they could kill the other. As a result, in a deadlock, Shuiyu had used her life chain secret technique to link the two of them together, resolving the crisis. Because of this secret technique, Yang Kai had been forced to find ways to save Shuiyu's life, suffering a lot in the process and almost dying together with her. Although Shuiyu's impression of Yang Kai had improved greatly after their subsequent contact, a person like her would not allow Yang Kai to wander around with her secret. If Yang Kai accidentally leaked this secret one day, the consequences would be unimaginable. Shuiyu seemed to be a little bored, and her pair of beautiful eyes began looking around at the cultivators who had followed them in. Yang Kai's face sank as he knew he could no longer hide safely. Taking advantage of the fact that Shuiyu had not yet seen his face, his figure flickered and he flew to the side. This movement immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. Shuiyu naturally cast his gaze over as well. After seeing this familiar face, Shuiyu's face first flashed with a trace of confusion, followed by ecstasy and then anger as he shouted, "Stop right there!" But how could Yang Kai listen to her? Not only did he not listen, but he also ran even faster. In the blink of an eye, he had flown 1,000 meters away, leaving Shuiyu behind. Third young master? The enchanting beauty looked at Shuiyu suspiciously. Capture him for this young master. Shuiyu ordered coldly with a gloomy face. Although the beautiful woman did not know why Shuiyu would care so much about a First Order Origin Returning Realm cultivator, she did not ask any questions. Her figure flickered as she chased after Yang Kai. After the beautiful woman chased after them, Shuiyu frowned and fell into deep thought, a strange look flashing across her face. Although she had only caught a glimpse of him, that side profile was very familiar to her. It was clearly the side profile of a man who made her unable to sleep at night, tossing and turning restlessly in bed. However, the world was so big that there were too many similar people. Shuiyu did not see his face, so she was not too sure. Most importantly, that person's cultivation was a First Order Origin Returning Realm cultivator. When she separated from him, he was only a Third Order saint. Could he have grown to such a level in just a dozen years? Shuiyu was a little uncertain. After all, as the third young master of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, she had a special constitution, a lot of resources and a good environment, yet she had only just broken through from the Third Order Saint King realm to the Second Order Origin Returning realm. Moreover, she had only just broken through and had not even had time to consolidate her realm. If the other party really had such ability, then his aptitude was simply too heaven-defying. It was the cultivation of a first-order origin returning realm cultivator that made Xueyu uncertain. But that man, even if hundreds or thousands of years passed, Xueyu would never forget him. Every night, Xueyu would grit her teeth in hatred. Back then, when she tried to persuade him to stay, he had refused without hesitation. Was she not beautiful? Did she not have status? Of course not. In terms of beauty, Xueyu was confident that she did not lose to anyone. In terms of status, there were very few people in the entire star territory who could compare to her, but even so, she had failed to persuade a trivial third-order saint to stay. In an instant, the spirit array was activated and wrapped around the beautiful woman, preventing her from moving forward. Yang Kai stood in place and listened for a moment, only hearing a burst of tender voices mixed with powerful energy fluctuations coming from inside. He immediately knew that his plan had succeeded. Grinning, Yang Kai changed direction and flew off in a different direction. For the time being he should be safe. The Emperor Garden was so big, so as long as he was careful, he would not encounter Xueyu again in the future. Considering all this, Yang Kai felt relieved, but he did not relax his vigilance, still scanning his surroundings while flying forward to avoid accidentally falling into a spirit array. Yang Kai once again took out the communication artifact he used to contact Yang Inflammation and Chen Tong and poured his divine sense into it, but to his disappointment, there was still no response. Sighing, Yang Kai helplessly put the communication artifact into his space ring and continued forward. About half a day later, Yang Kai suddenly came to a halt and listened carefully. Vaguely, he seemed to hear some sounds of fighting not far away. After listening carefully for a moment, he couldn't help smiling happily and quickly rushed over to the source of the sound. There were indeed people fighting over there, and as he approached, the sounds and movements became more and more obvious. The battlefield was inside a large palace, and there seemed to be quite a number of people involved, at least 7 or 8 of them. Moreover, none of them were weak. Judging from the sounds of fighting, the two sides seemed to be in a stalemate. Even if one side had the upper hand, the advantage was definitely not obvious. Yang Kai did not rush to reveal himself and instead concealed his aura before quietly flying over to the palace, breaking through a window and peering inside. As far as the eye could see, the brilliance of artifacts and martial skills blossomed inside the palace. From time to time, one could see silhouettes leaping up and down, either fighting in pairs or in groups of 3 to 5, fighting each other to their heart's content. There was another person who seemed to be a woman. She was lying on her side and no one knew if she was dead or alive. It's them? Yang Kai looked around for a moment with a stunned look on his face. He hadn't expected that the first group of people he encountered after entering the Emperor Garden would actually be acquaintances. Clear Sky Sect's Great Elder Mou, Sect Master Gu Zhen and Qin Shi Tao. Although Mou and Gu Zhen were both third-order origin returning realm masters and could be considered top masters in the Emperor Garden, Qin Shi Tao had only just broken through to the first-order origin returning realm. What's more, many of Clear Sky Sect's elders had joined forces to use a secret technique to raise her cultivation, so it was impossible for her to display the strength of an origin returning realm master. She hadn't even condensed her Shi yet. On the other hand, their enemies consisted of 4 people, 2 third-order origin returning realm masters and 2 second-order origin returning realm masters, so the battle was obviously at a disadvantage for Clear Sky Sect. Qin Shi Tao was in great danger, and if not for the 9-palace heavenly silk umbrella given to her by Mou, she would have likely been captured alive or killed. While Gu Zhen and Mou were fighting with their enemies, they had to spare some effort to protect her. However, in the end they were still the sect master and great elder of Clear Sky Sect, so the artifacts they possessed and the methods they used were all frightening, so even though the situation was a bit perilous, they were still able to hold on for some time. Before Yang Kai arrived, they must have been fighting with their opponents for a long time. Since they were acquaintances, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't just stand by and watch. What's more, he had a good impression of Mou and had a friendship with Qin Shi Tao. However, Yang Kai also wore a puzzled look, not understanding why the people from Clear Sky Sect were fighting with these 4 people in this palace. Was there some kind of benefit here? Thinking so, Yang Kai looked around the palace and after a quick glance, Yang Kai couldn't help raising his brow as a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. This was because at the center of the palace, there was something that looked like an altar. That thing looked like a strange stone. It was blood-red in color and was the size of a heart. A blood-essence stone. Yang Kai recognized what this thing was at a glance. Naturally, he would not miss this rare opportunity. Although Yang Kai didn't know what kind of magical defense his opponent had displayed, he certainly wouldn't allow the white mist to repair it. The golden blood thread was extremely sharp and fast, and it also had a strong ability to conceal itself, so it wasn't until the golden light was right in front of him that this man noticed it and couldn't help letting out a strange cry as he waved a dagger-like artifact in his hand to block the golden blood thread. But it was already too late. With a soft bang, the golden blood thread pierced through the man's lower abdomen and emerged from the other side of his body, binding him tightly. The Firebird artifact spirit also spread its wings at this moment and swooped down towards this cultivator. Mou, who had been fighting with this cultivator, also stretched out his hand. This hand seemed to extend infinitely, transforming into a giant palm that slammed down towards this cultivator's head. This cultivator was unable to dodge and was instantly engulfed by the monstrous flames and palm print. Screams filled the air but soon stopped abruptly. After the palm print dissipated and the Firebird soared into the air, all that was left was a charred corpse. A third-order origin returning realm master had been killed in an instant. Of course, Yang Kai's sneak attack played a significant role, but the powerful killing power of the artifact spirit and Mou was also the main reason. Otherwise, the golden blood thread alone wouldn't have been able to kill this cultivator. After killing this enemy, Yang Kai didn't waste any time. With a thought, he and the Firebird flew towards the two cultivators who were fighting Gu Zhen while Mou rushed directly towards the second-order origin returning realm cultivator who had been chasing Chen Shitao. In an instant, Clear Sky Sect's momentum soared as they took the initiative. On the other hand, the other side was greatly shocked. The third-order origin returning realm cultivator who was still alive was extremely decisive. After realizing that the artifact spirit was not to be trifled with, a look of unwillingness flashed across his face as he shouted, "Retreat!" Wanting to leave at this time was undoubtedly a bit too late. At the very least, the two second-order origin returning realm cultivator were unable to escape. Mou used his superior cultivation to block one of them and killed him without much effort. The other cultivator was also entangled by Yang Kai and the artifact spirit and was similarly unable to escape. The third-order origin returning realm cultivator, on the other hand, was truly strong. After suffering a blow from Gu Zhen, he took the opportunity to escape and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Gu Zhen naturally wouldn't let this matter rest and hurriedly chased after him. After Yang Kai intervened, the battle subsided in less than half a cup of tea's time and ended with Clear Sky Sect's overwhelming victory. Chapter 1457. After all, there were no grievances between them and Yang Kai was not a cold-blooded person, so there was no need for him to kill the innocent. Moreover, even if he didn't kill her in her current state, she wouldn't live long. However, in any case, the fact that Clear Sky Sect's trio had encountered such a dangerous situation was definitely related to this woman. If it weren't for her attempting to divert the disaster, Clear Sky Sect's trio wouldn't have ended up in such a precarious situation. Considering all this, Yang Kai squatted down and turned the woman's body around, reaching out and brushing aside the black hair covering her face. In an instant, this woman's face was imprinted in his eyes. Yang Kai was stunned, and in the next moment, his pupils shrank rapidly as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. He cried out involuntarily, "How is this possible?" His expression was one of utter disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. "What's wrong? Does Sect Master Yang know this woman?" Enlightened Master Gu immediately guessed. Yang Kai didn't answer, the expression on his face constantly fluctuating as his eyes swept over the woman's face. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. This woman's appearance was exactly the same as the woman in his memory, almost indistinguishable. Even after 20 to 30 years, Yang Kai's impression of her still hadn't been erased. But, was she really the woman in his memory? If she wasn't, then this was too much of a coincidence. The world was so big that even if there were people with similar appearances, it was impossible for them to be exactly the same, but if she was, then how could she appear here? For a time, Yang Kai's mood fluctuated as various scenes from the past flashed through his mind. What Yang Kai couldn't determine was that since she was here, the other woman should also be here, so why was she alone? This obviously didn't make sense. Sect Master Gu, I need to help heal her, please help me, Sect Master Gu. Yang Kai didn't have time to think too much. The woman in front of him had her eyes closed, and although she was unconscious, there was still a pained expression on her face. Moreover, the vitality in her body seemed to be rapidly draining away. If he didn't rescue her in time, it wouldn't be long before she died. Whether she was the one he suspected or not, Yang Kai had to wake her up and ask her carefully. Sect Master Yang can rest assured, this old master can guarantee with his life that no one will disturb you. Gu Zhen promised solemnly. Thank you. Yang Kai didn't say much, simply reaching out and helping the young woman up, allowing her to sit cross-legged in front of him. Immediately afterwards he grabbed her wrist and poured his Saint Qi and divine sense into her body, carefully examining her condition. As he continued to investigate, Yang Kai's expression gradually became ugly. This woman's injuries were more serious than he had imagined. All of her 5 viscera and 6 bowels had been displaced. Not only that, there seemed to be some other kind of energy raging in her meridians. It was impossible to tell what kind of attack she had suffered. This kind of injury could not be described as light. If it had been an ordinary cultivator, they would have been completely helpless and could only exhaust their Saint Qi in order to keep her alive as long as possible. For Yang Kai this was also a difficult problem. He didn't have much confidence in being able to save her, but since things had already gotten to this point, he could only try. Considering all this, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and wiped his space ring, took out a jade bottle, opened the cap without hesitation and poured out a pink pill from it. This pill had a refreshing fragrance and was brimming with spirit energy. At first glance, it was obvious its grade was not low. Although Gu Zhen was standing to the side, he was also paying attention to the situation here. Chapter 1458. Sister Qin, I'll have to trouble you to help me comfort her. Her mood seems to be a bit unstable. Yang Kai hurriedly called out, fearing that Biluo would slap him again after regaining her strength. No matter what, he was still the sect master of a great sect. If he were to be slapped in front of his face, what kind of scandal would that be? And Qin Shitao nodded before quickly walking over and sitting down next to Biluo, letting her weak body snuggle up to her as she tried to comfort her. Yang Kai got up and briefly communicated with Mou and Gu Zhen, learning that after they entered the Emperor Garden through the space array on the jade pedestal, they were not together. However, their luck was good and they were not too far apart, so it only took them some time to regroup. As for where the others had gone, they did not know. So that's how it is. After listening to their explanation, Yang Kai gently nodded, not showing any disappointment. His original intention was to inquire about the situation of Yang Inflammation and Yi Shiyun, but since he failed to obtain any information, he could only give up. After all, with Yi Shiyun by his side, Yang Inflammation shouldn't be in any danger. Turning back to look at Biluo, Yang Kai's mouth couldn't help twitching. At this moment, Biluo had practically buried her head in Qin Shitao's bosom. Whether it was intentional or not, this woman had actually placed her mouth on the cherry on top of Qin Shitao's chest, causing the heat from her breaths to cause Qin Shitao's pretty face to blush. Although she felt itchy and uncomfortable all over, due to the fact that the other party had yet to recover from his injuries, Qin Shitao could only endure. What was even more excessive was that Biluo was grabbing her jade hand and constantly playing with it, as if she was playing with some kind of novel toy. Yang Kai's face went dark. This woman was indeed Biluo. As the saying goes, wolves roam the world eating meat while dogs roam the world eating shit. Biluo had developed these bad habits many years ago, but Yang Kai had not expected that after 30 years she would still be the same. A person's interests were not so easy to change. Seeing Qin Shitao so uncomfortable, Yang Kai couldn't stand it anymore and walked over, grabbed Biluo's collar and lifted her up. Biluo glared at him fiercely as if he wanted to say something, but it affected the injuries in his body, and he couldn't stop coughing. Sect Master Yang, what do you plan to do next? If you don't mind, why don't you join me in Elder Mo? Gu Zhen looked at Yang Kai sincerely and asked. The dangers inside the Emperor Garden had far exceeded his expectations. This was not just the spirit arrays in the Emperor Garden, but also the threat from the other star cultivators. At this time, having an extra person was always an extra source of strength. This was especially true for Yang Kai. They knew him very well. Although he only had a cultivation base of first-order origin returning realm, his performance in the battle just now had clearly made everyone's eyes light up. Gu Zhen wanted to join forces with Yang Kai to explore this place together. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before slowly shaking his head. Yang Kai appreciates Sect Master Gu's kindness. If it was just me alone, joining forces with several of you wouldn't be a problem, but now, saying so, he glanced over at Biluo. This woman had just returned from the gates of hell and was now a burden. How could Yang Kai allow her to delay Gu Zhen and Mou? It was also impossible for him to ignore Biluo as he still had many things to ask her. What's more, it was not convenient for him to let outsiders know what he was after. If that's the case, this old master won't insist. Gu Zhen obviously understood Yang Kai's concerns but didn't say anything. To be honest, he and Mou were already having a hard time carrying Qinshi Tao, so if Biluo was added to the mix, the road ahead would be filled with thorns. Smiling lightly, Gu Zhen said, "This old master was actually planning to explore this place for a few more days before leaving. If Sect Master Yang feels that his strength is insufficient, he should withdraw from this place as soon as possible. This old master has heard that there are many opportunities and benefits outside the Emperor Garden. Junior will bear that in mind." Yang Kai gently nodded before suddenly seeming to think of something and asking, "Right, several of you have been here for more than a dozen days, have you found an extremely cold ice road somewhere?" "An ice road?" Gu Zhen and Mou exchanged a glance before slowly shaking their heads. "We haven't found such a place." "If you haven't, then forget it, I was just asking casually," Yang Kai smiled lightly. Although they were curious as to why Yang Kai was asking about this ice road, Gu Zhen and Mou didn't ask any further questions. The two sides exchanged a few more pleasantries before the Clear Sky sect group took their leave. Before leaving, Qinshi Tao glanced over at Biluo with a look of dread, but after seeing her staring back at her with a smile, she couldn't help shivering, obviously having some psychological trauma towards Biluo. After the three from Clear Sky sect left, Yang Kai glanced over at Biluo with a complicated expression, remaining silent for a long time before asking, "Can you move?" "I need to rest for a while." Biluo's face paled slightly. "Good, it just so happens that I have some questions to ask, so let's stay here for a while." Immediately, the two found a corner in the palace and began talking while resting. Yang Kai was naturally very curious about why Biluo was here, where Shanqing Luo was, and where they had gone after leaving the ash-gray cloud evil land. Asking one by one, Biluo didn't conceal anything. It was quite absurd. After Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo separated, they set off for Tongshen realm, and after 2 or 3 years Shanqing Luo took Biluo to find traces of Yang Kai. Although she had heard Yang Kai say before that as long as she could find a void corridor, she could reach another world, Shanqing Luo had traveled far and wide but still failed to find any. She had found a few void corridors but none of them led to Tongshen realm. They were either unstable or only capable of short-distance teleportation. 3 years later, she and Biluo returned to the ash-gray cloud evil land. The beguiling demon queen of her generation was troubled by love, so much so that her lovesickness caused her to fall ill. This was one of the sorrows of the Poison Widow bloodline. Shanqing Luo's mother and grandmother all had similar experiences. Once one acquired this kind of physique, it was inevitable. However, unlike Shanqing Luo, what she missed was the dead, the loved ones who had died at her hands, while Shanqing Luo missed the living. Chapter 1459. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Biluo naturally knew what he was worried about and smiled lightly, because Master has inherited the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider source. Heavenly Moon Demon Spider? Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. "Why, have you heard of it?" Biluo also looked at him curiously. Yang Kai nodded lightly. The Heavenly Moon Demon Spider was one of the ancient divine spirits. Strictly speaking, it was in existence on the same level as dragons and phoenixes, but it was difficult to judge which one was stronger. After all, no one had ever seen a battle between ancient divine spirits. Yang Kai knew about the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider because he had been in contact with ancient divine spirits for a long time. Whether it was his Golden Dragon Remnant Soul or Su Yan's Ice Phoenix Remnant Soul, both belonged to the category of ancient divine spirits. How could Qing Luo have the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider source? Yang Kai frowned and suddenly said thoughtfully, Could it be that the spider corpse you encountered when you first arrived at Monster Star and Monster Star? Yes, that was the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider's corpse. Biluo cast a look of approval. Master spent a lot of time to inquire about it. Even she didn't know what the spider was before. The reason why Red Moon Tribal Lord took a fancy to Master and adopted her as his daughter was also because of this. Otherwise, do you think Red Moon Tribal Lord would give Master such benefits for no reason? So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded gently. If this was the case, then it was easy to explain. The reason why the beguiling demon queen possessed the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider source was because she had absorbed the mysterious energy from the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider's corpse, causing her bloodline to change. Shanqing Luo being able to go directly to Monster Star and Monster Star through the altar, Yang Kai estimated that it was related to the dead Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. It could even be said that the altar came from the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. Shanqing Luo's bloodline and the Poison Widow constitution were probably born from this altar. Everything could be explained. Then where is your master now? Have you also entered the Emperor Garden? Yang Kai asked anxiously. Biluo's expression immediately dimmed. He nodded and said, yes, but I got separated from the master after we came in. I don't know where she is now. Hearing her words, Yang Kai could not help but sigh. At least you still have some conscience. Biluo pouted. Seeing Yang Kai worry about Shanqing Luo, her dislike for him grew. But you can rest assured, even if Master is alone, there won't be any problems. Her current cultivation is at the third order origin returning realm, and an average cultivator in this realm is no match for her. So powerful? Yang Kai was shocked. Being invincible in the same realm was understandable. After all, Shanqing Luo now had the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider source, so her strength could not be measured by common sense. However, her cultivation being at the third order origin returning realm was enough to shock Yang Kai. Yang Kai's speed was already fast enough, but he had not expected the beguiling demon queen to be even faster than him. However, when he thought about it carefully, it was not that surprising. She had absorbed all the mysterious energy from the ancient divine spirit's corpse and had only taken a few years to break through from the second order saint realm to the first order origin returning realm. Haha, you bastard, if you don't work hard, Master will definitely fall in love with someone else in the future. No woman is willing to find a man who can't protect her, Biluo gloated. The beguiling demon queen's cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's in the past, and now that they had met again, not only had the gap not narrowed, it had instead widened significantly. Biluo subconsciously felt that Yang Kai was no longer worthy of her master, so while gloating she also felt a little anxious for Yang Kai, as if she expected better from him. None of your business. Yang Kai spat disdainfully. When he thought of Shanqing Luo's dragon lady, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little apprehensive. It wasn't that he was afraid of her, it was just that this woman's seductive charms were somewhat outrageous. Yang Kai could resist other women even if a woman like Yin Su Dai tried to use her seductive techniques on him, he could still ignore them, but Shanqing Luo? He had no confidence he could remain calm in front of her. If he was not careful and allowed himself to be captured by her, his reputation would be ruined. Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. The Emperor Garden is very big, we may not necessarily meet again. Yang Kai seemed to be talking to Biluo, but also seemed to be comforting himself. Although Shanqing Luo had planted a secret technique called soul-seeking seal in his body a long time ago, allowing her to sense his location through this seal, so many years had passed, and even if he did not deliberately remove this soul-seeking seal, it was on the verge of disappearing. If Shanqing Luo wanted to use this soul-seeking seal to find him, it should be impossible. And no matter what, after this trip to the Emperor Garden is over, I will return to Monster Star and tell Master about your situation. Yang Kai smiled faintly. The Master had been worried for so many years, so if he learned that Yang Kai was still safe and had arrived on Monster Star's territory, he would definitely be very happy. Which star are you on now? Shadowed Star, you can't come here. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and briefly explained the situation on Shadowed Star. Biluo memorized this information and prepared to report it to his master one by one. Right, are you looking for an ice road? After talking about business, Biluo suddenly seemed to remember something and asked Yang Kai. And, have you encountered one? Yang Kai raised his brow. And, I seem to have encountered one, but I don't know if it's the place you're looking for. Biluo said thoughtfully. When she was being chased by her pursuers, she had been in a panic and had indeed stumbled upon a corridor. Originally she had wanted to hide inside it, but after noticing how cold it was she gave up on that idea and instead fled to this place, where she happened to meet the three from Clear Sky sect and dragged them into this muddy water. Hearing her description, Yang Kai was overjoyed and hurriedly asked, "Do you remember the specific location?" If Biluo was not mistaken, this place was definitely the ice road he was looking for. "More or less I'll take you there," Biluo said and stood up. Although she was still a little weak, her cultivation was not weak, so after resting for such a long time, as long as she did not fight with others, she should be fine. As such, Yang Kai did not stop her and instead carefully released his divine sense to investigate their surroundings while the two of them walked in a certain direction. The place they were looking for was not too far from here, so it took less than half a day for Yang Kai and Biluo to arrive. "It's here." Looking around at the familiar environment, Yang Kai smiled happily. Although most of the scenes in the Emperor Garden were similar, there were still some subtle differences. After all, he had been here once before, so how could Yang Kai forget this ice road? Feeling the chill emanating from the ice road, Biluo showed a look of dread. Even if she had been at her peak, entering this place would have been certain death, not to mention now that her Yuan Qi was severely injured. "Should I wait for you outside?" Biluo asked. "No, you'll come with me." Yang Kai shook his head. After crossing this ice road, he still had to search for life-revitalizing jade cream, so it was naturally impossible for him to turn back. Leaving Biluo here alone was not something he could rest assured about. "Me too." Biluo frowned, obviously feeling a little uneasy. "Don't worry, I've walked this road before, so protecting you won't be a problem," Yang Kai grinned. "Good, I hope I won't die for no reason," Biluo sighed helplessly. Biluo sighed helplessly. Although her words were full of uneasiness, her decision was made without any hesitation. Obviously she trusted Yang Kai very much. "Let's go." Yang Kai called out before taking the lead and walking towards the ice road. As soon as they stepped onto the ice road, a biting cold enveloped them, almost capable of freezing one's soul. Yang Kai didn't panic, instead pushing his Saint Qi and condensing it into a protective shield around himself and Biluo, instantly isolating them from the surrounding cold. The demonic flames burning outside the shield provided excellent protection against the cold. "Ichem? Someone's here?" Yang Kai looked around and couldn't help raising his brow, feeling quite surprised. It was clear that someone had set foot on this ice path in advance. Furthermore, it seemed like someone had fought here. Many of the ice pillars in the surroundings were damaged. The lifelike ice sculptures not far away were also shattered. There was still the smell of a great battle in the air. Not only that, but from a short distance away, a tender shout could be heard as if the battle was still ongoing. Yang Kai and Biluo glanced at each other before silently converging their auras and walking towards the place where the battle had taken place. The deeper they went, the more terrifying the cold became. Yang Kai's Saint Qi defense alone was no longer enough to resist all the cold, so in desperation Yang Kai could only release the Firebird artifact spirit and let it transform into a curtain of fire to envelop him and Biluo. "This is an artifact spirit?" Biluo's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. "You actually have such a powerful fire attribute artifact spirit?" In an instant she couldn't help looking at Yang Kai in a new light. "Shoo." Yang Kai glared at her before continuing to approach. Although he had deliberately restrained his aura, the energy fluctuations coming from the Firebird artifact spirit could not be concealed. Yang Kai didn't know if the people fighting over there had discovered him, but at this time, it was best to be as careful as possible. After spending a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai gradually arrived at the periphery of the battlefield and hid behind a small iceberg. Secretly looking forward, Yang Kai saw two women in white robes flying up and down as they fought against a white rabbit-like creature. The white rabbit looked small and exquisite. Its entire body was sparkling and translucent, as if it was carved out of white jade. It did not have the slightest flaw, as if it was the most perfect piece of art. When it reappeared, it was already blocking the path of the beautiful temple master of Demon Blood Temple, opening its beak and pecking towards the blood-red world spirit. It was as if the ice phoenix was pecking at an insignificant insect, its posture elegant and casual. The beautiful woman was obviously taken aback. After all, an ice phoenix was not something one could see casually, but soon she recovered and shouted, "Courting death." Whether it was a real ice phoenix or not, daring to have ideas about her prey was something the beautiful woman could not tolerate. Shouting so, she waved her hand and summoned a bracelet-like artifact before sending it towards the ice phoenix remnant soul. As soon as this bracelet shot out, it suddenly split into two, then three, and in the blink of an eye, the ice phoenix remnant soul was enveloped in an overwhelming number of bracelets. The ice phoenix, however, turned a blind eye to this. Although it was now just a remnant soul, it could not be destroyed so easily. When the sky full of bracelets smashed down towards it, the ice phoenix swallowed the blood into its abdomen before spreading its wings and summoning the rich ice attribute energy here, transforming it into countless ice blades that surrounded its body. Asterisk ding ding dang dang. Asterisk, a series of clinking sounds rang out as the bracelets shattered and the ice blades collapsed. When the bracelet returned to the beautiful woman's hand, the ice phoenix was unscathed while the beautiful woman's pretty face went pale. This could not be helped though. Not only had the ice phoenix swallowed the world spirit, it had also not spared her demon blood threads. In this short period of time, the beautiful woman had already felt that the connection between her demon blood threads and her mind had become much weaker. If this continued, she feared her demon blood threads would disappear. Daring to swallow my things, I'm not afraid you won't be able to digest them. The beautiful woman shouted as she formed a series of hand seals, seemingly urging her demon blood threads to attack the ice phoenix from inside its body. Although they had only exchanged a single blow, with the beautiful woman's eyesight, she could naturally see that this ice phoenix was not a true ancient divine spirit. Otherwise, how could she have dared to remain here? She would have run as far away as she could. Even an Origin King Realm Master would not be able to withstand a single blow from a true ancient divine spirit. As soon as she did so, the ice phoenix immediately let out a cry of pain and a faint red glow appeared on its white body, giving it an extremely strange appearance. Yang Kai could no longer continue to hide. The moment the ice phoenix rushed out, he had already prepared to take action, so when he saw the ice phoenix cry out, he immediately rushed out with Biluo. Sure enough, it was you, little brat. Jin Shi rushed out from the side and took the initiative to meet Yang Kai, directly blocking his path, a look of anger and malice filling his face as he glared at Yang Kai, his expression extremely fierce. Yang Kai did not move, simply glancing at him coldly before turning his attention back to the ice phoenix. He could not command the ice phoenix to do anything as its remnant soul was only using his body as a medium to temporarily stay here. If this were not the case, he would have been able to give orders to the ice phoenix, causing him to feel extremely anxious, fearing that something would happen to the ice phoenix here. Fortunately, although the ice phoenix was only a remnant soul, it still knew how to make a choice. After letting out a sharp cry for a while, the ice phoenix opened its mouth and spat out a blood-red light. As soon as this blood-red light appeared, it immediately split into two demon blood threads and returned to the beautiful woman's hands. Chapter 1462. The world spirit had been within her reach, but it had been snatched away by Yang Kai's ice phoenix. Between this gain and loss, Demon Blood Temple's temple master's mood could be imagined. At this moment, she wished she could skin Yang Kai alive and grind his bones to dust to vent the hatred in her heart. However, after carefully assessing the situation in front of her, this beautiful woman suddenly restrained her anger and instead smiled charmingly, her beautiful eyes flashing as she called out softly, "Little brother, we really are fated to meet again." She looked at Yang Kai excitedly, and when she spoke, her pink tongue darted out of her mouth and licked her red lips, as if she had just seen a delicious meal, a look of excitement appearing on her face. "It is indeed fate," Yang Kai grinned and gently nodded. Biluo's brow furrowed slightly as she stared at Yang Kai fiercely and asked in a low voice, "Do you know her? You pervert, are you flirting with other women again?" She was obviously not used to seeing the current appearance of Demon Blood Temple's temple master and thought that Yang Kai had some kind of relationship with her. Hearing her question, Yang Kai glanced over at her but didn't bother to explain. "Little brother, we are all from Shadowed Star and are one family, why bother ruining this temple master's good fortune?" The beautiful woman was still smiling sweetly, and her every move seemed to exude endless charm. Her slender waist leisurely took 2 steps forward, and her red lips lightly parted as she said, "If you know what's good for you, obediently hand over the heaven and earth spirit to me, and I can guarantee that nothing happened today." How about it? Good. After returning to Shadowed Star, come to Lu Yin Sandfield to find me and I'll return that world spirit to you. Yang Kai replied with a smile, as if he was chatting casually with Demon Blood Temple's temple master, not showing the slightest trace of nervousness. The beautiful woman's pretty face went cold as her heart filled with anger. Even a fool could understand the perfunctory meaning in the other party's words. If she really returned to Shadowed Star, even if she had great ability, it would be impossible for her to enter Lu Yin Sandfield to find him, let alone return that world spirit. It was clear that the other party wanted to take the spirit of heaven and earth for himself. Letting out a long sigh, Demon Blood Temple's temple master's beautiful eyes flashed a touch of sadness, as if she had once been abandoned by Yang Kai, slowly saying, "Little brother, this queen has no intention of becoming enemies with you, but if you insist on being so obstinate, this queen doesn't mind teaching you a lesson. You should think carefully. If this queen takes action, you and the girl beside you won't be able to leave here safely. You can try if you dare." Yang Kai sneered. "Arrogant brat." Jin Shi flew into a rage and growled, "Sect leader, there's no need to talk nonsense with him. Let's take him down first. A mere first-order origin returning realm dares to be so arrogant? He really doesn't know how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is." "Yes." Demon Blood Temple's temple master gently nodded, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes as she chuckled lightly, "This little brat belongs to me. Such a strong man, this queen has never encountered one before. He should be able to increase this queen's vitality significantly." When they had entered the Emperor Garden that day, she and Jin Shi had passed by Yang Kai, who was condensing his Shi, and had seen Yang Kai resist the Emperor pressure with his physical body. At that time, Demon Blood Temple's temple master had been shocked by Yang Kai's extraordinary physical strength, so naturally she had been greatly tempted by him. The stronger a man's physique was, the more useful they were to her. Over the years, Demon Blood Temple's temple master had harmed many strong men, but she had never found a male cultivator who could compare to Yang Kai. Even if today's incident with the world spirit had not occurred, Demon Blood Temple's temple master would not have let Yang Kai off after meeting him in the Emperor Garden. Before, she had only been trying to distract Yang Kai and make him lower his guard. Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, there was nothing more to say. "Then this old master will take these three women." Jin Shi laughed loudly, not only regarding Biluo as his own, but also the two women from Ice Heart Valley who were seriously injured and unable to move. When these words reached their ears, the two women from Ice Heart Valley couldn't help paling as they secretly cursed in their hearts. If they were at their peak, the two of them might not have been afraid of Jin Shi and Demon Blood Temple's temple master. But now, they could not even display 20 to 30% of their strength, so they could only pin their hopes on Yang Kai. But could a trivial first-order origin returning realm cultivator who was carrying a burden who had not yet fully recovered resist the attacks of this man and woman? The two women from Ice Heart Valley were extremely nervous as they stared fixedly at the scene, fearing that Yang Kai would be killed. If that were to happen, they would not be able to escape. Although they did not want to admit it, they and Yang Kai were grasshoppers tied to the same rope, and if one was injured, the other would be injured. "Little brat, this old master knows that your fire attribute artifact spirit is powerful, but in this place do you dare release it to fight?" Jin Shi sneered, his expression ferocious, his words hitting Yang Kai's weak spot. The artifact spirit had now turned into a protective shield around Yang Kai and Biluo. If it were released, Yang Kai would be able to survive for a while in this frigid environment, but with Biluo's current condition, it would likely die immediately. Jin Shi was certain that the Firebird artifact spirit would be useless in the upcoming battle, at most playing a defensive role. So what? Yang Kai looked at him coldly, not caring at all. "You won't shed tears until you see the coffin." Jin Shi coldly snorted, taking a deep breath as he spoke, and in the next moment, a golden light bloomed from his body and enveloped his entire body. Amidst this dazzling golden light, a faint phantom of a cicada appeared behind Jin Shi. This giant cicada was also golden in color, and with a flicker, it drilled into Jin Shi's body. Immediately, Jin Shi's aura underwent a huge change as an extremely uncomfortable and violent aura filled his body, seemingly capable of drawing out the violent and murderous intent from the depths of one's heart. Golden Cicada Extreme Demon Art. Jin Shi hated Yang Kai to the bone, and the enmity of losing his arm made him restless, so now that he had taken action, he had begun circulating his famous secret art. Chapter 1463. Jin Shi was confident that with his strength, he would be able to take Yang Kai's head in the blink of an eye. As long as he could kill Yang Kai, the giant dark green dragon would naturally have no use for him. Not only that, he would also be able to obtain that piece of profound gold, allowing him to reach the grand accomplishment stage of his golden cicada extreme demon art. When that time came, his strength would surpass the religion masters and he would be able to take over Demon Blood Temple. Killing several birds with one stone, the key was whether Yang Kai would live or die. Considering all this, Jin Shi's heart burned with excitement and he no longer hesitated. Waving his hand, he summoned a thin needle-shaped artifact and shot it towards Yang Kai. This type of artifact didn't have significant offensive power, but its advantage was in concealment, making it ideal for sneak attacks. On top of that, although its lethality wasn't great, if one was hit by it, it wouldn't be pleasant. After all, each of these needle-shaped artifacts had a faint green and black glow, obviously they were highly toxic. Seeing these needle-shaped artifacts flying towards him, Yang Kai calmly summoned a purple shield in front of him. In the next moment, a series of clanging sounds rang out. In front of this origin-grade high-rank defensive artifact, these needle-shaped artifacts were unable to break through its defenses and cause effective damage to Yang Kai. However, this was enough. Jin Shi didn't use this needle-shaped artifact to attack Yang Kai, but rather to attract his attention. The thin cicada wings on his back fluttered lightly and his entire body strangely disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he appeared 5 meters away from Yang Kai's side. His speed was so fast that it was breathtaking. With a ferocious grin on his face, Jin Shi sneered, "Boy, you want to fight with this old master? You're still too inexperienced." As soon as his voice fell, his Shi burst forth and formed an invisible quagmire around Yang Kai, causing Yang Kai's movements to freeze for a moment. Although the power of Shi was similar, different people would more or less have some differences. Jin Shi's Shi contained a kind of bloody aura, and when one was wrapped in it, it was as if one had fallen into a pool of blood. Not only was it difficult to move, but it was also difficult to circulate one's Saint Qi. There was also a feeling of being submerged in this bloody aura, making it difficult to breathe. Moreover, when this bloody aura seeped into one's body through one's pores, it would stir up the ruthlessness deep within the cultivator's heart, causing their mind to become unstable. Yang Kai was hit and his eyes became red. His expression was extremely difficult, and his breathing became faintly rapid. Biluo, who was standing beside him, was even more unbearable. With a cry, her body softened and fell into Yang Kai's arms. She had yet to recover from her serious injuries and was unable to fight, let alone Jin Shi, a third-order origin returning realm master. Acting so arrogant after just breaking through to the origin returning realm? This old master will show you what a real origin returning realm master is. Jin Shi said smugly as he stretched out his remaining hand towards Yang Kai. This hand was covered in scales and looked terrifying, but it was undeniable that it contained terrifying power. Jin Shi's plan was very simple, to use his Shi to subdue or kill Yang Kai in one fell swoop. After all, last time on Dragon Cave Mountain, Jin Shi saw with his own eyes that Yang Kai was only a third-order Saint King. Although he had now broken through to the origin returning realm, he certainly did not have time to condense his own Shi. In other words, the difference between him and a Saint King was only that his cultivation had increased slightly, there was no fundamental change. If they really fought, it would be very difficult to kill him, not to mention in this special environment where Yang Kai had Biluo to take care of while his opponent also had a helper in the same realm. All kinds of restrictions forced Yang Kai to show weakness to his enemy and deliberately lure Jin Shi closer. When facing the first blow from Demon Blood Temple's Temple Master, Yang Kai had summoned the verdant dragon bone sword. This was all part of his plan, the purpose of which was to make Jin Shi lower his guard. The other party was really arrogant, thinking that without the help of the dragon bone sword and artifact spirit, Yang Kai was a soft persimmon and actually dared to attack him directly. With such a good opportunity, how could Yang Kai miss it? Yang Kai's figure flickered as he pushed his space force and disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was behind Jin Shi. This was not an illusion caused by his extreme speed, but rather true teleportation. Within the range of his Shi, Yang Kai could do this, but unfortunately the range of his Shi was less than 300 meters. In other words, he could only teleport within this small range, but even so, this was still quite amazing. Jin Shi still maintained his charging posture and had not recovered from his daze. Yang Kai waved his hand and a pitch-black blade-like attack took shape, trembled slightly, and shot towards Jianghu like an arrow. Space Blade. His opponent was a third-order origin returning realm master, so naturally Yang Kai would not hold back and planned to kill him with a single blow. The Space Blade lived up to his expectations and directly opened a crescent-shaped hole in Jianghu's back before exiting from the other side. However, Yang Kai wasn't happy and instead showed a look of surprise. He immediately turned his head to the side and saw a distressed figure appear. It was none other than Jianghu, but at this moment, his face was filled with palpitations and his face was pale, as if his yuan qi had been greatly damaged. In the same place where Jianghu had disappeared, there was a crescent-shaped wound on his back, but strangely no blood was flowing out from it. Voila. Jianghu's figure actually collapsed, turning into nothingness and disappearing. Golden cicada shedding? Yang Kai raised his brow, extremely surprised. He had just said it casually. After all, this old man's technique was called the Golden Cicada Extreme Demon Art, but it turned out he was right. Jianghu's secret technique was indeed called the Golden Cicada Shedding, but it was actually an escape technique. Since learning the Golden Cicada Extreme Demon Art, Jianghu had used this technique to avoid many fatal attacks. Just now, when Yang Kai's Space Blade left his hand, Jianghu instinctively sensed the danger and decisively used this secret technique, saving his life. Although this technique was powerful, there were many restrictions to using it. Not to mention damaging one's yuan qi. Once used, one would not be able to fight for a short time. If this were any other place, Jianghu might have been able to succeed. However, on this ice road the space was very small, so even if he wanted to escape he could not run too far. What made Jianghu even more desperate was that inside Yang Kai's shi, he could no longer judge the space around him. Originally, he thought he would try to distance himself from Yang Kai and find an opportunity to join forces with his religion master to fight against Yang Kai, but after escaping, Yang Kai was actually less than 10 meters away from him. Jianghu almost cursed out loud. He had never seen such a strange shi in his life. Interesting. Yang Kai grinned, a strange smile on his face as he increased his control over his shi. In an instant, the distorted space around him began to slowly collapse. With Yang Kai as the center, within a radius of 300 meters, small void cracks began to appear one after another. If this mistress is not mistaken, little brother doesn't cultivate an ice attribute secret art. Although the ice phoenix is rare, it won't be of much use to you, and you won't be able to display its full potential. If you agree to transfer it, I can agree to all your conditions on behalf of the sect. Tan Ting, he spoke very quickly, hurriedly explaining her plan while the other woman from Ice Heart Valley nodded in agreement. If Yang Kai could really agree to this deal, Ice Heart Valley would be willing to pay any price, which was why they dared to make such a decision with the other elders of the sect. They believed that the other elders of the sect would only rejoice and would not complain in the slightest. I'll take what you just said as a passing wind. If you dare say another word, I'll make sure the two of you never leave the Emperor Garden. Yang Kai glanced at them coldly and threatened unceremoniously before tugging at Biluo and walking away. Little brother, think about it carefully. If you've made up your mind, you can come to Scarlet Wavestar's Ice Heart Valley. Tan Ting, he seemed unwilling to give up and shouted from behind. As soon as she finished speaking, a golden light shot out from the front. Halfway through, it changed from a stab to a whip, sweeping across her body like a whip. With a delicate cry, Tan Tingi was sent flying into the air and landed heavily on the ground. When she looked up, Yang Kai and Biluo had disappeared. Senior sister. The other woman from Ice Heart Valley was shocked and quickly walked over to help Tan Tingi up. I'm fine. Tan Ting, he slowly shook her head, a look of unwillingness appearing on her face. She wanted to chase after them, but remembering the strength of that blow just now, she didn't dare to act rashly. She understood that her words just now had aroused the other party's killing intent, but because he wasn't a vicious person, he had only given her a small warning instead of actually killing her. Angering the other party at this moment was undoubtedly unwise, as it was no different from courting death. However, watching this cultivator who didn't cultivate an ice attribute secret art, leave with an ice phoenix remnant soul, filled her with unwillingness. If that thing had been placed in Ice Heart Valley, it would have played a huge role. How can that person be so unreasonable? The younger woman was indignant. It's us who didn't know what was good for us, Tanting, he smiled bitterly. But senior sister, are we just going to watch such a great opportunity slip away from our eyes? The other woman was obviously unwilling to give up. What else can we do? We can only hope that he changes his mind one day. In any case, I've already told him where our Ice Heart Valley's cultivation star is, so if he really wants to exchange it one day, he should come to the sect. Tanting, he shook her head. Forget it, this matter ends here. Junior sister, let's find a place to adjust our breathing first. On the other side, Yang Kai and Biluo left the palace. Although Tanting He's proposal had been rejected by him and he had even taught her a lesson, Yang Kai's mood was somewhat complicated. The Ice Phoenix remnant soul was something he had left to Su Yan, so it should have been Su Yan's inheritance, but now it was being eyed by an outsider and shamelessly demanded to be exchanged for it, making him very annoyed. If it weren't for the fact that there was no enmity between him and these two women, he would have already killed them instead of allowing them to complain. Along the way, Biluo was extremely well behaved and didn't say a word. She also knew that the reason she was able to walk safely in this crisis-ridden Emperor Garden was entirely thanks to Yang Kai, so she didn't dare disturb him. Soon the two arrived in front of a maze. Standing in front of the entrance, Yang Kai frowned and thought hard. He had been to this place once before. She was still standing there in a daze, her red lips moving a few times as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't dare to make a sound. She was afraid that if she made a sound, this illusion would disappear in front of her eyes. She was extremely worried about personal gains and losses. Bai Luo was already sobbing in her arms. She felt extremely wronged. Perhaps it was because she had been infected, but Shanqing Luo's beautiful eyes were gradually covered with a layer of mist. After crossing a few dozen meters, Yang Kai soon arrived in front of Shanqing Luo, and as Yang Kai gradually approached, her breathing gradually became rapid and her tender body began to tremble more and more obviously, even her face and neck were flushed red. The seed of love that Yang Kai had inadvertently planted in her body several decades ago had already turned her world upside down, making it impossible for her to maintain her calm in front of Yang Kai. If there was anyone in this world who could restrain her, it was undoubtedly Yang Kai. Even when she had met Red Moon Tribal Lord, she had never been so helpless. At that time, even if she was no match for him, the only thing that awaited her was death, but now she felt as if her soul was about to melt. As Yang Kai walked towards her step by step, the sound of his footsteps was like the dull beat of a drum, pounding on her heart, causing it to tremble uncontrollably. All these years. Qing Luo, have you been well? Yang Kai hesitated for a long time before finally asking. Yang Kai had always felt some regret towards Shanqing Luo. After all, since he left the ash-gray cloud evil land and went to Tongxian realm, the two of them had never seen each other again, unlike Su Yan and his little senior sister, whom he could still meet after that. He thought he would never see the beguiling demon queen again in this life. He thought that he would miss out on this seductive woman. How could he have known that the world was so fickle, that in this vast star territory, the two of them would meet again one day? Thousands of words were on the tip of Yang Kai's tongue, but he didn't know where to begin. Hearing this familiar voice that the beguiling demon queen had missed for nearly 30 years, Shanqing Luo could no longer restrain her emotions, tears silently slipping down her cheeks as she asked in a trembling voice, "Please tell me this isn't a dream." "No." Yang Kai grinned, stretched out his hand and gently wiped her tears. Shanqing Luo closed her eyes, took a deep breath and opened them again. Yang Kai was still standing in front of her, his big rough hands still stroking her cheeks. All of this felt extremely real, without the slightest illusion. Little bastard. Shanqing Luo ground her teeth and cursed under her breath, immediately wrapping herself in a fragrant wind as she threw herself into Yang Kai's arms. With such a beauty throwing herself into his arms, even if the situation was critical, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little restless, especially when it came to a woman like Shanqing Luo. Once she showed weakness, the temptation and lethality of a man couldn't be measured with common sense. But in the next moment Yang Kai's expression changed, his face twisting. For some reason Shanqing Luo seemed to have lost her mind. With one hand she pinched Yang Kai's waist and twisted it fiercely while her other hand clenched into a fist and pounded Yang Kai's chest, seemingly venting all the grievances and longings she had felt all these years. From an outsider's point of view, this was undoubtedly Shanqing Luo flirting with him, but only Yang Kai knew that this enchantress was really going all out. Although she wouldn't injure him, the pain he felt was unavoidable. This dragon lady? Yang Kai was both angry and anxious. But this wasn't the end of it. After quietly punching Yang Kai for a while, Shanqing Luo suddenly raised her head and stood on her tiptoes, her beautiful eyes filled with endless resentment, like a resentful woman, opening her mouth and biting down on Yang Kai's neck. Everyone was dumbfounded. The 7 or 8 origin returning realm masters on Shui Yu's side all shook their heads, muttering under their breaths. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, she was actually so shameless and immoral. This demoness was indeed a demoness. She had no sense of shame at all. As for that little brat who was being entangled by the dragon lady, it was obvious he wasn't a good person. How did young Master Shui Yu know this person? The third young master had always been self-disciplined and wouldn't make friends with a cat or a dog. Such a person shouldn't be placed in the third young master's eyes. Enough! Someone suddenly shouted. Shui Yu couldn't stand it anymore. It was fine that they were flirting in front of everyone, but if things continued to develop, that adulterous couple would go even further. How could Shui Yu tolerate that? Chapter 1469. As soon as these words came out, Shui Yu's expression changed wildly as she stared at Yang Kai in a daze. You wouldn't really? Yang Kai's lips curled into a sneer as he coldly snorted. I already said at worst we'll fight to the death. It's not too late for you to let us leave now, otherwise? Shui Yu's face instantly turned livid. She had not expected Yang Kai to be so stubborn. For a moment, her heart filled with grief and indignation as her tender body trembled. She only wanted him to leave with her, not kill him. On the contrary, there was a huge opportunity waiting for him, so why was he resisting to such an extent? Countless people wanted to follow her but were unable to do so. She was now extending an olive branch to him, trying to win him over, but her method was a bit overbearing. Why couldn't he understand her painstaking efforts? Since Shui Yu was born, she had never been so passive except when facing her father, President Aio. In the end, a woman was still a woman. No matter how much she dressed up like a man, it was inevitable that she would let her emotions affect her decisions. Seeing Yang Kai's attitude of preferring death to dishonor, her expression calmed down and she sneered, Do as you wish. If you really do that, besides you and me, everyone here will die. As soon as this statement came out, the faces of the origin returning realm masters around Shui Yu changed drastically as they stared at Yang Kai nervously. Good. Yang Kai also laughed in anger, flicking his arm and taking a step forward. He stared fiercely at Shui Yu and said word by word, All of you listen to me, your young master Shui Yu has a big secret, and I'll tell you what it is right now. With things having gotten to this point, he was riding a tiger and had no choice but to reveal it. Shui Yu slowly closed her eyes and took a deep breath, not showing any intention of stopping Yang Kai. It seemed she was determined to fight Yang Kai to the end. On the other hand, the origin returning realm masters around her all wore strange expressions, all of them worried about personal gains and losses. The conversation between Shui Yu and Yang Kai was not hidden, so every word was clearly heard by all of them. At this moment, how could they not know that once Yang Kai really exposed this secret they might really be implicated? Sometimes, even if something had nothing to do with them, just listening to it could cause them trouble, especially for a behemoth like Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. There were many secrets that could not be leaked. But in contrast, these people's curiosity only grew. The same was true for Shanqing Luo and Biluo. Both women perked their ears and listened attentively. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to reveal this so-called big secret as he was about to reveal Yang Kai, he couldn't help shouting, "Yang!" How could he just sit back and watch this happen? He only wanted to stop Yang Kai before he revealed this big secret, so as he shouted, his figure flickered and flew towards Yang Kai. His body soared through the air like a great peng spreading its wings, as if he wanted to kill Yang Kai in one fell swoop. Yang Kai didn't even look at him, grit his teeth and exhaled loudly, "Your third young master Shuiyu likes this father, and deeply in love with this father." As soon as these words came out, it was earth-shattering. Everyone was dumbfounded, and Shanqing Luo and Biluo couldn't help covering their mouths with their hands, glancing between Yang Kai and Shuiyu, a strange look flashing across their beautiful eyes. As for the old man with the 3 strands of long beard who was rushing towards Yang Kai, he staggered and fell from mid-air, the killing move he had been preparing dissipating. After landing on the ground, his eyes widened and a blank look appeared on his face. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Looking at the woman inside the crystal coffin, Yang Yan had the illusion that he was looking at himself in a mirror. The two had the same body shape and appearance, the only difference was their temperament. Even in her deep sleep, the great emperor's face still exuded a sense of majesty. That kind of majesty was a kind of nobility that no one dared to look at directly. It was as if looking at her was a great sin. "So this is what I look like," Yang Yan murmured softly. "Master." Yi Shiyun called out, thinking that Yang Yan wanted to give her some orders. "It's nothing." Yang Yan replied lightly, "I was just talking to myself." Yi Shiyun didn't dare to say anything, simply lowering her head and standing in place. Yang Yan took a deep breath before turning his head to look around, sighing slightly, "This transcendent soul summoning array should be activated soon." At this moment, inside this huge palace, on the ground and walls, profound and complex runes began flashing one after another. As these runes lit up one by one, the entire palace gradually filled with a mysterious power. Yi Shiyun stood here and seemed to be able to vaguely hear a beautiful melody ringing in her ears, as if someone was calling out to her. She even had the urge to summon her soul avatar out of her body. Thinking of this, Yi Shiyun couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. A soul avatar was extremely fragile and was generally hidden in one's knowledge sea. Ordinary cultivators would not release their soul avatar unless they encountered an extremely dangerous situation, but once it was released and they could not find a suitable carrier, their soul avatar would dissipate from the world in less than half a day, and their soul would be completely destroyed. Yi Shiyun had never heard of the Transcendent Soul Summoning Array before, nor did she know what it was used for, but from her own situation she could infer that it was definitely related to the awakening of the great emperors. As one cultivator after another fell inside the Emperor Garden, the number of dim runes in the palace where Yang Yan was located also increased, as if the Transcendent Soul Summoning Array here was related to the deaths of the cultivators outside and was being activated at the cost of their lives. It was impossible for Yang Yan to do such a thing, but the great emperors could. The Emperor Garden was open to the entire territory of the star, so any cultivator who entered had to be prepared to die. Searching for treasures here was naturally accompanied by great risks. No one forced them to enter the Emperor Garden, everything was voluntary. Now that they had fallen here and become the source of power for the Transcendent Soul Summoning Array, they naturally had nothing to complain about. For the sake of their own awakening, what did it matter if some people died? In the eyes of the great emperors, these origin-returning realm masters were less than ants. Seeing that there were still a dozen or so runes in the palace that had yet to light up, Yang Yan couldn't help turning his head and glancing towards the entrance. However, there was no one there and no one had come. Even seeing him one last time had become an extravagant hope. Yang Yan had never felt time pass so quickly before. In the blink of an eye, the entire palace lit up and all the runes were lit up. The Origin Martial Soul Summoning Grand Array arranged here began to operate. One rune after another flew out from all directions of the palace, like meteors catching up with the moon as they rushed towards Yang Yan's tender body. Yang Yan couldn't help showing a pained look. Yi Shiyun watched in a daze, but at this moment, there was nothing she could do to help, even moving a finger was difficult for her. She had become a bystander, only able to pay attention to this thrilling historical moment. Elder Yi. Yang Yan's shout suddenly came from the palace. In the next moment, a strange monster beast phantom suddenly appeared above her head. This monster beast's body was covered with thick black hair, its eyes were bright and piercing, and there was a single horn on its forehead, giving it a powerful appearance. Yang Kai's eyes shrank. Inexplicably, he felt a sense of threat from this monster beast phantom, a feeling he had never felt since entering the Emperor Garden. Shanqing Luo, on the other hand, exclaimed, "Xie Ji." She seemed to recognize what this monster beast was, but it was not surprising, as Scarlet Wave Star, where she had been stranded, was a monster star. 90% of the creatures there were from the monster race, so under her influence, there were few monster beasts she did not recognize. Your eyesight is quite good, actually being able to recognize this young master's symbiotic monster spirit. How about it? If you surrender now, this young master will let bygones be bygones and will only torture that bastard. As for you, you can stay by this young master's side as a concubine. Your beauty is quite good, just barely worthy of this young master. Shuiyu still wanted to persuade him to surrender, obviously knowing that her divine skill was too powerful and could not be retracted. She was worried that it would really hurt Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo. Symbiotic monster spirit. Shanqing Luo's beautiful eyes shrank, but she immediately giggled. "It seems I underestimated your Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, even being able to obtain such a thing, but so what? If you want this queen to be your concubine, don't talk big." Kai Yang's eyebrows also wrinkled. He had heard of a symbiotic monster spirit before. It required the blood essence of a powerful monster beast to be refined into one's body using a secret technique. After a long period of time, one would be able to use the various abilities of that powerful monster beast and could even summon it to fight against enemies. This was also a kind of external force, but an ordinary cultivator did not have the ability to do this. And even if they did not have a suitable monster beast's blood essence. Because if one cultivated this secret technique, the strength of its power would depend on the level of the monster beast's blood essence. The Xieji was a kind of ancient exotic beast that was innately good at fighting, especially the single horn on its forehead. It was no less powerful than an Origin King grade artifact, perhaps even more so. Its blood essence was definitely not bad, and looking at Shuiyu's posture, it was obvious she had been cultivating this secret technique for many years. With the help of this symbiotic monster spirit, even if she was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, she could be considered invincible in the same realm. No wonder she spoke so confidently. Yang Kai did not know when she had successfully cultivated this secret technique. Many years ago, when he was together with her, he had never seen her display this secret technique. The expressions of the other four cultivators also changed drastically, but in the face of such a situation, there was nothing they could do to help. All of them glared at her, wishing they could split into two groups. But at that moment, a golden light suddenly appeared in front of them. This golden light looked very weak, but it was as dazzling as the sun, dispersing the dark green fog that had covered the world. Accompanied by a soft sound, the profound-eyed ink octopus tentacles, which the five cultivators had no way to deal with, were cut off and dark green blood spurted out. The sea beast let out a hiss. Under the pain, its countless tentacles waved in a disorderly manner, like huge whips, stirring up the nearby sea into chaos. The golden light reappeared, and with a chi-chi sound, all the tentacles of the profound-eyed ink octopus were cut off and sent flying into the distance, green blood instantly overflowing the sea. Can you sell these pills to me first and I'll make up for the rest of the St. Crystals in the future? I still want to make a living in Seafront City in the future, so I won't just leave. What a joke. I'm a businessman, one hand for the other, I'm not running a charity. If you don't have St. Crystals, then scram as far as you can. You want 100 spirits pill? Dream on. Shopkeeper Ching, I beg you. Impossible, I'm warning you one last time, if you don't leave now, you'll have to bear the consequences. The source of the voice was a man and a woman. The man was the shopkeeper of a pharmacy, while the woman was a woman who appeared to be around 40 years old. It could be seen that she was quite beautiful when she was young. However, at this moment, her face was sallow and emaciated. She looked extremely down and out. She was begging the shopkeeper with the surname Ching, but the other party was unmoved. Yang Kai stared at the woman's side for a long time before suddenly letting out a light sigh, a thoughtful look flashing across his face. He felt that he should know this woman, but he wasn't sure. After all, the two weren't familiar with each other, but her voice and profile were very similar. Thinking so, Yang Kai stepped forward. Shopkeeper Ching, who had been glaring at the woman before, immediately changed to a bowing posture when he saw Yang Kai arrive, smiling widely as he said, "What does honored guest want to order? Although this shop is small, all of the spirit pills we sell are of the highest quality. Honored guest may wish to take a look." Yang Kai glanced at him but didn't pay him any attention, instead walking over to the woman and carefully examining her. After a while he asked tentatively, "Are you foreign elder Huang?" The woman looked like she was about to cry. Originally, she had been disheartened and was preparing to leave this place, but after hearing Yang Kai's voice, her expression couldn't help changing. Looking up, she saw Yang Kai looking at her curiously. In an instant, her tender body trembled as a look of panic and horror appeared on her face. "Sure enough, it's foreign elder Huang." Yang Kai gently nodded. Although this woman looked extremely down and out, she was indeed the one he knew, and judging from her reaction, she should also remember him. Huang Wan. One of the foreign elders of the Haiku family, an old acquaintance of Changqi and Haoan. When Yang Kai and the Haiku family had a conflict, Huang Wan was ordered by Patriarch Yan to go to the city lord's mansion to ask for help. Unfortunately, Fei Ji too had no intention of intervening, so Huang Wan had no choice but to return to the family. Later this woman left the Haiku family and disappeared. Yang Kai had also heard about this woman from Changqi and Haoan, so he had some impression of her. He knew that she was unwilling to become enemies with Wu Yi and the others, so she had left the Haiku family without hesitation. She had a good personal relationship with Wu Yi, and Changqi and Haoan had often talked about their old friends over the years. Huang Wan was the one they mentioned the most. Yang Kai didn't know why she had come to Seaside City, and why she was living so unhappily. However, this wasn't surprising as she was only a third-order Saint King. Such a cultivation was considered good in the Haiku family, but on Shadowed Star it was nothing. Without a backer or background, a third-order Saint King living alone was indeed difficult, especially when she was a woman. "You're Yang Kai?" Huang Wan obviously remembered Yang Kai. "Why are you here?" "It's a long story." Yang Kai slowly shook his head, not preparing to explain in detail, "But foreign elder Huang, why are you here?" "I came here a long time ago." Huang Wan's expression flickered as she awkwardly said, "Back then I was just following orders, so I know you don't have to worry, I'm not here to find trouble with you." There were many alternative ideas in the True Alchemy Enlightenment scripture that had inspired Yang Kai greatly. Just the idea of pills having a spirit could allow his alchemy skills to soar qualitatively. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai slowly shook his head and stopped thinking about it. The True Alchemy Enlightenment scripture could be studied in the future, there was no need to rush, but Yang Kai had a rough idea of what that Origin King Great Spirit pill with pill clouds was. The True Alchemy Enlightenment scripture not only contained all kinds of magical ideas, but also the life experiences of the Mountain Valley's owner as well as many long-lost pill recipes. Each of these recipes was extremely precious and many of them had already gone extinct. Through these pill recipes and descriptions, Yang Kai vaguely understood the type and purpose of that spirit pill. Yang Kai took out the Origin King Great Spirit pill again and observed it in the palm of his hand, a smile appearing on his face after a long time. There's no mistaking it. Judging from the color, size, fragrance and various traces inside this spirit pill, it should be a dragon flame purple marrow pill. Thinking so, Yang Kai put the two strange stones together. Strangely enough, the moment the stone embryo, which had been resting peacefully in the black book space, touched the blood essence stone, countless black threads burst out from inside it and wrapped around it. In the blink of an eye, the two were tightly linked together as if they had become one, but it would probably take a long time for them to fully fuse. This scene made Yang Kai a little surprised, and after thinking about it for a moment, he silently called out a few times with his divine sense. A moment later, the stone mongoose appeared in front of him like a small whirlwind, staring at Yang Kai with a pair of clear and innocent eyes. I'll leave this to you, is that okay? Yang Kai pointed to the black and red fusion of strange stones in front of him and asked. Although the stone mongoose's IQ wasn't high, it could still understand Yang Kai's orders and looked in the direction Yang Kai was pointing. After seeing what was in front of it, the stone mongoose's eyes bulged with joy and excitement. It could feel that inside this fusion of black and red stones, a companion was being born. The stone mongoose nodded repeatedly, a look of desire filling its face. Good, take it away, remember to report to me at any time. Yang Kai ordered faintly, and the stone mongoose immediately picked up the fusion of the two strange stones before disappearing. Yang Kai estimated that it wouldn't be long before a second stone mongoose was born, something Yang Kai was secretly looking forward to. The next thing Yang Kai needed to check was the space ring of the beautiful temple master of Demon Blood Temple. This woman and Jin Shi had both fallen on the Emperor Garden's ice path, and Jin Shi's space ring had been banished into the void by Yang Kai with his space blade, never to be recovered, leaving only the ring of Demon Blood Temple's temple master. As a temple master, her wealth was naturally extremely rich. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and wiped her space ring before pouring out everything inside. There were countless saint crystals, at least several tens of millions, various artifacts of different grades, hundreds of jade bottles filled with pills, and some materials for alchemy and artifact refining. The dazzling lineup was too much for the eyes to take in. Yang Kai raised his brow. Although most of the things here were no longer of interest to him, they were still a considerable amount of wealth. Patiently sorting them out, Yang Kai kept what was useful for himself and put the rest aside to replenish High Heaven Sect's storehouse. Although there weren't many people in the sect right now because High Heaven Sect had sealed off its entrance and had no communication with the outside world, it had to be self-sufficient in terms of cultivation resources. These things that Yang Kai didn't care about were treasures to the disciples. After sorting them out, Yang Kai quickly finished. Although this old master is not young, he has not lived long enough, so how could he enter the tiger's den without something to rely on? Although these words were not pleasant to the ears, Chu Zheng and Mo Shaoxing exchanged a glance and could only restrain the murderous intent in their hearts. Since the other party had come here on orders from that side, they could not act against him. Although Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect were the two giants of Shadowed Star, compared to that side, it was like comparing a small wizard to a great wizard. Several thousand years ago, there was an ancient Yang sect that was on par with Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect, but because it had offended that side, it was uprooted overnight. It was obvious how terrifying that side's forces were. However, that side had never cared about worldly affairs, so why had they sent Fong Peng to contact Heaven Battling Union this time? Brother Fong, if you have something to say, just say it. You and I both know that the reason why Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect can dominate Shadowed Star is because of that side. Since this is a matter of that side, my Heaven Battling Union will not stand idly by. Chu Zheng took a deep breath, his attitude becoming much more amiable. Brother Chu really understands the situation. Fong Peng laughed before his expression became solemn. That little brat from High Heaven Sect has left Lu Yen Sand Field. Chu Zheng was startled but quickly reacted. You mean that guy called Yang Kai? Fong Peng nodded lightly, and looking at his route, it seems he wants to go to the Shadow Moon Hall. Shadow Moon Hall? Chu Zheng frowned. What does that have to do with us? Why does Brother Chu need to play dumb? Fong Peng sneered. Although High Heaven Sect isn't much, it is located inside the Flowing Flame Sand Field, so no one can attack it. Given time, when they grow stronger, will there still be a place for our two sects to stand on Shadowed Star? What Brother Fong means is that we should nip this danger in the bud. And? Fong Ping nodded seriously. If he had been hiding in the Lu Yen Sand Field, I'm afraid no one would have been able to do anything to him, but since he has decided to run out recklessly, his fate is no longer up to him. That being said, I heard that this little brat's strength is extraordinary. Ordinary people can't do anything to him, and it seems that he has many powerful external forces he can borrow. So what? Even if his strength is great, he has just broken through to the origin returning realm. Our two forces have countless masters. Do you think we can't do anything to him? Chu Jing nodded lightly, also feeling that he was making a big fuss over nothing, but he still asked suspiciously, but what does this have to do with them? Naturally it has something to do with them. Fong Ping grinned meaningfully. High Heaven Sect has an Origin King Great Starship. Has Brother Chu never heard of it? This Chu has heard of it, but is it really an Origin King Great Starship? Chu Jing asked doubtfully. You might as well ask Elder Mo, he should have seen it with his own eyes. Chu Jing quickly looked at Mo Shaoxing, who nodded solemnly. And it is indeed an Origin King Great Starship, but I don't know where they obtained it. Perhaps they found it in some ancient ruin. No matter where they obtained it, the key is that as long as we can obtain this starship, we can leave Shadowed Star and go to another star to break through to the Origin King realm. As soon as this statement came out, both Mo Shaoxing and Chu Zheng were shocked, their eyes flashing with excitement. The Origin King realm was a realm they dreamed of but had never been able to reach, but an Origin King Great Starship could make it possible. She had accompanied him through thick and thin, sharing joys and sorrows with him, but Yang Kai had never expected her life experience to be so bizarre. While he was immersed in his memories, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly flashed and he quietly left his original spot, walking towards a place where the crowd was sparse. A moment later, he suddenly turned around with a smile on his face and said, "Friend, why are you sneaking around behind this Yang? Why don't you show yourself?" A soft cry of surprise rang out as a figure strangely appeared not far in front of Yang Kai. Looking over Yang Kai, this figure said in surprise, "You can actually see this Jiang's whereabouts." Yang Kai sneered as he swept the other party with his divine sense and found that this man was a second-order origin returning realm cultivator who appeared to be about 50 years old with gray hair, a short stature, and a slightly strange Saint Chi. Although this man's cultivation was a minor realm higher than Yang Kai's, Yang Kai did not show the slightest fear. Yang Kai had already killed several third-order cultivator, so why would he be afraid of a second order? Moreover, looking at the other party's expression, he did not seem to have any malicious intent, so before he figured out his true intentions, Yang Kai did not intend to act rashly. Little brother, please don't take offense, this Jiang has no malicious intent. The cultivator surnamed Jiang hurriedly expressed his attitude. After all, sneaking around behind someone was indeed a taboo. Although Yang Kai's cultivation was lower than his, there were dragons and snakes mixed together here, so he did not want to have any conflict with Yang Kai and allow others to take advantage of him. I see. Yang Kai smiled faintly, not seeming to mind, but please explain clearly, why are you following me? Haha, this old man is being rude, this old man will apologize to little brother here. Although he looked much older than Yang Kai, since they were both origin-returning realm cultivators who did not know each other, he did not dare to act arrogantly, and if you don't mind, this old man would like to ask, what is the Saint Chi attribute that little brother cultivates? Attribute? Yang Kai frowned, his face darkening slightly. Why should I tell you? If it is convenient, please enlighten me, little brother. This old man is looking for a companion who cultivates a suitable fire attribute secret art. Of course, if you find it difficult, just pretend this old man never asked and this Jiang will find someone else. The cultivator surnamed Jiang's expression was extremely sincere. Yang Kai frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, take a look for yourself. Saying so, he stretched out his hand and a mass of black demonic flame appeared in his hand, exuding a scorching heat. The cultivator surnamed Jiang's eyes lit up and a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. Fire attribute, I finally found it. Chem? Yang Kai frowned. You are looking for a cultivator who cultivates fire attribute Saint Chi. That's right. The cultivator surnamed Jiang's expression brightened. This old man has already asked more than a dozen people, but none of them met my requirements. If little brother finds it convenient, can we go somewhere else and discuss in detail? Saying so, he stared at Yang Kai eagerly. Seeing Yang Kai hesitate, the cultivator surnamed Jiang gritted his teeth and quietly sent a message to Yang Kai. Is there such a good thing? Yang Kai was surprised and immediately nodded. In that case, please lead the way, old man Jiang. This way, please. The old man surnamed Jiang was overjoyed when he saw Yang Kai agree and quickly walked to the side. Yang Kai followed behind him, moving further and further away, gradually leaving the place where countless people gathered, but he was bold enough to not worry about the other party playing any tricks. After all, his current reputation on Shadowed Star was like the sun in the sky, so if he really reported his name, these people would definitely think of many things. Now that he had only reported his surname, it saved him a lot of trouble. The reason why old man Jiang wanted to gather 5 people to explore Fallen Emperor Mountain was because he accidentally discovered an ancient cultivator's cave mansion a few days ago. However, there was a mysterious spirit array guarding this cave mansion, and even after several days of hard work, he was unable to crack it. In desperation, he could only withdraw from Fallen Emperor Mountain and search for helpers. Fortunately, he had dabbled in the Tao of spirit arrays, so although he was unable to crack the spirit array after several days of hard work, he was finally able to see some clues. After carefully reading some ancient records, he finally determined that this was the long-lost 5-element scattering array. This spirit array was extremely mysterious and difficult to crack, but as long as 5 cultivator who cultivated metal, wood, water, fire and earth Saint Chi worked together, there was a chance they could crack it. If this spirit array was at its peak, it would take 5 Origin King Realm Masters to break it effortlessly. However, tens of thousands of years had passed since that ancient cave mansion was discovered, so the power of the spirit array had greatly decreased, so as long as 5 Origin returning Realm Masters were gathered, it would be possible. After withdrawing from Fallen Emperor Mountain, Old Man Jiang finally found 3 suitable candidates after some effort, with Yang Kai being the last one. Yang Kai had heard from Old Man Jiang that there was an ancient cultivator's cave mansion, which was why he had decided to come with him. In any case, Yang Kai was going to explore the depths of Fallen Emperor Mountain anyway, so if he could obtain any harvest it would be great, but if not, it didn't matter. Yang Kai's mentality was very calm, far less fanatical than the other 4. Let's get this straight first. After Old Man Jiang finished talking about the ancient cave mansion and the 5 elements scattering array, his expression became solemn as he said, "After the barrier is broken, if we really find something inside the cave mansion, this old man will take 40% of the profits while the remaining 60% will be divided equally among the 5 of you." 40%? Hearing Old Man Jiang's words, Old Man he raised his brow and considered for a moment before nodding. "Brother Jiang's allocation is very fair, this old man has no objections." Old Man Qin and the beautiful woman called Madame E naturally had no objections. Even though the 5 of them were working together, the old man with the Jiang surname was the one who had discovered the ancient cave abode, and he was the one who had provided them with the method to break into the cave abode. As such, it wasn't unreasonable for the old man to demand 40% of the loot. Chapter 1490. The Tao of space he cultivated should be useful in this situation. As long as he could find the right opportunity to tear space, he might be able to escape unscathed. As such, compared to the other 4, Yang Kai was the calmest. However, there was also a great deal of risk involved. Once the torn space encountered too strong of an energy shock, it was very likely to become unstable or even collapse. Shuttling through an unstable void crack was something even Yang Kai could not guarantee his own safety. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Yang Kai would not do such a thing. The 5 of them had fallen into a dangerous situation together, but there was no way to solve it. All they could do was wait for death in place. This kind of despair shrouded everyone's hearts, causing them to panic. Right at this moment, the old man with the surname Chen suddenly cried out in alarm as if something unexpected had happened. Along with his exclamation, the flow of the 5 elements' energy in front of them suddenly accelerated and the entrance to the cave mansion on the rock wall became clear, as if it had stabilized and could be entered and exited by anyone. The 5 elements scattering array seemed to be on the verge of breaking. This discovery filled everyone with a sense of excitement, but in the next moment, all of them cried out in alarm. Along with the rotation of the void crack, an incredibly huge suction force appeared in front of them and the remaining strength in the bodies of the 4 began to pour out like a dam bursting through a dam. At a rate visible to the naked eye, all of their auras were drained and their faces turned as white as paper as they tottered on the verge of collapse. Even Yang Kai wasn't faring so well. At this moment he felt the Saint Chi in his body suddenly disappear. This loss was almost equivalent to the total strength of a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Yang Kai had a huge reserve of Saint Chi, so he did not need to worry about his life being in danger, but Jiang Shan and the other 3 were different. Not only was the remaining Saint Chi in their bodies instantly drained, even their vitality was stripped away. All 4 of them rolled their eyes as they breathed in more than they breathed out. Streams of crimson energy were drawn out from their bodies and merged into the void in front of them like swimming blood snakes. This energy was the vitality of the 4 of them, the foundation they relied on to survive. At a speed visible to the naked eye, their bodies were shriveling at a terrifying speed. Their eye sockets were sunken, and the skin on their faces was as dry as tree bark. It was as if hundreds or thousands of years had passed on their bodies in an instant. Even their hair had turned white, quickly becoming as white as snow. Silently, in just 10 breaths of time, the 4 second-order origin returning realm masters had lost their ability to survive, their auras completely gone. At this time the 5 elements scattering array seemed to be almost full. It turned into a huge amount of energy and began to attack the entrance of the cave. However, without the help of the other 4, Yang Kai alone could not maintain the balance of the 5 elements. Once the balance was broken, with the nature of the 5 elements scattering array, all the energy was bound to be reflected. This was a powerful attack that contained the vitality and Saint Chi of 4 second-order origin returning realm masters. Even Yang Kai could not guarantee that he could survive such a backlash. Even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. The biggest possibility was that he would die instantly. Was it all for naught? A look of unwillingness flashed across Yang Kai's eyes. The 5 of them had come together to hunt for treasure, yet the others had all died in front of him. On this day, Yang Kai took out his communication artifact as usual and poured his divine sense into it. Although he didn't gain anything from his treasure hunt in Fallen Emperor Mountain, he didn't forget his original purpose for coming here, so from time to time he would take out his communication artifact and try to contact Qian Tong. However, he didn't know where Qian Tong and Fei Ji2 had gone, so Yang Kai hadn't been able to get what he wanted. But this time it seemed to be different. After pouring his divine sense into the communication artifact, Yang Kai soon felt another divine sense coming from it. Raising his brow, he quickly checked it. A moment later, he put away the communication artifact, identified the direction, and flew straight towards a certain location. Somewhere 100,000 kilometers away, countless origin-returning realm masters had gathered, staring at the pavilions hidden in the mountain range ahead. The ruins of an ancient sect. Although many cultivator enthusiastically searched for the cave mansions of ancient cultivators in the hope of gaining something, the great forces that were well-informed had sent most of their masters here. After all, the temptation of the ruins of an ancient sect was too great. Who wouldn't want to go in and find some good things? At this moment, the great forces and masters gathered here were extremely luxurious. The scene this time was even more terrifying than the last time the Emperor Garden opened. Once it was used, it would need to be recharged, so it wasn't suitable for this place. As such, Yang Kai could only use his golden blood thread secret technique. Fortunately, while on the road some time ago, Yang Kai had studied the second half of his golden blood thread secret technique, and now he could use it to practice on the mountain defending array in front of him. Every single one of the golden threads shone with a golden light and contained a terrifying amount of vitality and vital energy. As soon as they shot out, Qian Tong and Fei Ji2 raised their brows, slowed down their movements and turned to look at Yang Kai. Old Fei, why do I feel like Yang Kai's move is somewhat similar to Demon Blood Temple's Demon Blood Thread secret technique? Qian Tong asked suspiciously. He had dealt with the elders of Demon Blood Temple and was well aware of the strangeness and power of Demon Blood Threads, so when Yang Kai used this move, he was able to see some clues. More than similar, it's as if they were carved from the same mold. Fei Ji2 was also shocked. But their temple master has only produced 2 demon blood threads in his entire life, while the other elders, including Jin Shi, only have 1 each. Yang Kai's number, isn't it a bit too much? Outside the palace, more than 20 Origin returning realm masters from Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect had surrounded it. This place was secluded and extremely remote, making it a good place to act without fear of being seen by outsiders. Although using such a luxurious lineup to deal with a mere first-order Origin returning realm was like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken, since the other party knew some Space Force, Chu Zheng and Fang Ping did not dare to act carelessly. Now, there was only one problem in front of everyone, one that left them at a loss. Yang Kai was not coming out. Probing with their divine senses, they were unable to detect his aura, but according to the report of a master from Heaven Battling Union, he saw Yang Kai enter with his own eyes. Brother Chu, that boy shouldn't have left already, right? Fang Ping asked impatiently. Brother Fang, are you doubting this Chu's subordinate's ability? Chu Zheng was also annoyed and wanted to immediately rush in and drag Yang Kai out, so naturally he was not in a good mood. That's not what this Fang meant, but you know that boy knows some Space Force. Perhaps he discovered that someone was monitoring him and quietly left. Fang Ping frowned. Brother Fang worries too much. Although Deacon Jia is only a second-order Origin returning realm master, he has a unique method of concealing his aura. If he wants to hide his whereabouts and monitor someone, let alone that boy, even this Union master may not be able to detect him. Since Deacon Jia said he was inside, he must be inside. Subordinate can guarantee with his head that that boy definitely did not discover me, and he must still be inside the palace. 15 meters away, an old man with a goatee said in a deep voice with a confident look on his face. Good, since that's the case, let's wait a little longer, but with so many of us here, if that boy notices something, he may not have the courage to come out. Fang Peng spat disdainfully. That's not up to him, Chu Jing sneered. Just as they were talking though, a life aura suddenly appeared inside the palace. Everyone's eyes lit up and they quickly used their divine senses to investigate, quickly discovering that this life aura belonged to Yang Kai. Soon, Yang Kai's figure appeared at the entrance of the palace, his brow furrowed slightly, seemingly a little surprised, but he did not show any intention of stopping and instead walked forward step by step. He came out. Fang Ping shouted. It's good that he came out. Chu Jing sneered, his eyes flashing a cold light. At least this Union master won't have to go in and capture him personally. Yang Kai strode forward with his hands behind his back. The surprise on his face had disappeared, replaced by indifference. Not only did he not show any signs of panic, he didn't even try to avoid them. Step by step he arrived in front of the crowd. Sweeping his eyes around he grinned, so many people. Yang Kai. Chu Chang Feng patted his folding fan and called out with a smile, you made this young master wait. Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon sect. Yang Kai nodded lightly, his face full of smiles. Very good, very good. So many people have been waiting here to kill me, huh? Do we need so many people to kill you? Yang Kai, don't flatter yourself, you're not qualified. Chu Chang Feng laughed. Is that so? Then why are there so many people gathered here? Just to prevent you from escaping. So that's how it is. A look of understanding appeared on Yang Kai's face. I was wondering why Elder Liang was so easy to talk to before. It turns out he was waiting for me here. This is indeed a good place to kill and silence people. May I ask why? Although I have some grievances with your two great forces, it's far from that, right? Do you think this young master will tell you? Chu Chang Feng smiled contemptuously. It doesn't matter if you don't want to say it, I can guess. This was not the end though, as several dozen golden blood threads also flew out. Under the control of Yang Kai's powerful divine sense, each of these golden blood threads met an artifact or attack. The battle instantly began. Yang Kai fell into a disadvantage as the several dozen golden blood threads shuttled back and forth, flickering in and out of existence. Although the Firebird artifact spirit was powerful, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands, and it let out a series of strange cries as its body shattered and reformed. The sandstorm that had been protecting Yang Kai's body was also scattered, almost unable to maintain its original form and exposing his figure. Yang Kai grit his teeth and struggled to hold on, the situation becoming extremely unfavorable. Fang Peng stood to the side, not in a hurry to take action. Looking at Yang Kai's awkward posture, he laughed loudly. "Boy, it's not too late to regret now. This old master can spare your life, but some physical pain is inevitable. Who told you to kill young Master Chu?" These words were filled with schadenfreude. Chu Changfeng's tragic death at the hands of Yang Kai was something Fang Peng was naturally happy to see. Although he had temporarily joined forces with Heaven Battling Union, there was still a great gap between the two forces. With Chu Changfeng's death, Heaven Battling Union would lose one of its most powerful members, which would be detrimental to its future development. In the long run, when the next generation fully matured, no one would be able to compete with Fang Tianzhong. Hong Hong Hong. The place where Yang Kai stood was bombarded by several artifacts and attacks, and the sandstorm surrounding his purple shield was no longer able to protect him, immediately bursting open a gap, exposing his figure. At that moment, the figure of Heaven Battling Union's great elder Mo Shaoxing strangely appeared, his timing extremely clever. Like Yang Kai, he was a cultivator who cultivated the Tao of space, so his movements were naturally silent. Gently pushing out his palm, Mo Shaoxing passed through the broken sandstorm and pressed it towards Yang Kai, Saint Qi surging from his palm. Yang Kai coldly snorted and quickly met this attack with his own palm. When the two palms collided, two bursts of Saint Qi erupted from the center of the collision. A muffled groan rang out as Mo Shaoxing was sent flying several dozen meters while Yang Kai's figure also swayed, revealing more flaws. Confronting a third-order origin returning realm master head-on, one of Heaven Battling Union's great elders, Yang Kai being able to accomplish this was shocking enough. At the very least, Mo Shaoxing could not help showing a look of shock and disbelief. However, although his sneak attack failed to hurt Yang Kai, his goal had been achieved. Now that Yang Kai had completely exposed his flaws, it was more than enough for others to cause him harm. Everyone present was an origin returning realm master, so their eyesight was naturally top-notch, so none of them missed the opportunity created by Mo Shaoxing and immediately pushed their Saint Qi towards Yang Kai. Walala. The sandstorm completely collapsed and the purple shield appeared, but its radiance was dim, obviously having lost a great deal of its spirituality. Yang Kai's body was completely submerged in the countless attacks. Although the purple shield was an origin-grade high-rank artifact with extremely strong defensive properties, it could not withstand the attacks of so many masters. From the time Yang Kai summoned it until now, it had only taken 10 breaths of time for it to break. Fang Peng frowned and quickly released his divine sense to perceive the situation. He did not want Yang Kai to die like this. If that were to happen, High Heaven Sect would never compromise and there would be no way to force them to hand over the Origin King Grade Starship. However, Fang Peng's worries were obviously unnecessary.